All right. I think both of our YouTube streams are open right now. 1 second, we'll get our TikTok stream open. All right. TikTok should be rocking and rolling now. Hey, welcome in, friends. It's good to see everyone here. Tonight, is it Friday night already? Crazy how fast the time moves. Hard to believe it's already Friday. I gotta make one adjustment though, real quick. Give me 1 second. This camera. There we go. Do a little bit of that. There we go. All right. Hey, well, fucking A. Welcome in, friends. Gotta turn my phone off real quick before I forget. There we go. Notifications are live. All right. Fantastic. We are ready to rock and roll. Welcome in every Friday night. We're doing, hey, it's still Christmas themed. We're going to be doing, Christmas holiday themed live streams here this month. And we're going to have a lot of fun with it. I'm excited for what we're going to be doing some fun stuff around Easter as well. So that's going to be a good time. But we should have some guests filling into the guest box soon. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join by using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. And if you're watching on TikTok, hey, all you got to do is hit that guest request button and you'll be in the TikTok queue. And for those who weren't able to make it last night, I did a live stream on the main channel last night with Dr. Kip, and we were going over the composition and redaction history of the book of Jeremiah. So if you like that kind of stuff, if you want to go over like the Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts and the different changes and variations between the manuscripts and the different variations, like with the Greek Septuagint, Dr. Kip gave a 2-hour in-depth lecture on this last night on my main channel. So I definitely recommend going back to watch that. And tomorrow night, I'm going to be on the line with Dalton. Dalton and I are going to be on the line, I think 6 p.m., and we're going to be cooking together. It's going to be awesome. Let me grab a couple super chats while we're waiting for the guest box to populate. Beard of Empathy, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, was reading Exodus 18 the other day. I'm a little confused. What exactly is the relationship between Jethro and Moses again? It's a little unclear in the book. So repetitive. Okay, so this is a really good question because not only is Jethro confusing sometimes in like what's happening with his children. We can get into that in a minute. Although I'm getting a message from our friend AK Borealis. I didn't AK I didn't you can do all caps in the chat. It's okay. I did not get a notification when you sent that. I don't know why, but thank you so much. AK sent me $100 to help with our deconstruction family, to help one of our deconstruction families. So it sounds like we've got a huge W for AK Borealis. AK, I did see your message earlier. I apologize. I was in the middle of doing something. I couldn't really respond adequately to the message. But yes, there are some people in the community that can use some help right now. So I'll make sure that I'll talk to Benny and Crystal and Denise, and we'll make sure this gets into the best hands possible. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. To finish the question though, so Jethro is a father-in-law of Moses. This is the father of Zipporah. And the trouble with the father-in-law of Moses is that sometimes his name is Jethro and sometimes his name is Reuel. It just depends on which text you're reading, right? So this is another one of those pieces that lend a lot of evidence to the documentary hypothesis, demonstrating that there are multiple traditions. And depending on which text you're reading, you're going to get different names for people. You'll get different numbers. The same mountain will sometimes have different names. Is it Mount Sinai or Mount Morah? Like what are the names of these places, right? So the reality is this is really good evidence that the texts were not all one cohesive unit written by Moses. They were traditions that were stitched together at some point in time. Noko, thank you for the 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge, huge W. And Gary, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey everyone, I'm ordering a Lucid. Go Bills! Yeah. Listen, I see what you did there, Gary. Okay, I see what you did there. I don't think I'll ever be ordering a Lucid, but a man can dream. The man can dream. I think I would die of guilt spending that kind of money on a vehicle knowing that there are people in need. But I appreciate the sentiment, Gary. And Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says 0930 in Australia. Time for cold tins. Well, Hank, my friend, I'm glad that you're here. I have no idea what any of that means. I don't know. Are you saying it's 9:30 in Australia time? And it's time for cold tins. Now, that could make sense, except I don't know what cold tins are. So, I'm entirely lost. I apologize. This is apparently on me, but I have no idea what a cold tin means. I've heard of a hot tin roof before. That's in the song. And Unashamed, thank you for the $5 super chat. I saw a great bumper sticker today. It said, I got 666 problems and God ain't one. Praise Doug for these small moments of delight. That is amazing. That is an amazing bumper sticker, and I'm only upset that I don't have it, because that would be good. And Joseph, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just got here, and Kitty already starting some shit in the background. Oh no. Volta's hiding back. I can see Volta back there. He's always scheming. I love Volta, but this cat wants to destroy me and my house. This is what's happening. Love the content. Makes driving a truck much easier to handle. Well, shit. I'm so glad that you can enjoy the content while you're at work and make the day pass faster. And thank you for support. And Xenothrone says, there's a license plate in front of me that says John 117. Which one is it? I assume it's going to be John. It's obviously what they've done is they've done something silly, because we don't know if it's 11 or 117. We can read both of them. John 11:7 says, and he said to his disciples, let us go back to Judea. I like that one. I like that one much better. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to Judea with this cult. But John 1:17 says, for the law was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. That's probably what they meant. I prefer the first one. All right, one more super chat. We'll get our first guest in here. RW, thank you for the super chat. Says, what's the status of your book? We're so excited to get this. Can't wait. I have regret to inform you that I'm more than 50% done with it, but that's about where I'm standing right now. I apologize that it's dragging on. Like, I could theoretically stop streaming one day a week. Like, I could stop streaming on Mondays and just use Mondays to work on my book. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but it's so fucking slow right now trying to get everything done, because there's so much research going into the book that it takes way too long, and that it's been madness. The channel's been growing so much, we've been doing so much that I haven't really had time to get to it, but we're gonna fucking get to it. If it's the last thing I'll do, we're gonna make it happen. All right, let's get our first guest in here, and no name, just a picture of Trump and a trophy. So welcome in, Trophy Trump.
Just call me Trophy.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I forgot to put my earbuds as the audio source. 1 second. There we go. Now we're good. All right, Trophy Trump. I don't want to call you Trophy or Trump. I assume you have a real name. What would you prefer to be called?
You could just call me D.
D?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
Of course.
Cool. And my claim for the night is that Jesus is basically Santa Claus for adults. And the reason why this claim is because there's a striking amount of crossover between Jesus and Santa. For example, both of them promise to come back. Of course, I think Santa has a better track record with that. Both of them promise to give you things that you ask for. Both of them can defy the laws of physics. Both have a kingdom that's far away that you can't see, and it's basically invisible. Both of them are going to be keeping a list of who's naughty and who's nice, and both of them are promising to reward good behavior and punish bad behavior. But for bad behavior, Santa will give you coal and Jesus will turn you into coal. So it's a little bit different there. Both the cult of Santa and the cult of Jesus are used to coerce people into behavior patterns. And they both seem to have a strange preference for flat discs without yeast. And last, well, maybe not last, certainly not least, both of them were actually historically people of color that have been appropriated into white culture and almost exclusively appear as white people now.
Okay, I don't know why that leftist attitude came out there. I really don't care for it though.
I don't know what you mean by a leftist attitude. It's just a fact.
Okay, that's fine.
Saint Nick and
Bro, I just
Jesus,
said
neither
it's.
one of
Oh
them
my God.
were white Europeans. They weren't Caucasians.
Okay, no one's saying that Jesus is white.
I didn't say that you said he was. And yes, people do say that he's white. So
Okay,
I
well,
know like
people
it's
have a
difficult for you
misrepresentation.
to take this information and deal with it, but that is the case of the matter.
It's
So
fine.
on both
Jesus was Middle
claims,
Eastern.
both of them are fictional characters that are based on a real life character from history. But I don't think that either one of them are actually still alive. I think Jesus is worm food. Is there a reason why I would believe differently? Or why I should
Yeah,
believe differently?
why you should believe differently than what you told me.
Yeah, is there a reason why I should believe that
Well,
Jesus is actually alive
I just
and
think you
not a?
don't have Well, here's the thing: you don't have evidence of any of the claims you're making.
Oh, I
You
do.
can't prove. Yeah, okay, perfect. Prove
Yeah,
that
so
Jesus
the
didn't
the
rise.
first claim is that both promise to come back every year. Well, at least
No,
Jesus
not that one.
didn't promise to come back every year. He just promised to come back within a generation of his audience, and then he didn't.
We're talking
That's
about the
in Matthew
resurrection of
ten
Jesus.
twenty three, and it's also in chapter 16, verses 27 through 28, and Matthew 24, verses 29 through 34. And I can only assume that you've never read the book, which is why you think that I can't back up my claim. So I will pull it up and read it for you. Give me one second.
Yeah.
I'll put
So,
my
are we
web
gonna talk about the
browser on the
resurrection of Jesus or
screen.
not? Either
We're
one
more
is
than
fine, but are we talking about the
you're more
resurrection of Jesus or not?
you're more than welcome to talk about the resurrection after I demonstrate to you that this point is quite valid. This is a valid point. Give me one second.
What's the
Make that
verse?
a little bit
Matthew ten
bigger.
twenty three.
There's a couple of them. I'll go through all of them. There we
Well,
go.
start with the first one. Matthew 10:23, right?
Matthew 10:23 is our first one. When he sends the disciples into the villages, he instructs them on what to do, and then he gives them kind of a interesting timetable for his return. He says, "Truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." And this should be a familiar passage. Anyone who's read the Bible knows what the coming of the Son of Man is. That's the fulfillment of Daniel 7, when he comes on the clouds and all kingdoms of the world are handed over to him and he takes his kingly dominion. And then he re-ups this in Matthew 16:27, although I don't know why 28 didn't appear. Oh, because I didn't type 28. There we go. Let's try that. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." And then he didn't do that. They're all dead, and he didn't come in his kingdom. And then he tripled down in Matthew 24. He says, "Immediately after the suffering in those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree, learn
Wait,
this lesson.
can we
As
talk
soon
about the
as its
first
branch
verse?
becomes tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, When you see all these things, know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place.
Okay, yeah,
So that's the
let's talk
basis
about
for
the
my
first
claim.
verse. Let's talk about the first verse, right? You're not just gonna
Sure.
shotgun me. Matthew 10:23. So this is so from what I've got, you said that Matthew 10:23 is referring to Daniel 7, and this is referring down to the coming of man and not the judgment of Israel, correct?
No, the coming of the Son of Man. It's a messianic
Uh,
title.
Wait, this is referring to the judgment of Israel. Do you not get that? This is in reference that
It's
Jesus will
not
ascend
referring
to
to
the
the
Father.
judgment of Israel.
This is in reference that Jesus will ascend to the Father. If you look at Daniel 7, right, it's in reference that he's going to ascend to God, not earth. So this is referring to
Wrong.
God. This is referring to
He
after
didn't
the
send
resurrection.
anything to God in Daniel 7.
Yeah, yeah, I could get you the
You
verse.
haven't
Hold
read it,
on.
huh?
Daniel 7:13.
Yeah, I know.
Ascends to God, not earth. Read it.
No. In Daniel 7, he receives, what does he receive? He receives the
7:13.
kingdom.
Daniel 7:13. Read it.
They never
7:13. Go
learn.
ahead and read it.
Oh boy. I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven. What's he coming from?
Earth. This is referring to the
No,
resurrection
no,
of
no, no.
Jesus.
He's not coming from earth. He's coming from heaven to earth. That's what it means to be
Says, I
coming with
saw
the
one like a
clouds.
human being coming with the clouds of heaven, and
There we
he
go.
came to the
So where is
ancient
he
one.
coming from?
Where does he? Where the
Where is
fuck
he
does it
coming
even say
from?
coming from?
Where's he coming
It says
from?
coming with the
Where is he
clouds.
coming from?
It says coming with the clouds of heaven.
And oh, there we go. So he's coming from the heavens where the clouds are.
No,
It
it's
says
not. It's
he
not him
came to
coming
the
from
ancient
the heaven.
one
Oh
and
my
was
god.
presented before him. To him was given dominion and glory and kingship. So it's exactly what I said. The
It's
ancient
not
one, the
referring to
ancient of days, the Father is bestowing the
This isn't
kingdom
referring to him
upon the
coming from
one who is like
heaven.
a
This is
human
referring to
being.
him coming from
No,
earth to ascending
no,
to the ancient
not
one.
not remotely true.
Yeah, you're just
I
misinterpreting
know
it
you're really confused
and
like
misreading
on
this.
how words work, but it doesn't say
Yeah,
that
it
he's
says, I
coming
saw
from
one like a
earth. It says
human
he's
being.
coming with the clouds of heaven. And as it turns out, the clouds of
Yes, he
heaven are
holds the
not on
glory of the
earth.
clouds of heaven. And it doesn't say from, it says with. It doesn't
Yeah,
say
I
from.
know.
You're
If you're
lying.
coming with the clouds of heaven, that means you're coming from a location where the clouds of heaven are. If I said
No,
I'm
it's not.
coming with camels, it means I'm coming from a
Wait,
location
wait,
with
wait, wait.
camels. It doesn't mean that I'm going to a location with
If I say
camels.
I'm coming with something versus I'm coming from something, those are two different claims. You're
Yeah,
conflating it and then you're
coming with
twisting it.
something, coming with
It doesn't mean
something
coming from something.
means that you're with the thing that you're coming with, and you're likely coming from where they are. So
No,
if you say
you're
I'm
adding that in there.
coming with
No,
the
it's not. You're
clouds,
adding
it
that
wouldn't
in
make
there.
sense to be coming.
You're
How could you
adding that in
come
there.
with the clouds if you're going from earth to the sky?
You're adding that in there, number
How
one.
can you
It
come
says
with the
coming
clouds
with.
if you're going from the earth to the sky?
Yeah, it's the clouds is just metaphoric. Clouds
Oh,
of
now
heaven
they're
is just metaphoric.
metaphorical clouds. Of course, that's right. Yeah, they're not real clouds. They're metaphorical clouds. Yeah, you get back to an encounter, and
Yeah,
all of a
wait,
sudden,
hold
words
on.
don't mean words anymore.
It does.
I
Number one,
do
you're
I
lying.
do
You're
enjoy
lying.
the
You're being
dishonesty of
dishonest because you
Christians.
know
The
I cooked you.
dishonesty
You
of
have to say
Christians is
from.
absolutely
You have to try to
wild.
force from in there because
I'll never I don't
you
have to
know
force
that the
anything
way
into it.
words
I
work,
read
it's
it
not
word from
from.
word, and when you realized it
From
doesn't
means
say
from
what you
past
want to say,
location.
you had to
With
go
means with
to
current.
metaphorical fucking clouds, which is embarrassing. This is really
Yeah, does from mean
embarrassing.
past location?
No, from is giving
Does from
a
mean past location? Yes or
transition.
no?
So when you're coming with
Does
something,
from mean
the
past location?
something
It's a yes
must
or no.
come from where you're coming from. Because you
It,
can't
if you're
come with
coming with
something
something, it
if the
doesn't mean you're coming
something
from
is at your
something.
destination and not
You're
your
being
starting
dishonest. If you're
point.
coming with something, it does not mean you're coming from something.
So
From
it
is a
does.
past
It's
location.
Well, is it,
With is
I'll
not.
draw a chart for you since you're not bright. It's okay. Let me go. We'll just do
Yeah, you're just
MS
being nothing but
Paint
disingenuous. You're lying and
online,
you're trying to force width in there.
and we'll just no. I didn't force with. It says with.
I know. I mean, you're trying to force from in there.
We'll
You're
try this
forcing
again. He
from.
says, "Truly I tell you." I'm sorry, wrong verse. Let me get down to there. Oh, sorry. We're in Daniel 7. Sorry, Daniel 7.
Man, look, you're so dishonest
It's
to try to prove a
crazy that
point.
you can't understand how words work, and I think you're a full-grown adult. So he says
Yes, with
coming
means
with the
from, right? So when I
clouds,
so
which means if you're
wait,
coming with
I'm
the
with
clouds,
California.
you
Wait, so
must
that
have
means
come
I'm
from
with
a location
California.
with clouds, or
I'm
else you
with
can't come
New
with them. What
Jersey.
you can't do is come with clouds from the earth up to heaven, because there's no clouds here on the ground. When you're coming with the clouds, what that
Oh my
means
gosh,
is that
bro.
you're coming from heaven to earth.
Is that your point?
Yeah, the clouds of heaven. I'm sorry. Are the
Okay,
clouds
so
in
just so I
heaven
get
or
your
on earth?
just so I get your claim, you're saying
Are
from
the clouds
means with,
in
right?
heaven or on earth?
Now this is the new argument now.
It says it in the
Wait, this is
verse.
the new
The
argument now.
clouds of heaven.
Wait, so
Are
the
the
first
clouds
argument
in
was
heaven
from. Wait,
or
hold
on
on.
earth?
The first argument was
Are the
that
clouds
from
in
means
heaven or
with.
on
Now
earth?
this
He's
is the new argument,
terrified.
right?
He thinks not answering the question is going
Yeah,
to make him look
until
good,
you
but
admit you're
actually
pivoting, I'm
it
not gonna
makes him look
answer.
10 times worse. So
Until you admit
this
you're
is what the
pivoting, I'm not
verse
gonna
says. The
answer.
verse says that he's coming with the clouds
Is this
of
the new
heaven,
argument?
which
Is
means
this the new argument? Because your
the
old
clouds that
argument
he's
was
coming
that
with
with meant
are
from, so it
where
meant
are the
you're
clouds?
coming from the
Where are the
clouds.
clouds? Where are the
Is this the new
clouds?
argument?
Where are
I'm
the
not gonna answer if
clouds?
you admit
This
you're
is the same
pivoting.
argument the entire time.
No, it wasn't. Your
Where
first
are the
argument was that
clouds?
with meant from. That was your
Where
first
are the
argument.
clouds?
That was your first argument. Now this is the
Where are
second
the
argument.
clouds?
Until you concede to a pivot, I'm not
No,
gonna move
this is
on.
supporting my first argument. I'm not conceding anything. You're just wrong. Where
Your
are the
first
clouds
argument is
in the
that with
verse?
means from. You're
Where
moving
are the
different arguments.
clouds?
Until you
I'm demonstrating
say I'm
you
pivoting,
how
I'm
we
not moving
know
on.
where it is. And I know you're
Until you admit
terrified
you're
of it.
pivoting, I'm not
Like
gonna move on.
your butthole's so puckered you can't even get a fart out right now because you know you're getting roasted on basic
I'm good.
words.
Yeah, so you have
Where
to try
are
to
the
switch
clouds that
arguments
he's
because you know I
coming
just
with?
cooked you.
Where are the clouds that he's coming with?
Until you say I'm pivoting, I'm not gonna
Dodge.
move on.
There's a Dodge. Let's get the Dodge counter on the board.
Yeah, admit you're
I'm sure
pivoting and
we're
I'll
at
move
Dodge
on.
number like 4 or 5 anywhere, but let's start
Admit
him
you're
at Dodge
pivoting and then I'll
number.
move on.
We'll
It's
do
simple.
Dodge number 3.
Just admit you're
Dodge.
switching points and I'll move on.
Where are the clouds?
Admit you're switching points and I'll move on.
It's not a switch point. You're just too dense to
Yes, it
understand the
is. Your
point.
first
Where
argument
are
was
the
that with meant
clouds?
from. So
Where are the clouds?
until you admit
I
it, then I'm
never
not
said
switching.
that with means from, and you're gonna
Yes, you
understand it in
did.
just a
You've been
second
saying that the
when you
entire
bother to
time.
engage. So
You've been
Dodge
saying
number
that the entire
4.
time.
He's coming from somewhere, isn't he?
Says he's coming with
Where's he coming from?
Earth.
Okay, and
This is
how did he
this is a
come?
reference.
How did he come from earth to heaven with the clouds that are already in heaven?
Dummy, this is talking about after his
He
resurrection when he
can't
ascended
grasp
to the
it. It's
ancient
not. We'll
one.
try this again. How do you come with clouds from the earth to your
Bro,
destination where the clouds
it's
already
not
are?
oh my it's those clouds aren't referring to fucking clouds on earth, dummy.
Then what kind of clouds are they? What?
Clouds of
Tell me
heaven
about
clouds of
tell me
heaven
about
would refer to
metaphorical
glory.
clouds. It's
Clouds of
crazy.
heaven
It
refer
didn't
to
say
glory.
glory. It doesn't say glory. It says clouds.
Clouds of heaven refer to
The
glory.
clouds of heaven doesn't require special translation.
Yeah,
We
wait,
know
hold
what
on,
the
hold on.
clouds
No,
of
number
heaven
one,
are. The
you're saying
clouds of heaven
glory.
are
Wait,
literally the
you're saying
clouds
clouds
that
of
are just
heaven means
up in
clouds of
heaven
earth.
above your
So
head.
now, wait, hold
So
on.
the
Now,
passage
not
is
only are you
actually
putting your
quite
own private
easy. The passage says
interpretation,
that I saw
you're
one
reading
like
it
a
wrong.
human being coming with the clouds of heaven, and he came to the Ancient One, which means this is a scene that is playing out in the clouds of heaven.
Yes, clouds of heaven is authority or glory. Yes.
Yeah, and he's not coming from the earth to the clouds of heaven. He's coming with the clouds of heaven already, which means
from? Where
he's
the fuck
coming
do you see from in there? Where do you
because
see from? Where do you
it's
see
actually this is
from?
really easy.
Where do
Will
you
you
see
listen for 5
from?
seconds? I'll explain it to
It
you.
says with. No,
You want me to tell
I've
you?
been
You
listening
want
the
me to tell
entire
you?
time. You keep
You
lying
weren't
and lying
listening
and
the
lying and
entire
lying and
time.
lying.
You weren't. All right,
You
so
kept.
I'll just explain it to you since you're too slow.
Oh,
So,
you just
as it turns out, if you come with
kept lying.
something, if you're bringing something with you, and the thing, and he ran. Okay. Well, He
As
really
the bowling man, Justin.
he really proved himself to do a
Doyle
good job there.
rules. Justin rules.
All right, Chris,
Doyle.
shut the fuck up real quick. You're literally up here while I'm trying to mute that guest. You're
You
up here
showed
by
him.
accident, so shut up for 5 seconds. I got to read super chats. In fact,
Doyle
I'm gonna
rules.
drop
Justin.
you while I read super chats. You're welcome to come back after I get done reading super chats, but you're not gonna get up here and yap your fucking lips endlessly while I'm trying to read super chats like a child. Jerome, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Hey Justin, how are you? I'm curious about why some people think that Acts was written in 111 CE or more. Always thought it was written around 60. No. There's no good evidence to think that Acts was written around 60 CE. I mean, to be fair, like it depends on who you think wrote it. Like we don't know who wrote it, right? If you believe, like if you're a Christian and you believe that it was legitimately written by Luke, the traveling companion of Paul, then it would have had to have been written prior to 60 CE because Paul's ministry terminated before 70 CE. So, like, if you think that Luke wrote it, you could make that claim, but I don't think that Luke wrote it, right? I think this is a work that was attributed anonymously and then later to Luke. I have no reason to believe that Luke wrote it. So we would need, in order to place it prior to 60 CE, we would first need an argument for why we think Luke, the traveling companion of Paul, actually wrote it. Hope that makes sense. The evidence that we have doesn't seem to support that it was written around 60 CE. In fact, Jaron from Christ Before Jesus has talked about this a bit. He's got some really good evidence to date this later as well. In fact, I think one of the evidences is it seems to have some dependence on the works of Josephus, which, if that's the case, then it would certainly have to be written prior or after Josephus already published. Randy Wilson, thank you for sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge. Huge. I really appreciate that, friend. And big W for everyone who received one of the gifted memberships. You should be able to get the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. Stephen, thank you for the super chat, says, I was arguing Jesus did not come to change Mosaic law. They claim new covenant. Where does this come from? I couldn't find any good explanation. Well, actually, when they tell you that Jesus, like it was predicted that he would change the law, there is nothing they can point to. What they're going to attempt to do is point to Jeremiah 31. And in Jeremiah 31, there is a reference to the new covenant, but listen to what it says. It doesn't say there's going to be a new law at all. In fact, Jeremiah over and over again emphasizes that the law is eternal. It's not going anywhere, and God's pissed that you weren't following the law. That's why he says, but this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. No longer... Make sure they read verse 34, by the way, because they always leave this part out because they're liars. It says, no longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, says the Lord, and I will forgive them. So the reality is, this new covenant in Jeremiah did not come true unless all people of the world already know and believe in Yahweh, but that's absolutely preposterous. That's certainly not the case. And it's also true that Jeremiah envisioned the law being written on the heart. That was the Mosaic law that was being written on the heart. And Jesus was pro-Mosaic law at every turn. We have no indication at all that Jesus intended for the law of Moses to go anywhere. Randy, also thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, doing Christmas early this year and wanted to wish everyone a wonderful holiday. Well, thank you, Randy. That's very sweet. And happy holidays to you, friend. I hope that you get to enjoy it. Take some time off of work, hopefully, and enjoy yourself. Polysorbate, thank you for the $6.99. Says, I hope to one day see a theological debate between Nebraska Steve and Dirk. Son is a God guy. Oh, Dirk and Nebraska Steve would be unbelievable. I would pay good money to sit down and watch Dirk and Nebraska Steve use a bunch of words they don't understand against each other endlessly. Yuvu, thank you for the $9.99. Says, listening to your chat with Chris on Wednesday, and when Christians get the victim complex, quote them comedian Chris Titus, climb down off the cross, take the wood, build a bridge, and get over it. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. Yeah. And remember, I mean, they're supposed to be persecuted, so they shouldn't complain when they are. Iskandar, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, this guy has been here before. His voice sounds familiar. He gave you a fake name. He's in one of the vids you uploaded before. Exact same manner of speaking. It sounded familiar, but I tell you what. The problem is, quite a few of these young, like Jay Dyer, Acolyte, Philbros, they do all kind of sound the same. It's hard to tell them apart, to be fair. But you're right, he could have been here. Demata Hatter, thank you for the $10 Canadian chance. Says, dude will say, I'm coming to the party with beers, and be surprised there's no beer when people say, you said you'd bring beers. Keep up the good work, Justin. Happy holidays and rock on for Doug. Well, thank you. You're right. This basic reading comprehension always fucks them up. If you're coming with something, that means they must have been where you came from. There's no other way to do that. If you're coming with them, you didn't obtain them at your destination. Straightforward. Thank you for the 249 NOK. Says, hey, Roland Rock in for the squeeze today. First guest is just getting his brain whipped. Local food on the menu. This is going to be good cookout. Good vibes from Norway. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of fun here tonight. Helping Mega says, can we please get milk and cookies with a side of burnt Christian tonight? Rock over Doug. Simply what for shared. Horizontals rule. Well, I think we'll get some of that. You know what? I haven't made any Christmas cookies yet, though. I'm starting to feel maybe the Christmas spirit's weak with me this year. I need to get on top of that. 1 million says, let's make some baby paste with baby Jesus. Fracking for orphanages. Also, did Dr. Blitz cause a schism, or is that office rumors? I don't know anything about the Blitz schism, but I do know there's like a blame Dr. Blitz going around, and I don't know the origin. Don't know. I got 2 more super chats from our friend the Gaius Husky. Thank you so much. Says, in the midnight hour, I can feel Lucario's power as he has Doug sacrifice milk in his throbbing iron rod and his sacred Santa's sack of Pokeballs. That's amazing. And that's actually a quote from a real song, if you guys recognize that. In the midnight hour, I can feel his power. Good reference. And Movie Star says, Christians, words don't mean words. Doug, words I said, I meant. Sediment. Hell yeah. Praise Doug, and thank you for your work. Well, thank you. I don't have too many like hard and fast hermeneutical principles, but I do have this one, which is words mean what words mean. If you don't like what the words mean, you can't just say that it was a metaphor. It's not how that works. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Welcome in. Is it Tawugan?
Wait,
Maybe.
I was actually sorry. No, my bad.
Oh, not a problem. I'll
No,
drop you
actually,
down. No worries. We got you. We got you. All right. I think HUD was up here next. Not to be confused with the housing program, I assume. The actual dean says, I'll take Justin's advice metaphorically. Oh boy. Welcome in, HUD. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus? HUD? HUD? Are you with us? HUD? Hello? Okay, well, HUD's up here by accident. Well, we'll drop HUD. And then let's get Lavi in here next. How you doing, Lavi? Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
Awesome. And do you believe in like the biblical version of Jesus or like the church history version of Jesus?
I think they're both the same. The biblical Jesus is the church history. Church history explains the biblical Jesus.
Fair enough. Okay, my claim here tonight is that Jesus and Santa Claus are roughly equivalent because they're both mythological characters that are loosely based on a real life character from history. And I've got about 13 points of parallel between the two to kind of make my point. But I think it kind of boils down to this, which is in order to claim that Jesus and Santa Claus are not analogous, we would need some sort of evidence that would demonstrate that Jesus is like actually alive and like resurrected and is living and, you know, doing the Jesus stuff rather than doing the dead guy stuff.
Well, I think they're both real people. Santa Claus, obviously based on Saint Nicholas, as you already know, and as for if you want evidence of Jesus Christ, I think the testimony and the change in many people's lives can be a self evident. But obviously in an academic debate, you probably wouldn't take that. So what I would say is that we can just go to the gospel and probably look at the empty tomb and the best inference of explanation that it could have only the only way you get Christianity, the boom of Christianity, is through the resurrection.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to hear the argument for that because there's lots of resurrection accounts from the ancient world. Like the resurrection account of Jesus, I don't think is unique, and I don't think that the evidence that we have for his resurrection or for any other resurrection account would merit a belief in the resurrection. But I'm more than willing to hear the argument for the resurrection.
Yeah, sure. So when we're going off evidence, what historical criteria are you going to go by?
Whatever you have.
Would you accept primary eyewitnesses?
I think primary eyewitnesses can be helpful as evidence. I don't think they're my favorite form of evidence, but like if you have primary like eyewitnesses, I would definitely count it as evidence for sure.
Yeah, I think you'd not only have the primary eyewitnesses in Matthew and John, but you'd also have the what I call the best inference of explanation, which I think
Well,
is actually a scholarly thing, not something I've just made up. Like it's where you don't have the church without the empty tomb. The best inference of that and the persecution of Christianity is only through the resurrection of Christ.
sure. Well, I think you kind of covered two or three different topics there. How about we start at the beginning? The first one, fuck, I already forgot what you just said for the first one. Can you reiterate your first point?
Yeah, Matthew and John.
Yeah. So we would have to establish somehow that Matthew and John wrote John. Now, here's the thing. I don't, that they wrote the Gospels. I don't think the Gospel of John ever claims to have come directly from John. In fact, it directly claims in chapter 1 and chapter 21 to not be coming from that individual. There's clearly multiple authors of the book of John that identify in chapter 21. And what it seems like they're doing, it seems like they're collecting accounts, like written accounts from people, and assembling them into their own narrative. And the account in John 21 claims that this section came from John, or it came from the disciple whom Jesus loved, which we all know is John. But in John chapter 1, they claim to have testimony from John the Baptist. So they're clearly collecting testimony from multiple people, if you believe that. Now, I personally don't believe it. But that being said, I certainly don't think claiming the Gospel of John was written by John is credible. I don't see any way to connect the two of them.
For the John the Baptist, when they're getting his account, I mean, I think it would have been, what's the verse for that one again? Because I think it comes after verse 18, doesn't it?
Yeah, John 21. Yeah, John. It's at the very end. Yeah, we can pull it up.
Yes. Because John
So
the
at the end,
Baptist is long at this point.
well, yeah, there's a lot happening there. It says, "This is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true." So the reading of it would lend you to the idea that like they have some kind of testimony from John that they're vouching for. They're saying we have a testimony from John, and we know that it's a true testimony. right? So the we must be the authorship.
I would say that the we could also mean the church, because I believe even Paul would have to have his letters confirmed before he would even send them off.
Wait,
That you would
the
have to have
church?
confirmation from the church. The church would regularly meet up. I think it's written in, is it Hebrews or is it Acts?
Well,
Where they'd meet up once
I
a year.
don't disagree, but if it's the church that's compiling this, then it's certainly not John.
No, the church would be the confirmation. So when they say we know his testimony is true, that's the confirmation.
Well, you can believe it's true, but my point is this: if the we are the authors and they're collecting multiple testimonies, what that means is that John just isn't the author of the Gospel of John. That's all I'm establishing. I'm not saying whether it's true or not. Like, I know it's not true because we can just read it and show you where it contradicts all the other Gospels and where it seems to have other types of problems. But like, whether or not it's true is a separate question. I don't even think that John wrote it, you know?
But I mean, if you hold to contradictions and you're not a Christian, wouldn't the contradictions make more sense, because humans make mistakes?
No, I don't think it makes sense at all, because you can have different sets of details, right? You can have, like, if I went to Walmart and I said, listen, I bought a pack of 100 cookies at Walmart today because I was too lazy to make cookies, and then somebody else came and said, listen, actually Walmart doesn't fucking sell any of those cookies, right? Those are contradictory details that can't be reconciled. Now, are there some details that are like so small that they're kind of insignificant? I do think that is the case, but I don't think that's what we find in the Gospels. I think there's lots of stuff that doesn't make any sense if, in fact, the supposed people were there that were claimed to have been there. Like the idea that they couldn't get Jesus's death right. You know, in the synoptics, he's at 9 a.m. already up on the cross. In John, he's still on trial at noon. But this is something that people would notice, like the most important day the most important day of Jesus's life, and we can't get the details correct. And same thing with the day of his death. In the Gospel of John, he was killed over Passover, because John wants him to be painted as the Passover lamb. But in the Synoptics, he's actually crucified a day prior. And it's actually really weird because in order to get him a day prior, they actually end up having to do the first Passover meal on the wrong day where it wouldn't traditionally be. So there's just like these weird contradictory details that I would not expect if they were coming from people who were legitimately there.
As for the time, I believe it's because you would be referring to Mark's time and John, right?
No, they didn't have special timing. It was just the 6th day of the hour and the 9th day of the hour, or the 9th hour of the day, I mean.
Yeah, so I think like Mark says midday and then John says 3, unless if I'm wrong.
Well, no, in John, if I remember correctly, if you go to John 18, I think it's John 18 or 19, it says, is it the 6th hour? 1 second. Sorry, my web browser is frozen. I hate Windows so much. I'll just scroll. 1 second. It'll unfreeze. Actually, I'll just open up another browser. Give me a second. Okay. Now, I believe in the NIV and a lot of the modern translations, they'll say noon instead of the hour. I'm in the NRSV. Let's see what they have. If they say hour or just noon. It says noon. If you go to John, we're going to be in chapter 19, verse 14. It says, now it was the day of preparation for the Passover, and it was about noon. He said to the Jews, he is your king. So he's still on trial at noon, according to the book of John.
I hate to be a pain, would you mind getting it on your screen? Because for some reason,
Oh, I'm
I can
sorry.
only,
Yeah, that's my fault. 1 second.
I can only go to chapter 18 for some reason. Why don't we go to chapter 19?
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, so I'm using Bible Gateway right now, and it's dead frozen. I don't know why.
It's frozen for me as well.
I wonder if the website's having a problem. Let me try a different website. Let's do Bible.com and see if that's better. All right, I think 13 or 14 was where we're at. Or not, hold on. Of course, it's broke. I forgot. Were we in John 18 or 19?
John 19:14, and I believe the other one is Mark chapter.
There we go,
15.
19:14. So now it was the day of preparation for the Passover, and it was about noon. So midday when he's on trial. Right. Now, listen, I'm not saying that like you can't be a Christian if the Bible has errors. What I'm saying is that this seems something that wouldn't be wrong if in fact you were there. Right? Like, for example, if let's say something horrific happened. Let's say that well, let's take an example from history. I don't know if you're old enough. When I was alive when the Twin Towers fell, right? This is like one of the most traumatic points in a lot of people's lifetimes. I remember where I was. I remember what time of day it was. I remember what I was watching on TV when it happened. If you were there at the crucifixion of Jesus and you were an eyewitness, I don't think you'd have this large disparity of somebody being crucified in the morning versus being crucified way in the afternoon, because still yet in the Gospel of John, when we find him at noon, he's not even on the cross yet. He still hasn't even made it to the cross.
But wouldn't that just talk about the different time zones? Because wouldn't one you be using the Roman time and one of them be using the Jewish time?
No, it's the same time. They both counted the days from sunup, or the hours from sunup.
I'm pretty sure a lot of scholars talk about how they were using the different times. I can't remember, was it Christian Stiller in his commentary on the Gospel of Mark? Let me check. Christopher Moore. He writes about that they're using different times.
I'm familiar with civil timekeeping, but that's not what's happening here. Civil timekeeping was like on the government level. Like normal Joes weren't using civil timekeeping.
So, are you saying that they're both using the same time? And if so, what time are they using?
Well, they're just using the same time everybody does. The breaking of dawn, daylight. This is just a universal thing. This is what people do. I think they're using the Jewish method, which is coincidentally the same thing everybody else was using. Romans too. Like Romans didn't have a completely separate timekeeping. It just happened to be on the civil level. Like if you worked for the government, you could be using civil timekeeping, but that's for like an official capacity business. Like it's not something that people did normally. It's kind of like in the military, we used the 24-hour day, but in normal life, we don't. We use the 12-hour day, right?
Because I'm looking here. If you need the source, I can get it for you. But
No, I know the sources. I disagree with whatever source you've got, and I've got a bunch of sources that agree with me.
Can you share your sources, and I can share my sources, and then maybe we can.
Yeah. How many? Who wrote your commentary?
Christopher Moore.
Who's Christopher Moore?
Do you want me to turn my camera on? I can show you his book.
No. Who's Christopher Moore is what I'm asking.
Oh, he's a scholar for the Hodder Bible commentary.
For who?
The Hodder Bible commentary.
The what? I've never heard of that. Say it again.
The Hodder Bible commentary.
What's a
If you
harder?
want, I can put my
What's
no
harder
Hodder. So
Bible
H.
commentary?
Maybe it's my accent. Do you want me to turn my camera on and I can show you?
I don't know if the camera matters. You're welcome to show me. It's too small for me to see it, but some of the audience might be able to see it.
It's this one. Hodder.
Hodder? I've never heard of it.
I really like it. But yeah,
But I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the apologetic. It's just not true. Like there's not a single document from ancient Rome where you find the phrase like the 15th hour or the 16th hour or the 17th hour. And because that's not how they did it. They weren't counting 24 hours. They were literally counting the hours of the day. Of the daylight.
Like what I've read is that they would count it at midday, so they would start it at like as soon as the sun reaches central. But if you'd need like an independent, because here's the thing with commentaries, and I think you like might have this feeling, like when you read a commentary, a Christian commentary, it could have a subconscious bias, or it could just have a plain old just bias, like a sort of apologetics. So in terms of like a independent, I'd have to probably get you a 1st century, 2nd century, if there is one, source that would back up what I'm saying, because you have all the right not to take a Christian commentary.
Well, no, I don't think it's Christian versus non-Christian. Like whatever commentary you have is just running an apologetic.
I mean, it can be doing that. The only way I would find that would, do you have a source from, I mean, any time that would say that they both use the same time method? Because the source that I have says that they would count it from like midday.
But that's the thing is they don't.
Sorry, not
The-
midnight.
to be sure, you're confusing civil timekeeping with standard timekeeping in Rome. They're not the same. Like, just look up Roman civil timekeeping. It's different than from standard timekeeping.
From within the 1st century.
Yeah.
What's the best source to look at?
I mean, you can read anything about ancient Rome. I don't know what to tell you. Like, listen, here's the deal. There's tons of Christian commentaries that just disagree with the one you're referring to. And civil timekeeping was not something that normal Joes did. Like, there's no reason to count the hours of the day and call it the 6th hour. And then actually, it's not the 6th hour. It turns out this is 3 a.m., 3 in the morning. In fact, if you look through all the timekeeping in the Gospels, like the time becomes preposterous if you try to count from midnight every time. It's also would be ridiculous because like John is writing to who? He's not writing to Romans. He's not writing to people who are on the Roman civil calendar.
I believe John was writing for everyone. That he genuinely believed that all people could be saved through Christ.
But that may be true, but John wasn't. He has an audience, and it's pretty clear. He's clearly whoever's writing John. He's clearly writing during the diaspora or just after the diaspora. Like I have no reason to believe that John would randomly and for no reason just decide that he's going to count from midnight in the Roman civil way, which is why almost all modern Bible translations just say noon. It's not because they're confused. Like the reason why all the modern Bibles say noon is because the consensus among scholars is that that's what that reference means. Or else they would just change it.
I'm just looking for like a first century source, but I mean, I don't know first, like, if I haven't read the whole thing, but apparently there was two different ways that Romans would do timekeeping, and I googled what you asked me to do, civil timekeeping, and there was two different timekeepings they would have. Both were different to how Jews would count the days. Like the day would start at sunrise and then end at sunset, and that's
At
not how the
sunrise.
Romans did it.
It was.
Yeah.
Yes. If you read Roman documentation, they're not counting from midnight or from midday. We don't have them. Like, we don't have documents from the ancient world where Romans are referring to the such and such hour of the day in modern parlance and it being like 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning.
I suppose like it's something I can look more into, but like most of the sources I find, that Jews and Romans do not have the same time zone, that they're counting hours differently. So like what can be a 3 p.m. isn't a Roman 3 p.m.
But that's wrong.
What source would you have to say it's wrong, or what source do you have to say that they counted the hours the exact same?
Because the literature that they wrote, they count the day from sunrise, the hours of the day, the daylight from sunrise. Normal people aren't walking around with sundials on their wrists looking to see. They don't know when midnight is. Like, if you're an ancient person in Rome, how do you know what time it is past midnight? Let's say it's midnight. It's been dark now for 3.5 hours. How do you know what time it is?
Based on where the sun is.
There's no sun. It's midnight.
Oh, at midnight. So you would know by where the moon is located.
Oh, you think the average person is going to look up and know what time it is based on where the moon is? They're going to know what hour it is?
Not the average person, no. The
That's
average
what I'm
person
saying.
would know by the sun.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
sunrise and the sun.
Normal people did not keep time based on glancing up at the moon and counting from midnight. That's just not how people did. Everybody in the ancient world kept time from the beginning of daybreak. Like, even the Jews. So the Jews traditionally start their day when the sun sets. That's actually the beginning of day for them. But even in Jewish literature, they repeatedly say over and over again, the 3rd hour of the day, the 4th hour of the day. And you know that they're not talking about midnight. They're talking about 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. So even Jews who officially reckoned their day starting at sundown would use the phrase, like, the 3rd hour of the day, to refer to the 3rd hour of daylight. That's just how people on a day-to-day basis behaved. Because, like, if we're just going to say, listen, well, there's a civil calendar that reckoned time in halves from midnight to half day, and so we're going to force that upon, all ancient literature. Well, then we would have to do the same thing for Jewish writings. We would have to say, okay, every time a Jewish writing says the 3rd hour, it must actually mean midnight. But we wouldn't do that, would we?
No, probably not. What you're saying is making sense. Like I don't actually disagree with what you're saying. It's for me, it's that I just don't like. I remember hearing that the Roman day would start from midnight. I think what we've kind of strayed away from is that why is John using this? And
He's not. John's not using Roman civil time accounting. He's using everyday language, just like everybody else, which is why all the translations say noon. Like the guy, like, okay, the people who are translating the New Revised Standard and the NIV and all the New King James, these are people, some of them with multiple PhDs. Like, they didn't randomly just translate it at noon because it sounded good. Like, they already did the deep dive and they gave you the translation based on what is the consensus in the field. If there was a consensus in the field that it meant something else, I mean, they would just tell you that. They have no reason to lie to you. They're Christians.
So what's the contention here?
Well, my point is this. If John is suggesting, by the way, this is not like I feel like right now you're probably thinking that I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but I promise you I'm not. This is the tip of the iceberg. So my point is this. If John was there and he was an eyewitness, we would expect his account to match the other supposed eyewitnesses. We wouldn't expect the synoptics to have him crucified at 9 a.m. And then John crucified well after noon. This is not something that I would expect. Does that make sense? Like, if they're all there, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull up the verses. I think it's Mark 15:25, isn't it?
Well, there's a couple of them for the resurrection or for the crucifixion.
It was 9. Yeah, it was 9 in the morning when they crucified him, and then John is, he says noon, doesn't it?
Yeah, John says noon and Mark 15 says 9. Yeah.
So yeah, that's like a 6-hour gap. So I mean, it's something I'd look into. Like, it's like, I'm not gonna say like I know the answer like that, but that's a big 6-hour gap. But I wouldn't say yeah, no, I wouldn't really know the answer.
I mean, and that's fair. And I'm not going to use this one thing and try to make a mountain out of it.
Jesus, because I think I left my card at the movie
Oh,
theater. No,
hold on, Dalton.
Lock it.
Oh, Dalton's talking to someone else. So my point is John contradicts the synoptics a lot. And I think this is just one of them. For example, the last words of Jesus. If you compare the last words of Jesus, he contradicts Luke, if I remember correctly. Let me grab the last words.
Sorry, I didn't realize I got brought up. I just had to drop a source. It's actually a Christian source that confirms what Justin's saying. Adam Kubish, Father Adam Kubish, from the John Paul II University in Poland, has a paper called Jewish versus Roman Reckoning of the Hours in the Gospel of John, where he confirms that it's they use the same way of counting the days, but it's just that the civil day in the Roman calendar starts at midnight, just how the civil day for Jews begins at sunset, but the reckoning of the hours begins with sunrise. So Jewish versus Roman Reckoning of the Hours in the Gospel of John by Adam Kubish, Kubis.
Kubis. I'll check them out. I know I've read sources on this, and what I need to do is actually put them in my Google Drive. I see it, the Roman versus Jewish reckoning of hours in the Gospel of John. I got the paper downloaded. Yep. The John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin and it was published in 2021. Let me save that off to my Google Drive.
This is a Christian source specifically, so it's not coming from an atheist or anything like that. It's from a Christian university as well, and it just confirms what Justin's saying here.
I'm going to put a link to that in the Deconstruction cheat sheet under resources. I'll just call it Roman versus Jewish timekeeping. That way we don't lose track of the article. But if you give me a second. If you look at most Bible commentaries, what just happened? I put the wrong link in here. Give me 1 second. Copy link address. That's what we need. If you look at most Bible commentaries, and I don't know who wrote yours. I don't know who that guy is. Never heard of him. If most of the Bible commentaries I have access to are just going to disagree. And I was kind of pulling it up because my most of my commentaries are on the Logos Bible software. And I don't have all the hard copies behind me, but I'd be curious to know if any of the modern commentaries give a detailed note on that, or if they just kind of gloss over it. You know what I mean? But nevertheless, my point is this. Sorry to get stuck in this rabbit hole, Lavi. My point is this. John seems to contradict the synoptics quite a bit. The cleansing of the temple, for example, is in chapter 2, but the cleansing of the temple is, according to the synoptics, was right before the Olivet Discourse. In Luke 23, the last words of Jesus are written down, "Father, into your hands I commend my spirit." Having said this, he breathed his last. And then John, he says, when Jesus received the wine, he said, "It is finished." Then he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. And like there's over and over again, John and the synoptics just kind of disagree on stuff. Like the number of days prior to his crucifixion that he gets anointed are different number of days. And I just feel like none of this would make sense if John, whoever's writing John, was actually there, and whoever was writing the synoptics were actually there. I feel like they should be in agreement on a lot of this material. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean, but for Luke, I'd say that's more literary spotlighting. With John, he's saying, if you don't mind bringing it back up, and then I can read it. But I don't think at all with the crucifixion that they disagree with each other. I'd say it's literary spotlighting. Like one person is focusing on another. Yeah, when the sunlight had faded and the curtain was torn in two, then Jesus crying out, saying, with a loud voice, "Father, into your hands I commend my spirit." Having said this, he breathed his last. And then I believe John goes on to say, you have it on the other slide,
Oh yeah.
don't you?
So.
John 19:30. So I'll just bring it out quickly. Yeah, and then when Jesus had received the wine, he said, "It is finished," and then bowed his head. What does Luke say again? Luke says, "Into you I command my spirit."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's something I can look up. They are two different things from the face of it. But from what I know, like there's a different one in Mark, and from like when I put them all four of them together, and I think even St. Justin Martin had a student who put them all together. I think his name was this. What's his name? Starts with a D.
I'm not sure.
And then there's also something called the four homilies of the gospel, where people have put them together. They do.
Oh no, I've got them, but they don't work very well.
Oh.
Hold on. So this is the standard edition. Like if you go to Bible college or seminary, this is what they really give you. This is called Gospel Parallels. It's a harmony of the Gospels. It's only the synoptics. They don't even include John because John is so different from the synoptics. They're not even a point. I do have one gospel harmony or gospel parallel where it does include the Gospel of John, and it's crazy to see how different John is. There's a lot of passages in John that they don't know what to do with. So, for example, like John chapter 1 tells the baptism of Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, in the baptism of Jesus, immediately after he's baptized, he goes off and gets his disciples. But in the synoptics, right after his baptism, like Mark says, he immediately after he was baptized went into the wilderness to be tempted for 40 days. And then when he comes back, he calls his disciples. So again, the Gospel of John can't seem to find much agreement with the synoptics in like the ordering of events, when things took place, who was there. And again, this would make sense if these people weren't eyewitnesses. If they were eyewitnesses, then I'd be very concerned about their mental well-being.
Oh yeah, I was just reading John again, where it says, "It is finished." With that, he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. And then he says, and then it says in Luke, "Father, yeah, into your hands I commend my spirit." So would that not just be like a homily, like a parallel? If he gave up his spirit in John, and then he says in Luke, "Into your hands I commend my spirit," would that not be a parallel?
No. They're different
Why not?
quotes.
Yeah, but John could you could say that John isn't quoting it. He's saying that he gave up his spirit, and then with Luke, it's like his literal words.
No, the question at hand is what words left his mouth. It says Jesus, crying out with a voice, said, "Father, into your hands I commend my spirit." Having said this, he breathed his last. So he said that as he was breathing his last breath. And then in John 19, he says, "It is finished." Then he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. But that means he died. That's what it means to give up your spirit.
No, he could. If anything, John could even be confirming Luke because
I don't read it that way at all.
I mean, that's how I'd read it, because I do believe that they are in parallel with each other. And if it says he gave up his spirit, then Luke writes his words. And if Luke is as he's
But
claiming,
giving up your spirit means you die. That's what that means.
Why can't it mean that he physically, like, he gave it up, like he gave up his spirit and said, "Father, into you I commend my spirit"?
That's just the ancient idiom for dying. That breathing your last breath and giving up your spirit is the same thing, because in the ancient world, your breath and your spirit were identical. Like, you probably know, you've read some Bible commentaries. You should know that ruach in Hebrew is going to be spirit or breath. Like, so the idea that you would breathe your last breath or the idea that you would give up your spirit are identical things.
What Bible commentaries like talk about that?
I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, you could probably just like reference the BDB Hebrew lexicon. That's what the word means.
Yeah, and I know. Well, actually, no, I didn't know that, but that's what the word meant. Like, you actually educated me on that today. But
In John 3, when he says where the wind blows, the word for wind there is pneuma, which is the same Greek word.
Good point.
Greek word for
Did you hear
Greek
that?
word for
So the Greek word for spirit, wind, so on and so forth, pneuma, it has the same connotation. Like, so in the ancient world, for example, if you read, well, even in the Hebrew Bible, the life that is given to Adam is given by means of breathing into him. Like, there seems to be no distinction between breath and spirit.
I know he gave up, said and gave up. Yeah, I still can't see why that can't be like a parallel of Luke. And what I was gonna say is that if Luke is from eyewitnesses that claim to have been there, or the first hearers of the words, then well, this couldn't be an old tradition that was going around. That he said, "Father, into you I commend my spirit."
Okay, let's baby step into it. What does it mean to give up your spirit?
To sacrifice your spirit, to give it away.
Nope. It means to die. When the spirit leaves your body, you're dead.
Yeah, when the spirit leaves, I've no problem saying that that you're dead. But I was like,
but the idiom to give up your spirit means that it's leaving your body and you're dying. It's not a descriptive. It's not saying that you went through a process, like a ritual, to get rid of it. That's the idiom for dying. That's why we, even in modern English, we talk about giving up the ghost. He gave up the ghost. He died. That doesn't mean like he went through an elaborate ritual to get rid of it, or he said a bunch of words. It just means he died. That's it.
yeah, I think we're gonna, and unless if I look more into it, I think we're gonna agree to disagree on this, because like for me, like it looks like a normal parallel.
Certainly isn't a parallel. It's a contradiction. One says before he died, he said another thing. The other said before he died, he said another thing. It's just a direct contradiction. It also gets the day of the crucifixion wrong, or different. In the Gospel of John, he's crucified. He dies over Passover. In the Synoptics, it's a day prior to that. There's a lot of stuff in John that doesn't make sense. Mary Magdalene sees Jesus first at the tomb before sunrise. She goes to the tomb, apparently by herself, sees that the stones rolled away, the body's gone, runs back to tell the disciples, and then comes back to the tomb with the disciples. And then she sees the resurrected Jesus, thinks it's the gardener. And then apparently, if you harmonize this with the Synoptics, that means she went again to the tomb later with the women a second time, which is preposterous, because it says that the group of women, including Mary Magdalene, went after the sun had come up, after sunrise, and were like arguing, not arguing, but discussing amongst themselves, hey, who's going to roll away the stone? Well, that's a silly thing to be debating. If Mary Magdalene was already there, she already knew the stone was rolled away. It also says that they were bringing spices to spice the body, but she would have already known that the body's gone. There's nothing there to spice.
Yeah, that one sounds like a serious contradiction. Like two things cannot coexist. Would you mind bringing it up, please?
Yeah.
I mean, I
yeah,
can
let's
type
grab.
it in. You have that really cool thing where you can bring it on your screen.
Yeah, me John 21. So it says, after these things, Jesus showed him.
I just wanted to drop that source for you, but
Thank
it looks
you,
like
man.
I left
Appreciate
my
that.
credit card at the movie theater.
Oh,
so I gotta
shit.
call them. So yeah, talk to you later, bud.
Fair enough. Thank you, buddy. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. Beginning of chapter 20. It says, early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the tomb. So the first setting we have is that it's dark, it's still dark, and it's basically the morning time. And then if you go to what is that, Matthew 27 or 28?
28.
Yeah. It says, after the Sabbath, on the first day of the week, as the first day of the week was dawning, Mary Magdalene, the mother of Mary, went to see the tomb, and suddenly there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone and sat on it. But actually, that one we want probably Mark then. Let's do. When the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they might go and anoint him. And very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb, and they had been saying to one another, who will roll away the stone? Interesting, the NRSV changed the wording from the prior edition.
Yeah, I don't really like using the online ones because like anyone can change anything.
Interesting. So, it says very early in the morning, on the first day of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen, which is fine. You can say it that way. I don't remember the NRSV saying it that way for some reason, but it still means the same thing. It says when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. So what I'm taking from this is that after the sun had already risen, Mary Magdalene and the other gaggle of women went to the tomb to spice the body. Which is weird then that we would find in verse 3 that they're debating among each other, like who's going to roll away the stone, because Mary Magdalene was already there before sunrise and she should have known. And this is confirmed at the ending of Mark. It says, later he appeared to the 11. Actually, there we go. After this, he appeared in another form. Oh, still yet further. There we go. Now, after he rose early the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, from whom he had cast out 7 demons. She went and told those who had been with him, and they were mourning and weeping. But when they heard he was alive and had been seen by her, they would not believe it. After this, he appeared in another form to 2 of them, so on and so forth. So according to the story, Mary Magdalene would have gone to the tomb first by herself before sunrise and met Jesus first, as John says. But then in the other Gospels, she's going to the tomb with the other ladies, and they're like, well, who's going to roll away with a stone? Well, she should have known already.
But in terms of not referring to the ladies, can that not just be a form of not spitting, literary spotlighting? Like, for example, back when I was in school, like years ago now, like we used to, whenever there was a fight in school, you'd have to write down, okay, who said what, who were there, and there'd be different statements, but that doesn't, like, for example, if I say this person was wearing a red coat, and somebody says, oh, he was wearing a green jumper, that doesn't necessarily mean the two things aren't true. You're focused on the very specific nuance, and the nuance is that John is really focusing on Mary Magdalene, and that when she went there, the stone had been taken away from the tomb, and then she ran back, and that's what I think John is focusing on.
No, this is not literary spotlight. She was there before the sun came up, yes or no?
She would have got there, according to the synoptic, she would have got there when the sun rised. In John
After,
it's
right?
saying, yeah, after, and then John is saying it's while it was still dark. I'll look into
Right.
that. I actually should make some points what I need to look into. But yeah, well, like I'll agree with that. Like, that's the one thing I'm like, like one says it was dark, the other says it was light, and that's something I'll look into.
Right. That does remind me too. In John chapter 19, I forgot the most important reason why we know that what's happening to Jesus is at noon and not in the middle of the night. Give me 1 second. It's buried in here. Blah, 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 blah. It's either got to be chapter 18 or 19. Might be in chapter 18. There's another marker of time that shows up in the crucifixion narrative that lets you know that this is happening during the daytime. Also, to be sure, it would, like, if it was the 9th hour. All right, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me go back to chapter 18. Trail before the high priest. Let's see. There we go. In chapter 18, just before he gets there, it says, they took Jesus from Caiaphas to Pilate's headquarters. It was early in the morning. They themselves did not enter the headquarters as to avoid ritual defilement and to be able to eat the Passover. So Pilate went out to them and said, what accusation did you bring against this man? They answered him, if this man were not a criminal, we would not have handed him, so on and so forth. So this would make a lot of sense if his first arrival to Pilate's place was sometime in the morning, and he was on trial because he has to go back and forth. He was on trial all the way up until about noon, and then they finally handed him over. Does that make sense? But like, it wouldn't make sense, right? If he arrived there early in the morning, and then a chapter later, a couple hours later, or whatever, however long the trial took, it was 6 a.m. Sun would be dark. Sun wouldn't even be up yet.
The sun not being up yet. In terms of, when you're saying the sun not being up yet, are you referring to the resurrection? Because wouldn't that be two different dates?
No. What I'm saying is,
oh, your cat is so cute.
He is really cute. Faraday is the name. So what I'm saying is, they initially transferred him from Caiaphas to Pilate. Like, they took him from one place to another. It says early in the morning, which means it must have been daylight already. Like, it would have been early in the morning, after daylight. So, and this would make a lot more sense because in the actual text, obviously it doesn't say noon. If I remember correctly, it says in the 6th hour. So if it was the 6th hour and they were counting from midnight, it would only be, roughly 6 a.m. Right? It wouldn't make sense that that they could transfer him early in the morning, and then later when he's on trial, it's still only 6 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You'd need to send me the verses for that one though, because it's John 19, and then there's another one which you'd be referring to, but I wouldn't know which one that is.
John 18:28 is the other one I got up. Now, let me. We could talk about the eyewitnesses for a long time. I think it's a fun conversation to have. However, I think one of the most damning pieces of evidence is not the fact that there were or weren't eyewitnesses. Because to be fair, let's just be honest. Whether or not they're eyewitness doesn't matter all that much to whether or not the claims being true, right? I care a lot more about whether or not the claims are true, right? Now, when I read the claims of the synoptics about Jesus, they repeatedly demonstrate that they don't know how to read the Hebrew Bible because they keep quoting it from the Greek Septuagint, and that they don't understand proper interpretive methods. for example, most of the prophecies attributed to Jesus in the book of Matthew are either A, out of context quotations from a prophet that he didn't actually fulfill, or they're not really even prophecies. So, for example, since we're talking about Christmas, we can use Isaiah 7. Everyone knows Isaiah 7, the famous passage about the supposed virgin birth. But Isaiah 7, you already know the background, I'm sure. Isaiah 7 is the Syro-Ephraimite war, where the northern alliance with the Arameans were looking to depose King Ahaz from the Judean throne and replace him with someone to be more favorable to their alliance. And God sends Isaiah to give him multiple prophecies to shore up his faith, right? And God tells him at the end of the first prophecy, he says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then we get the second prophecy, right? Now, do you already know the problem with you probably already know that it's an issue if you read it in Hebrew, right? You know that much?
Sorry, I cut out a little bit at the end, just at the end. What did so you said Isaiah's chapter 7, and I'm assuming the other one is chapter 9.
No, not chapter
with
9. Chapter 9 never gets quoted in the New Testament, actually. And there's a good reason for that. We can talk about that next. So, chapter 7 in Isaiah is clearly about the Syria-Ephraimite alliance, and they're making war against Ahaz. And so the second prophecy concerning the war says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey, by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. And then he gives you the mechanism for how that's going to happen. He says, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So he's saying the fulfillment of this prophecy is fulfilled when the king of Assyria comes through and wipes out these two kings. And the way that you know that it's from God is that he gave you a timetable. He said, this is going to happen before this child knows how to choose evil and choose good. So he's saying before the child is an adult, basically. So I don't see how Matthew can twist this to be about Jesus at all.
Where does Matthew quote it? Is it chapter 3?
Chapter 1, verse 23.
Let me read it quickly, because I think he's referring to the name, and I'd have no problem saying that is absolutely about Ahaz. But we also hold to like dual prophecies. So like in terms of his name being Emmanuel and God with us. 123. The virgins will conceive and give birth to a son, and they will call him Emmanuel, which means God is with us. It's probably better if I read the verse before as well. Genealogy, and then 22. Yeah, so all this took place to fulfill what the Lord has said through the prophet. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and they will call him Emmanuel, which means God is with us. And I would say that that definitely happened in the book of Isaiah. And I think what Matthew's he's also alluding to, and I think even church fathers allude to this, but I can't tell you from the top of my head which ones, that dual prophecy, like Christ was also God with us.
Yeah, so we agree. This is the Christian interpretation, but the problem I have with dual prophecies is a dual prophecy ignores the actual meaning of the prophecy, right? So first of all, this doesn't say anything about a virgin birth. There's no virgin birth here. Matthew doesn't understand what's happening. So in the Hebrew text, she's referred to as an alma. It says ha'ama hara, which means a pregnant young woman. So she's already pregnant. But if in fact she's not pregnant, let's say, for example, that she was a true virgin, well, it still wouldn't mean that she gave a miraculous birth. Like pregnant or virgins would conceive. Like that's what happened. They would have sex and conceive. Like, so you can say, look, this virgin will conceive and bear a son. That doesn't mean she's going to have a miraculous birth. It just means, hey, there's a chaste young lady who's going to do the thing and get pregnant. The other problem is that I think Matthew doesn't understand the Greek text all that well. So in classical Greek, Parthenos, which is what we find in the Greek Septuagint, Parthenos doesn't always refer to somebody who's entirely a virgin. Even in the Greek Septuagint, if you go to Genesis chapter 34, verse 3, Dinah, after she's been raped, is referred to as a Parthenos. And then we find in the classical Greek literature, like the writings of Homer and others, we find Parthenos is often applied to young women that are not virgins at all. So, for example, in the Iliad, one of the secret lovers of Ares, she has a child to Ares. She's referred to as a Parthenos, but she certainly wasn't a virgin. So, like, I think Matthew, at Matthew's time, sure, was it possible that the semantic range of Parthenos had narrowed? That might be true, but it's also true that it wasn't written during Matthew's lifetime. This was translated into Greek long before supposed Matthew was written, and Matthew just fundamentally couldn't read Hebrew and quoted from a Greek text and didn't fully understand the Greek text either, because it was written at a time period where the language was slightly different. Just like it's hard for us to read the King James sometimes because language shifts. Same thing with Matthew. He could read Greek, but he didn't have a good grasp on classical Greek.
I don't speak Greek or Hebrew, so and I don't want to sound rude here, but like a lot of what you said, kind of like especially when you mention the word, I can't fully like grasp it. And then when you gave a really good explanation, like I can't fully grasp it because I don't speak Greek. So like
Fair.
like
I could have been more clear. That's my fault.
With Matthew, like for me, like I've always seen it as I don't know what the scholarly interpretation is, but I think the early church even says like it's God with us, and it's God sending his son, that like his son that is the gift to mankind and what saves us, like Christ, God is with us.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is in the prophecy, right? It can't be a dual fulfillment because the original prophecy is not about a God man. It's just about God being with his people in their time of war. And there's no demigod being born in that verse. In fact, the Emmanuel comes back up in chapter 8. And the Emmanuel is clearly just a reference to God being with his people during the war.
Yeah, like so I agree with you. Like it has a fulfillment in Isaiah and in Isaiah. I do want to get onto Isaiah 9. I think is it 9:14 or yeah 9:6.
I think 6. So,
which is
but my point is this: like, I don't see how, like, even if you believe in dual fulfillments, which I don't think you should, but even if you do, I don't see how this is a dual fulfillment, because nothing from the original context can be tied to Jesus. The best you can do is say, like, there's a vague passing familiarity with some of the words here with what we find in Jesus, and that's it. But like, the other problem is, like, who gets to decide what the dual fulfillment is? Because if a dual fulfillment can be fulfilled by just having vague passing familiarity with something, then, like, I mean, it could be anything. Like, there's so many ways that there's so many like any passage in the Hebrew Bible can just now become a dual fulfillment about literally anything. In fact, I've written a list of them that could be about me. You know, as long as we don't care about the context, we can make the Bible say anything we want it to say.
I would say the Christian paradigm is that it's going to be a complete fulfillment. So it's not like half, and that's why we would refer to him as the anointed Messiah, like the anointed one, the Messiah who fulfilled these things, because he I was going to say that he fulfills not like partial of them, but all of them.
I may not understand what you're trying to say. Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. That's the problem. Like, his prophecy record's sitting at a 0 right now.
Well, I think there's one that he definitely fulfilled, which is riding to Jerusalem on a donkey. And I
Oh,
mean, I know anyone can do that, but it's like that's at least one.
so it's funny, when I first started live streaming, my favorite topic was the prophecies. And I used to, when I first started live streaming, I used to say Jesus only fulfilled one prophecy. I was like, at least he rode the donkey, right? Unfortunately, if you read the passage, it turns out he didn't fulfill that one either. Because listen to the connection. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, and shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." So the first problem we have is that he was never a king. And I get what you're saying. You're like, well, he's the king of kings, he's a spiritual king, and that's adorable, but I have no reason to accept spiritual kings, and for the same reason that you won't accept me being the spiritual king. But it goes on. It says, "He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." So I'm reading this, I'm saying, oh yeah, the reason why he's a victorious king, the thing that makes him a victorious king, is that he was a real king and that he defeated their enemies. But certainly we couldn't apply this to Jesus.
I think you can apply it to Jesus because he defeated death. Kind
It
of what
did-
you said about
It didn't say death. It says the chariots from Ephraim and the war horses. If the prophecy was that he's going to defeat death, which is he didn't because we all still die, then the prophecy should just say death. He's going to defeat death.
in terms of what does the biblical meaning from chariot of Ephraim mean?
The chariots from Ephraim mean they're war chariots. That's why it says the chariots from Ephraim and the war horses and the battle bow. These are all implements of war, right? The horses, the bow, and the chariot. These are the main methods.
Oh, okay, I have so what's the chapter? Is it Zechariah chapter
Yeah,
10 or
Zach-
chapter?
Yeah, you got it. Zechariah 9, verse 9 and 10.
Okay, I'd have to read it because I mean, if I start reading it now, I'll just hold up your live, and I'm sure there's probably at least 20 people who want to come talk to you. I mean, there's 500 people in here.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because there's another 500 on TikTok, and on my main station, because you're watching. Oh, you're on TikTok, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on
Oh, yeah.
TikTok.
Yeah, you're right. There's about 500 people watching on TikTok. I think we've got about 2,000 watching on YouTube right now. But you've done so we talked to a lot of Christians, by the way, and you've by far been one of the kindest, most polite Christians we've talked to in a long time. So you've done a hell of a job representing your side up here.
No, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
So maybe I'll ask for the last thing then. So fundamentally, my claim is this. I think that Jesus, much like Santa Claus, was a historical figure that is now dead, right? And I don't think that the resurrection, there's not a good case for the resurrection. It seems like it's similar to other resurrection accounts. And I don't think that he fulfilled any prophecies. And the fact that he claims to be the Messiah and claimed to fulfill prophecies that he never fulfilled, to me, I think lowers the odds of him resurrecting. Because if he really was that special, I think he would have fulfilled the actual messianic prophecies. If he came and fulfilled all the messianic prophecies, I think the resurrection would be a given. I don't think we'd even be debating it,
Yeah, I hear what you mean. I don't want to hold up your live for too much longer. So what I'll do is I'll give you a follow, and I'll try come back within the next 5 weeks before I come back to uni, so I can actually look at the stuff and we'll talk about it. And there was, I think, the Roman timekeeping, what was the other ones? Messianic prophecies. I'll try bring at least.
Yeah. And then do me a favor, shoot me a message on TikTok. I'll put together some sources from my commentaries as well, because I've got a good collection of commentaries on John. But I have to I'll go through them and then I'll mark them down, and we can discuss the sources when you come back.
Yeah, I'll try to come back like early January because I've got uni again on the 19th. So like,
Sure.
I gave you a follow, and I won't keep up your life for much longer. So it was nice talking to you, and I'll come back soon.
That's good to hear from you. Cheers, friend. Hey, W was nice. He was right to press me for sources, by the way. That's what you're supposed to do. We would have eventually got to Dalton's source. I knew that paper was floating around there somewhere, and I would have eventually got to my online catalog, but Dalton helped to get us there quicker. So big W to Dalton. Iskin, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, this guy's voice, Ice, sounds familiar. I think he's been here before. He's using a different name. Oh, you mean the Phil bro that was up here before? I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. G-Force says, caller is hangry. He probably needs another pretzel. You know what? I tried to give him a pretzel and he ran. For the previous guy that ran, you should have acted like the next guest who was much nicer. Vegetals, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, Jesus cannot be Santa for adults. Santa comes every year like clockwork, but we have to be waiting for Jesus for 2,000 years. And you've absolutely nailed it. That is 100% the case. Yes, Santa has a much better track record. And Ken the Skeptic says, Dr. Steve Mason talked about Acts being written after Josephus because of Acts 21:38, the Egyptian. Oh, that's actually a really good point. Because, well, we'll see. I don't know. There might be an argument against that, but that is a good point. And Hammond, thank you for the super chat, says, hi, Justin. I know that Jesus was not white, but isn't St. Nicholas considered white in today's age? He was an Anatolian Greek, and the majority of Greeks consider themselves white. Well, I thought he was from Turkey. Am I wrong? Wasn't St. Nicholas from Turkey? Maybe he lived in Turkey, wasn't born in Turkey. I'll check that. Let's see. But St. Nicholas, if you look at most of his icons, he's not like, he looks like a guy you would expect that came from Turkey. Not all of them, but certainly quite a few of them. Kind of like a bronze color, I guess you might say, olive. I would also say this too, like initially when the Greeks and the Mediterraneans came over to the USA, they weren't considered white either, actually. But this is the image I'm used to seeing for St. Nicholas. Was this guy on the right? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that he's black. I think there's a difference. What I'm saying is that he's a person of color, not a white guy, the way he's pictured today. So hopefully that clears it up. And the atheist bulldog, my friends, I said that I have a little extra cash. Here, have some. Also, thanks for hanging out the other day. Well, Big W, I really appreciate that, Dougal. You come by and hang out anytime. Jessica, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. And William, thank you for the 2222. I know the objectively moral and all good God of the Bible condemns eating shellfish, but does God ever condemn child marriage or marital rape? Not really, no. It's a weird oversight, but God was pretty busy when he made the laws. You get caught up in stuff and you just kind of lose track of things. Last super chat for now from our friend Air Force says, I just read How to Read the Bible by James Kugel. It filled so many holes, learned about documentary hypothesis, lib versus conservative interpretation by the Jews, and how the Jews have dealt with contradictions. Actually, yeah, it's a good read. Like any introduction to biblical studies or like introduction to biblical hermeneutics is going to go over a lot of this stuff. Like if you go to a Bible college or a seminary, you're going to learn about the documentary hypothesis. And speaking of which, Zach, my friend, who actually did go to school as well, welcome in.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the Deconstruction Zone with your host, the indomitable Justin. Wanted to give you a little VO for you there.
Hey,
good
thanks,
to see
buddy.
you, man. How
good
are
to see
you?
You too. You know what? I can't complain. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. You have just been absolutely crushing it lately, as always. And you're such an inspiration to me, man. Seriously. It's been really cool lately. I just created this account to be dedicated to more of these kinds of conversations and
fucking A, yeah. You're going to do some deconstruction chats then?
Yeah, yeah. I've started to have a few. I just was able to go live earlier this week, and I've had a few panels the last few days, and it's been so great, man. And you and this community have just been huge to me, man. This last year have been the accelerator moments for me in my deconstruction, and you have been as you know, a pivotal voice in that for me. So I'm just so grateful to you always.
I love it, buddy. Well, I'll tell you what, hang out with me. I'm going to get the next guest up in here. And guys, if you're not following Zach already, make sure you drop this account a follow. And Zach, you said you have another account, but that's for your voice acting, right?
Correct. Yeah. The other account, and it's in the description on this one, that's dedicated to all my voice acting stuff. And it's really been popping off a lot in that direction. So it felt right to compartmentalize.
Dope. Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Okay. Well, we've got Reverend Steve in the guest box now, and Dr. Blitz might be loading up here if he can get his connection working. But
Yes,
Reverend
Dr.
Steve, can you hear us?
I certainly can, Justin. I will report, though, that I can't hear anyone except you.
Oh, that's
Check two,
because
check two.
that's probably because of Windows is awful, and I bet it when I rebooted my computer, I bet it undid one of my settings. It did. 1 second. So there's this weird glitch inside of Windows. I bet you can hear him now. Zach, say something for us.
I still can't hear anything.
No, he didn't say anything yet.
I muted my mic. Can you hear me now? Check two. This is me, Zach Hoffman, and I'm speaking to you through Justin's TikTok account.
Oh, hold on. He couldn't hear you also because I got the wrong microphone in OBS. Restarting your computer fucks everything up. Now try it one more time, Zach.
Check two, check two. Can you hear me over in the YouTube?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
It is wonderful.
Rule number 1 with a Windows computer, never restart it. It'll fuck everything up. But also, it fixes a lot of problems. It's a weird double-edged sword, but Reverend Steve, welcome in. I'm Justin. Zach's up here with me as well. And the claim on the board tonight is that Jesus and Santa Claus are roughly analogous because they're both mythological figures that were created around a real historical figure, but I think what we know about them is largely mythological. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I've spoken to you before, and I agree that there are lots of contradictions in the Bible, and they're almost certainly caused by human error or people just not knowing things when when they were writing things. Actually, I've got to point out one other thing. That in many countries today, you can write a letter to Santa Claus and actually get a reply.
Yeah, and NORAD is tracking.
We got another one. Yeah, NORAD tracks him. Yes. Look, I mostly agree with what you were with your factual points.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to say hello. I've actually tried to join in on a couple of other live streams, but I've managed to get in just as you close your live stream. So just wanted to come in and say Merry Christmas to you.
Well, buddy, Merry Christmas to you.
And I was wondering if you could give my wife a Christmas present.
I mean, it depends on what it is, but I could be amenable to it.
Okay, well, we foster a lot of dogs, and we also collect strays. And my wife has started up a YouTube channel, and she has a whole 200 subscribers. And for Christmas, if you can get people to have a look at that, she would be very pleased.
What's the name of the channel?
If you search for @reading to my dogs, all one word, then you'll see. And there's she's done lots of shorts recently with our dogs and other people's dogs and things.
Yeah.
Like that, and cats.
Okay, so I'm subscribing
the internet
on
is
both
for cats.
accounts.
So
so here's what we're gonna do. I already subscribed on both my YouTube accounts. Friends, let's support somebody who's doing the right thing, doing a good thing for society. go to Reading to My Dogs. It's at, I'll zoom in. Let's see if it'll zoom in. At Reading to My Dogs. Let's follow the account. We love pets around here. They really do bring a certain amount of joy to the world. So anytime we can support somebody else that's doing something for these beloved animals, we want to be a part of it. In fact, give me 1 second. I want to put a link in the. I'll go here in a second and put a link in the description of the video that people can click on. All right.
You are a gentleman.
I
didn't
you,
expect
friend.
any of that.
I got you, friend. We'll take care of it.
Look, I don't have a lot to argue about the scholarship, because I tend to think scholarship is something that one should be aware of. Whilst I think that people can have faith in things, they've got to have faith with their eyes open.
Sure.
And I think it's important that people understand what the scholarship says. And from listening to your live streams, for the most part, I don't have too many arguments with the factual, with the scholarship that you bring up.
Sure.
So I'm listening to you, and it's interesting. So thank you very much. Have a Merry Christmas, and if you can let me down, I'll let you get on to someone who might want to argue with you.
Yeah, I got you, friend. Hey, thanks for stopping by. It's good to hear from you. And friends, go follow our friend's channel. We're gonna link to it, and we definitely want to support other people doing good work. Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Reverend Steve. He's a nice guy. It's been a minute since we got to talk, though. I forget what we talked about last time Reverend Steve was up. I'm going to grab just 3 supers, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. No Malarkey says, watching my wife. Oh, sorry. Words were not in there that I just spoke. Watching from the postpartum room with my wife. There we go. And a new baby girl. I'd love to hear that. We both can't wait to raise this girl free from the nonsense we were raised in. I love it. And babies are amazing. I know not everyone wants to have children, but fucking babies are so cute. Puppies, kittens, and babies, man. Move the Stars says, it's funny to me how even the Gospels, Jesus seems to get frustrated with his disciples for not comprehending things, yet we're expected to believe the interpretations of his encrypted messages. Such a good point. Jesus was like exasperated at like how slow his disciples were to catch on to shit. But then those were the people that were tasked to save the entire world. And Move the Stars, thank you for 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. And D Monzo, thank you for 10 DC Debate memberships. That is huge, my friend. All right, let's get our next guest in here. I think it's going to be, I think it's Jerry Garcia. I think Dr. Blitz is with us now, too.
So grateful for.
I am.
Hello, Dr. Blitz. Good to see you, buddy.
How's it going?
Yeah,
likewise.
Huh?
Feels like it's been forever.
You know what? It's been a hot minute, but we're going to be, I think all 3 of us are live this Sunday morning, right? Did we confirm if we're available?
I mean, I am.
Dope. Can't wait. Should be exciting. Guys, make sure if you're following Dr. Blitz or me or Ian and you're not following Unapologetic, now's a good time to do it. Let's get Goonerstad in here. Gooner, are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I'm over 18.
And do you believe in Jesus?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I do believe in Jesus.
Okay. And do you believe like the version of Jesus as it's told in the Bible?
Yes, I do.
So my claim tonight is that Jesus and Santa Claus are analogous because they're both mythological characters that are roughly based on historical characters. And some of the points of crossover are interesting. You know, both of them are going to judge you on a throne, and they're collecting your good and bad deeds. And Santa's even counting them twice. And then also, like, if you're bad, Santa will give you coal and if you're bad, Jesus will turn you into coal. So that's kind of important, different thing there. Both of them have magical helpers, and both of them get to defy the laws of physics. And there's a bunch of other crossovers as well. Both of them, have a kingdom that's only spiritual. You can't really test it. It's not really empirical. And we can go over some more things. Now, I could be wrong. It might be that Jesus actually is still alive. He's like ruling and reigning somewhere, in like a real kingdom, not a magical kingdom. What would be the evidence of this?
Well, it's difficult to have an evidence for it, to be fair. But it was there are historical records that testified about the existence of Jesus. Um, those historical records are the things we could hold on to, that we could look at and say, um, even though we can't say 100% for sure because none of us was alive then. But then we could take the words that was claimed by this Jesus and see how it applies to our lives and how maybe it is true or not true to our lives. So asking about evidence is a bit difficult to prove that one.
So, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it's basically impossible to prove. But I would be willing to accept evidence in lieu of proof. In fact, I don't think there's many things you can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. But what is the evidence that you think would move the needle closer to it being true?
Well, if you read the teachings of Jesus and the things he said about the world, how we should live, why we should live, what we should live for, if you apply those things or see people who honestly, now this is the key part, honestly apply them, you will come to understand why he said it and where he was heading to. Now, this is the challenge, right? With proving Jesus is Jesus's aim was not for us to prove him or not
So
or disprove him.
I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Are you saying that the evidence of Jesus being alive right now is that his followers they are doing stuff that's unique and special?
No, that's not the word I used. So they're not doing stuff unique and special. They're
So
doing
like their
stuff
lives are
different.
getting better, or
They're doing
like
stuff differently.
that's what unique means?
Well, if you tailor it down, unique doesn't just mean differently. It means something that is not that is sparkling, or something um that is like glitters in a way. So when you have four different people or five different people and you say one person is unique, you're not basically saying that person is doing something different, because five of them could be doing something different, but you're looking at one and saying, of all of these people doing something different, this person's own difference is glitters in a way, if that makes sense.
The definition of
So
unique is being one of its kind or unlike anything else. What are you going to say, Dr. Blitz?
I was just gonna say, so like, are you telling me that when we say that Hitler was uniquely evil, that he was like glittering evil?
Now, when I say glitter, I'm not
Fucking
saying
glitter
it's
Hitler is wild.
I'm not saying
They even call him
it's
Glittler.
Glittler.
Glittler is fucking off the chain, dude.
Oh, somebody's gonna make that.
Oh boy. We got a new hashtag.
Yeah, Glittler.
Sorry about that.
So I said what I said. I didn't say it was unique. I said they were doing something different.
But they're the same. There's no distinction. And to be
Well,
sure, every religious leader is doing something different. That's why they're different
yes,
religions.
yes, I
So like
agree. But I'm
so
saying
I
that
failed to see how
Jesus,
this argument matters.
it matters because Jesus is different from the other different, if that makes sense. So
It's a
I agree,
different.
it's different, yeah.
Dr. Blitz, you're the math guy. Is there? This is like a double negative situation, isn't it?
Well, in Russian, a double negative is still a negative, so maybe that's what's happening here?
Maybe. I've never heard of a different.
So
Yeah, me
you
neither.
must remember that Jesus claimed, he said, my peace I give you, not as the world gives. So Jesus has looked at the world and has said that the people in the world that we live in have ways they give their peace, for instance. And that could be a million ways, a billion ways. And he says mine is different. So everyone could have a different way of approaching it. But he's also saying I have a different way of approaching it. That's what I mean by different.
Right. And it's certainly, you think Muhammad had a different way as well?
Well, I don't so much know too much about Muhammad. I know a bit, one or two, but yeah, he had a different way.
Okay. Was it different or different?
It was different. They're all different.
You see the problem with that?
What is the problem?
Your claim of different is supposed to be evidence or validation of its authenticity.
No, the claim is not in the fact that everyone has something different. The claim is what is Jesus' difference. Okay, let me put it this way, right?
Well, okay,
You have-
let's just pause.
Okay.
We don't believe that Jesus is undifferent. We agree that Jesus is different. What we care
Yeah.
about is why does it matter? How does this Jesus being different have to do with him still being alive?
That's a good question. So, why it has to do with him being alive is he claims that they have claims rather that when he died, he rose again from the dead, and there were eyewitnesses for about that testified of this. That's his different, but that's not
That's
that's
not different. There were 11 eyewitnesses of the golden tablets for Joseph Smith. Like,
Sorry?
having witnesses isn't make you religion different. Every religion has claimed witnesses.
I mean, the
that's
Jewish religion has 2.5 million claimed witnesses.
Yeah,
See?
but yeah, that's the point you were making about different. But the point I'm making is what makes Jesus' own separate? Like what differentiates his?
But nobody cares if he's different. We care about if his claims are true. What
Yeah, but-
would lead one to believe that his claims were true when he said things that were demonstrably false?
Things like what?
Like he said his second coming was going to be within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't come back. He says that he fulfilled Isaiah 61 in Luke chapter 4. He clearly did not fulfill it. He says that no man has ascended to heaven other than himself, when we know Elijah and Enoch both did. Like, he's a goof. This is a mythological figure. The real Jesus, if there was a real rabbi in the first century named Jesus, he wouldn't be making these blunders.
Well, the thing is, Jesus claimed that he ascended into heaven. Yeah, because by the time when Jesus was alive, and when Enoch and Elijah, which you mentioned, died, they didn't go to heaven.
Yeah, you're wrong. It says word for word that he ascended to heaven in 2 Kings chapter 2. It says he ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. I think verse 11 maybe says.
Yeah, that was it, 11.
Oh, did I go right by it? As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
That's way more impressive than just floating up into the sky, by the way.
Yeah.
I like the whirlwind rather than the slowly lifting.
Well,
whirlwind's badass.
Don't forget the chariot of fire. Like, that's
fucking
what?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, the chariot of fire is crazy.
Sick.
If Jesus was a Hebrew Bible reader and he was a rabbi, he would know this. Like, Jewish rabbis don't know. Like, they all know about Elijah. They're not confused.
So if you read the challenges, this topic, I'm not so vast at it, but if you read about heavens, there are different heavens. There are first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, and seven, up to seventh
Oh
heaven.
yeah, and where are they?
So they are more like they're in the atmosphere, like more like in the spirit realm. Different layers in the
No,
spirit realm.
that's not true. Nope. The layers of
Well, what is
heaven
it?
are what's just below the firmament. The firmament was the outer layer of heaven. In Genesis,
Yeah.
when God creates the firmament, the dome
Mhm.
over top of the other heavens, he calls the firmament heaven as well. So that's the outer layer, and that's where God lives. God lives, according to Psalm 150, verse 1, just on the upper side of the firmament, which is why when we see people encountering God, they're like at the top of the firmament. Like there's no mystical kingdom far away, like in the Hebrew Bible as it relates to God. Like the heavens is literally the sky above your head. That's
Well,
why it
that
talks
is
about the birds of the heavens. It's the same thing.
yeah, but there's also heavens in the spirit realm.
No, there's not. No,
There's
that's
also a
something
heaven.
that's something that people made up many years later. Psalm 150 says, "Praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament." The place of God's throne in the Hebrew Bible is just on the upper side of the firmament, which is the most outer layer of heaven, which is why the ancient rabbis talked ad nauseum about what it was like on the other side of the firmament where God's throne was. They debated how thick the firmament was. They debated how the firmament was attached to the earth. They even debated, like, if there's water on the other side of the firmament, as it says in Genesis, how does God live there? They said, obviously, there's a pocket of air between the firmament and the water that God lives in. Like all the ancient Jews believed that the earth was a flat disc with a dome over top of it, and God's throne was just at the top of it. That's it.
Well, but the thing is, so the reason I joined this live, right? There's a whole lot we could go into. There's a whole lot we could talk about. There's a whole lot of details we could talk about. But then the thing is, when you talk about Jesus is Santa Claus for adults, the
Mhm.
reason I joined the live was to say that there's more about Jesus than there is for Santa Claus. There's
Well, I
more
disagree.
when it comes to yeah, I know, but there is more when it comes to how he affects our lives, how he affects the world in general,
No,
and how
I've got Christmas spirit. Santa Claus affects my life in the real world right now.
yeah, but
The
Christmas
Yeah,
spirit
Christmas
but
is
spirit's
not
living
he
inside
has
of
the
me.
Holy Spirit.
yeah, but
The Holy
Christmas
Spirit's living
spirit,
inside of Goon.
but Christmas spirit
But you're
is
supposed to
not
be on my side here. What are you doing? You're debating for the wrong side.
I'm sorry, I get confused sometimes.
He's
yeah,
trying to he's trying to
but
make it a little more challenging for you.
True.
but Christmas having a Christmas spirit is supposed to be about having the spirit of the birth of Jesus Christ, right? It's not just
No, I
about
don't think so.
having. That's what it's supposed to be because it's a celebration of the
Where's
birth
that
of
in the
Jesus.
Bible?
It's a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ.
Where's in the Bible does it say anything about a Christmas spirit? A Christmas spirit is a mythological invention.
But they're supposed to be celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ.
I agree, but that's only if you're a Christian. Christmas, the holiday, Yuletide, had been around even prior to Jesus. That's why we have all the pagan influences. That's why you've got Christmas trees. Why it's a winter solstice, my man.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm saying. You're supposed to be celebrating the birth of Jesus, but if you are not, then you've missed the whole point. Now the thing
No,
is,
I didn't miss the point. The whole point is presents. Cartman said so. Prophet Cartman on South Park told us that Christmas is about presents.
Jesus was not about celebration of his birth, or he was more about.
They brought him presents at his birth. The dude got fucking gold.
Yeah, that's what they brought him. That's not what he
I
asked them to
know.
bring.
Well, he didn't have
if
to ask him.
someone,
That's what they did.
Yeah, but if someone brought something to me and you just brought it when I'm still an infant,
Did they reject
I
it?
can't even make. That was not Jesus. That was his parents,
Did
though.
did they reject the gifts?
That was not Jesus. His parents didn't.
To be
I
clear, you're not
know.
supposed to ask for gifts.
My question was, did they reject it? Clearly, they is the
No,
parents. Unless you think
no,
Jesus
they
is a
didn't.
they, which there is an argument for that. I can give you the argument for why Jesus should be a they.
No, they didn't reject it.
There you go. Then that means it's appropriate to give gifts on Christmas.
No,
So
it's
my
appropriate to
point
give.
is this, and you're getting way off pace here, by the way. My point is this: Jesus is dead. He's gone. He's been dead for 2,000 years. Saint Nicholas is dead. He's gone. They're both mythological figures now. They don't exist anymore. They didn't revive. They didn't resurrect. They're not doing miracles today. And just because Christians feel a way doesn't mean anything. I feel a way when we have gift giving in the Christmas spirit, and we're taking care of people, and we're feeding feeding the poor, and housing the homeless. This to me is Christmas spirit. I love it. But that doesn't mean that Saint Nicholas is really alive.
Yeah, but did any eyewitness say Saint Nicholas was alive?
We know he's alive, and it's also irrelevant because there's no eyewitnesses to Jesus being alive.
No, they are. The Matthew, Mark, Luke,
No,
and John. The
Matthew
books that were
didn't
written.
write Matthew. It's an anonymous gospel. Luke tells you he's not an eyewitness. John, the authors identified themselves in the last chapter. They're clearly not eyewitnesses either. There's multiple authors. And Mark wasn't an eyewitness to shit. That's the cousin of Barnabas, and that's if you think Matthew wrote Matthew.
No.
Although
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean, they
who's
wrote about
echoing?
the Gospels.
What's wrong with your phone, Gunnar? Turn your
Yeah, let me.
speakerphone way down.
Is that better?
Yeah. So the reality is, the Gospels are anonymous documents. Authorship was applied to them way after the fact. And
They talked
again,
about.
even if Mark wrote Mark wasn't an eyewitness.
They wrote about the life of Jesus, and he had disciples who.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't address my claim at all. Mark wasn't an eyewitness. Matthew copied directly off of Mark, which is preposterous. Why is Matthew, first of all, his name's not on it. If Matthew wrote Matthew, why is he copying directly from Mark, a guy who wasn't fucking there? Why wouldn't he just tell his own version of events?
But that doesn't change anything. If that you copied from someone doesn't mean that something is wrong.
It does. If you're there, why are you copying somebody else's story who wasn't there?
But think about it this way, right? If you're copying someone's story
I have.
who wasn't
That's
there.
why it's preposterous.
Yeah, but you were there, right? So why would you copy someone's story who wasn't there? That's the question you asked.
Exactly. If you were there, you wouldn't need to copy anyone's story.
Yeah,
You
but
would
if you're
just tell
copying
it from your
someone's story-
perspective as though you were there. You wouldn't be copying from somebody else.
He's because the story he's copying is not a wrong story because the person who is copying was there. You just
No,
said it.
Mark wasn't there.
No, you said
Mark
he
was not a
copying from-
disciple.
No, I'm not
I think
saying
you're
Mark didn't
confused
do
about who Mark is. First of all, Mark didn't write Mark. We have no evidence that Mark wrote Mark. That being said, even if Mark wrote Mark, he was not there. He didn't witness anything. He wasn't there. Mark was not a follower of Jesus.
Mark wasn't there, but there were other followers of Jesus, right?
Like who? Name them.
Like Peter, right?
Did Peter leave us a gospel account? Peter
Like,
doesn't tell us shit about Jesus's life. We know next to nothing from supposed First Peter about Jesus's life, and I don't think Peter wrote Peter, but that's a whole nother story. But even if he did, he doesn't tell us anything helpful. We have 4 gospels. They're all anonymous. Mark wasn't there. He wasn't an eyewitness to anything. Luke tells you he wasn't an eyewitness. John didn't write John. Matthew didn't write Matthew, which means we don't have eyewitnesses to anything. We have second, third, and fourth hand accounts. And it's meaningless. Even if they were primary eyewitnesses, I have no reason to believe that they're true. There were 11 primary first-hand accounts of Joseph and the golden tablets, Joseph Smith. Do you think that Joseph Smith received golden tablets from the angel Moroni?
Yeah, but if the eyewitness says he did, we have to believe the eyewitness, no?
So then you're Mormon now, huh?
No, what I'm saying is we need
But
to if the
yeah, I don't
eyewitness
think
who
you
was
understand what
there,
I said. Try to focus up, Goon. There were 11 witnesses that attested to the golden tablets of Joseph Smith. Do you believe that Joseph Smith received golden tablets?
if they attested to it, then yes, I believe it.
So then you're Mormon.
Better
I'm not
put on your
Mormon because
secret
I
underwear.
believe. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
gonna
Mormon because I believe
definitely gonna
one
need
part
underwear
of
for this
something.
one.
I'm not Mormon because I believe
Those
one part
underwear
of
are
a thing,
comfortable.
right? If you
Oh,
if you
I
if
bet.
you attest,
Are they
if you
cotton?
attest,
I think it's like an organic cotton blend, but yeah, it's pretty nice.
I could go for some cotton, like lycra, like stretchy magic underwear.
Yeah, I heard you can use the extra stretch.
Oh, so Gunnar, the reality is we have witnesses claiming all kinds of preposterous claims. We have like mass hallucinations, what we call witnesses for UFO abductions. We have many witnesses of Bigfoot. We have tons of witnesses that Aristeus resurrected. We have tons of witnesses that claim that Vespasian healed a guy with a lame leg using the power of Serapis. Witnesses aren't helpful. They say things that are untrue a lot.
but they also could say things that are true.
Well, they also say things that are untrue, which is why I don't accept them as
Yeah,
good evidence.
which is why you should, if you want to explore truth or lie, you take what the witness have said and practice it or put it to test. That's
No,
what I'm
you don't
saying.
have to practice it. You can just see if they're telling things that are true, and they're not. For example,
No,
Matthew, right? Matthew starts out his gospel like a buffoon. The beginning of Matthew's gospel has got like 5 errors just in the first chapter. So, for example, like in the most egregious, the one that we don't get to talk about enough, is that he can't count. Dude couldn't even count. So, in his lineage of Jesus, he reckons that there are 14 generations from Abraham to David, and from David to the deportation, another 14 generations, and 14 generations from the deportation to Jesus. But if you just count the generations, you've got a lot of problems. The generations from Babylon to the Messiah, there's only 13 of them. There's not 14. He double counted Jeconiah because he's an idiot that can't count. Also, in the from the deportation back to David, there's not 14 generations. There is in fact 18 generations, and he left 4 people out. So it says here that Jehoshaphat was the father of Joram, and Joram was the father of Uzziah. That's not true. Joram wasn't the father of Uzziah. There are 3 other kings, 3 other people between Joram and Uzziah. And then he says that Josiah was the father of Jeconiah. That's not true. Josiah was the father of Jehoiakim, and Jehoiakim was the father of Jeconiah. Like, the guy's he's a goof, and he traced the lineage through Jeconiah. Jeremiah 22 literally says that all of his descendants are cursed, that none of them will be able to sit on the throne of King David, which means that disqualifies Jesus. Matthew has no idea what he's doing. He's a goof. So why should we trust this account from Matthew when he can't even be trusted to read his Hebrew Bible?
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I'll give that.
Fair enough. Like, I realize that, like, it might sound like it's a powerful argument just to say that there were eyewitnesses, but eyewitnesses are meaningless to me. When I read these accounts and I can demonstrate over and over again that they say things that are just not true, well, at some point I have to ask myself, like, I don't give a fuck if these are eyewitness accounts or not. They just keep saying things that are untrue. Like, I have no reason to trust what's in this book. And so, case in point, since we're talking about Christmas, let's take a look at like Matthew 2:14 through 16, because can't even get his birthright, by the way. We'll talk about that. Well, that echo's driving me crazy. But in Matthew, it says when they had to escape because Herod was going to kill all the babies in Bethlehem. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his brother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. And there's two problems with this, namely that, one, this means Jesus was born prior to the death of Herod, which would be prior to 4 BCE. But Gospel of Luke chapter 2 says that he was born during the census of Quirinius, which is at least a decade apart. So they can't both be true. One of them's wrong. But also, there's no prophecy about the Messiah coming out of Egypt. If you go to the quotation here, out of Egypt I've called my son, it's not actually even a prophecy. The prophecy of Hosea 11 starts in verse 5. Verses 1 through 4 are history. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk. I took them by the arms, so on and so forth, right? So Matthew's like inventing prophecies where they don't even exist. Do you see the problem with that?
Yeah, again, like I said, it's a good point. But you see, but like we're talking about when it comes to eyewitnesses, you need to look at all the accounts. Like Matthew didn't just write chapter 1 or 2; he wrote down up to so many chapters. You put them all together on percentage, how much of it is true? How much of it can you find frailties in? Because again,
We
Matthew,
can't prove it to be true. That's the problem. Like if you go
yeah,
to the Gospels and say, okay, how much of this can I prove to be true? Almost none of it. Like you have to take it on faith. However, I can prove demonstrably that Matthew gets a lot of stuff wrong, like a ton of stuff that he should never get wrong. Like, so for example, Matthew 27, right? Matthew 27, there's this interesting thing that Jesus does. Jesus tries to make a case to the Pharisees that he is fulfilling, like, I don't know, he's not fulfilling a prophecy, but that David wrote about him in Psalm 111. And so, did I say Matthew 27? I didn't mean to say Matthew 27. I meant to say Matthew 22. 22 or 21. I don't know why I put 27 in there. There we go. Matthew 22 says, he asked the Pharisees, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, how is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. But like, okay, so what I would expect then is that when I go back to like what he's quoting from, it roughly means what he says it means, but it doesn't at all. Like, so it's going to be Psalm 110, which is why your Bible cross reference is going to say Psalm 110. And if you just read Psalm 110, it's not a prophecy about King David. I mean, it's to King David, about King David, but it's not from King David. Jesus words it as though King David is speaking the prophecy, but it's not actually what's happening. If you go to the Psalm 110 Hebrew text, it's clear that it's an oracle to King David. It starts out, Le Devi Mizmor, which means of David, a psalm. And then it says, Ne'um Yahweh Le'adni, which means this is going to be translated as an oracle or an utterance. An utterance of who? An utterance of Yahweh to my master. So it's a prophecy to King David, and it doesn't say what Jesus said it says. Jesus says that it says the Lord said to my Lord, but that's not what it says. He has to invent that reading. It comes from the Greek Septuagint, by the way, but the embarrassing part is in the Greek Septuagint, Psalm 110 doesn't even say what he thinks it says. The Lord, Ha-Kyrios, means the first one, Yahweh. It's a covering for the divine name. The second one just means the king, my master the king. That's all. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but what David was saying was the master,
Well, he
his
didn't. No,
master.
David didn't say anything. David's not
Psalm
speaking
110,
here.
yeah? Psalm
David is
110.
not speaking in Psalm 110.
You said of David a psalm, right?
Yes, it's about David. It's a prophecy, a psalm about David. It says, the Lord said to my Lord, which is Yahweh said to my Lord. Yahweh said to the king. That's what you call the king in the Hebrew Bible. Look up the usage of my Lord in the Hebrew Bible. You'll find it used of the king. So many times you'll lose track counting. This is a saying from Yahweh to my king, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. That's the promise that was made to David. That comes true. Go to 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 3, and Solomon tells you that it came true. And then it says, the Lord sends out from Zion your mighty scepter. Well, who has scepters? Kings have scepters. It's a rule in the midst of your foes. That's what kings do. Your people will offer themselves willingly on the day that you lead your forces on the holy mountains. Yes, that's what David did. David led the forces in battle on the holy mountain. This is a prophecy to King David. David's not speaking here. Whoever wrote Matthew chapter 22 they're a goof. I refuse to believe there's a real Hebrew rabbi that couldn't read Hebrew and was reliant on the Greek text, and then, even being reliant on the Greek text, couldn't figure out who was speaking.
So the question is, Gooners, in light of this, do you still find Matthew reliable?
Oh yes, I do. It's more about what his words about Jesus than any other thing. Like, so the thing about all of this, right, is they have
Well,
explanations, but
what did he say that was true? Well, I can show you all the stuff he says that's false. Show me something he said that's demonstrably true.
the parables that Jesus spoke,
How do we know he spoke those?
how do we know he didn't? That's what I'm trying to say, because you got
That's
one or
not how
two.
that works. I said, show me something that is demonstrably true. It's not demonstrably true by saying, well, how do you know he didn't do it? Like, how do you know that I'm not Santa Claus? That's a dumb thing to say. How can you demonstrate that Jesus spoke any of those parables?
Well, I can't demonstrate that Jesus spoke any of them.
Right. So that's why I asked you, what in this book, in the Gospel of Matthew that we're in right now, can you demonstrate to be true? Not stuff that you believe is true, but stuff that legitimately is true and you can demonstrate it.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 3.
All right, let's do Matthew 5, the Sermon on the Mount. Okay. It'd be rough.
Blessed are the poor in spirit,
Yeah.
for
Did he
theirs is
say
the
that?
kingdom of heaven. Did Jesus say that?
Yeah.
While you're pulling that up, it just strikes me that though you concede that there are multiple accounts where Matthew is unreliable, you still find it to be generally reliable historically.
It's not. So this is the thing, right? And this is the challenge I have with people who don't believe in God is the thing about the Bible is
I didn't say I didn't believe in God.
no, it's clearly you don't.
I don't believe in your God. Like I could be a Jew and not believe in your God.
Sorry, okay,
I could believe in the Greek gods. I could believe in all kinds of different gods, and it still wouldn't make your stuff true.
I rephrase. This is my challenge with people who don't believe in Jesus.
There you go.
This is my challenge with people who don't believe in Jesus is the things that were written about Jesus and for Jesus are not things you read as though you're reading a literature. There are times in the Bible where it says the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. And that's why I started by saying that the heaven you talk about, the one you speak about, or the one you don't know exists, you say it doesn't exist. It's not like the tangible things we know about. These things are in the spirit realm. Now, yes, I can't prove them to you. I can prove them to you, but there are things you
Well,
have to
why would
experience.
we believe it then? If I said, listen, you just have to take Muhammad by faith. You just have to believe what he says by faith. Would you do that?
Yes, and this is why. Let me tell you why.
No,
Because
you
let me
wouldn't.
tell you why. Because
Do you
when
think
you
that
take
Muhammad split the moon
Mormon.
in two?
when
He's a
you take
Mormon
what
and a
someone
Muslim.
says and
Yeah, he's a
practices what
Mormon
someone
and a
says,
Muslim. That's a crazy combination.
I'm scared.
when you take what someone says and put it to test and it doesn't produce results, then you can turn around and say what you said is wrong. Now, even now, because we can't
But
just
listen,
say,
you keep getting off on this tangent about results. No one gives a shit. No one cares if you think becoming a Christian improves your life or gives you some results. That's bullshit. No one cares.
it's understandable for you not to care.
Every religion has claims that it improved their life. I don't care. No one cares.
Well,
I'm asking you
it's
about
normal.
what's true, and it certainly isn't true just because it somehow found a way to improve your life. It also hurts people. There's been more Christian wars in the last 2,000 years than any other religion that I can even fucking count. Maybe the Muslims come in second place. The reality is,
if you
whether or not it improves your life says nothing about whether or not this is true. So, do you
yeah,
have
but
like
but
any type of argumentation or any type of evidence that would lead us to believe that the stuff in this book is true, other than it makes you feel good in your tum tum?
but that's the claim Jesus made, that this is how you know them, by their fruits, and that's the point I'm trying to make. That's why I'm
I
saying
agree. I agree.
it's
That's
good.
why Christians get up here and they're like sometimes the most vile human beings on earth.
Well,
Because you'll
those
know
ones
them
are
by
not.
their fruits, and the fruits are not good. And I know you're the only real Christian. Every other Christian is fake Christian. You're the only real Christian.
So the thing about the Bible is it's not like a literature where you go, oh, I know the Greek to this and I know there are deeper meanings to this, that when you practice, or not even practice, when you try to see the things Jesus says play out, you will understand why he said them. You will see
No,
the
I
reason why he said
disagree.
them.
I disagree
Okay.
entirely. I think he said this stuff. In fact, I don't even think he said this shit. Most of the stuff that's attributed to him, I have no reason to believe he even said it. And the stuff that he says is demonstrably untrue. The meek will not inherit the earth. He says in Matthew chapter 6 that you shouldn't even worry about what you eat or drink or what clothes you'll wear, that God will provide it for you. Yet 3 million children die every year of starvation. Jesus' words are not true. They're demonstrably false on every page.
Yeah, but the death of things and people on the human beings is not on Jesus.
No, it's not. That's not on human beings. Jesus told you not to worry about what you eat or drink or wear.
But he said something first before he said that. He said, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness.
I know, but that's meaningless. There are children dying right now that are dying because they don't have any food and their parents are Christians and they're begging and pleading with God by the minute to somehow find a resolution, and yet that child's going to die anyways.
This is why I said you can't just say what someone says is wrong without understanding what he says. If he
I
says,
understand.
If he says seek ye first the kingdom of God,
try this. I addressed it and you weren't listening. This is why you're a really frustrating person to talk to, because you don't hear the words that come out of my mouth. Like, I respond directly to the words coming out of your mouth, and then you ignore what I'm saying. I already addressed this fact. I know that Jesus said, seek ye first the kingdom and all things will be added unto you. Every fucking person knows that who's ever read Matthew. What I said is that means every child who ever died of starvation, their parents couldn't have been Christian, but that's not true. There are Christian parents that are starving right now. There are Christian parents with children that will die of starvation today, the 24-hour period that we're in right now. They are seeking the kingdom. They do love Jesus, and that child is going to starve.
Okay. First of all, I apologize if you think I'm being frustrating. I'm trying my best, right? I might not be as articulate as you are, but I'm trying. Now, this is what I mean when I say understand what Jesus meant by seeking the kingdom. Seeking the kingdom is not going to church. It's not reading your Bible. It's not
I didn't
knowing
say
that God
it.
exists.
We'll try this again, Gooners. You're not paying attention. Do you believe that every child right now this year that's going to die of starvation, that their parents were fake Christians, that they weren't seeking the kingdom?
It's not about the parents. That's what I'm
It
trying to
is.
say.
Well,
It's more than
as it turns
seeking the
out,
kingdom
babies
is
can't seek ye for the kingdom first.
it's more
Babies
than the
aren't
kingdom.
kingdom seekers.
The
So
kingdom
obviously
is
this has to apply to their parents because babies can't do it.
seeking the kingdom is more than a parent.
Can
Seeking the
babies do
kingdom,
it?
no, they can't. But
Okay,
seeking the
then
kingdom,
who can do it?
who can do seeking the kingdom is a conglomerate of Christians. It's not
There you
just
go.
about.
Okay, so
I'll give
adults
you an
can do
example.
it. Okay. And
I'll
do
give.
babies starve because adults don't have food for their babies, yes or no?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do you believe that those adults with babies that are starving, none of them are seeking the kingdom?
A few of them are seeking the kingdom, but
A
it's more
few
than
of
that.
them. Is that so? A
Yes,
few of them.
yes, it's more
How
than
many?
that.
How many? How did you come to this conclusion?
How I came to the conclusion is if you see how people claim to seek the kingdom of God, it's not how we are supposed to seek the kingdom. That's what I'm trying to say.
You didn't say anything yet. I said, how did you determine that these starving children had parents who weren't seeking the kingdom?
Because they're not doing seeking the kingdom the way we're supposed to seek the kingdom.
How do you know that? That's what I'm asking. How did you come to that conclusion?
Because Jesus explained how to seek the kingdom. He said, "This is how
No,
you
no, no.
seek
I
the
didn't
kingdom."
ask you about Jesus. Pay attention to my words. How do
Yeah, but you
you, as a human being, know that 3 million parents aren't seeking the kingdom? What did you
because
do to uncover this information?
it's not about what you do; it's about what you see.
I
When you
asked
see someone,
you, what did you do to find this information?
I looked, I researched, and I saw, and I watched the news. I
Where?
hear
Where did you
people.
research? Show me. Show me the research that you did that demonstrates that the children dying of starvation have non-Christian parents. I got the
I
internet
didn't say,
open right now. Give me the
didn't
research.
say they have non-Christian parents. I said
I'm waiting.
it's not just a parent thing.
Well, it has to be the parent thing because the parents are the only ones that are capable of seeking the kingdom, given that babies can't.
Where did you come with? How did you come to that conclusion or that definition of seeking the kingdom?
Because babies are babies.
It's not about the babies. It's
They can't
about
even talk.
it's about
Oh,
adults,
some of them can
not
talk.
babies.
I agree. It's about the adults. Finally, we got there. There
Exactly.
are babies right now that are dying of starvation because their parents don't have
Adults.
food to feed them.
If you,
We agree. They're adults. Yes, we agree. Parents are typically adults. And the problem is the vast majority of them are actually Christian.
yes, but saying you're a Christian is not seeking the kingdom. I said this before.
And again, you have no idea what these people are doing. I asked you, by what means did you determine that these parents are not seeking the kingdom?
Jesus said.
Jesus said what?
Jesus said.
Okay, so it's
Jesus said.
true. It's only true because Jesus said it. That's a circular argument. You're saying that
No,
Jesus' words are true because Jesus said they're true, right? I'm saying that
no.
they're not true. What I'm saying is that there are children right now, 3 million of them, dying of starvation every year. And the vast majority of them come from Christian families. And for you to get up here and say, oh, well, they're not real Christians, which is why Jesus wouldn't help them, is absolute brain rot. Like, this is the most brain numbing apologetic you could possibly have for this problem. Also, right now, 54% of the Haitian population is considered malnourished. The Haitian population is 97% Christian.
What
Are
does
you telling me
Christian
that?
mean?
Are you telling me that only half of the Haitian population that are Christians are doing it right?
What does Christian mean? Explain to me what you know by Christian. Because I
It's the
think
same
that
thing you are. The Christian is exactly what you are. I know you like to think that you're the only Christian that's doing it right. Everybody else couldn't be a real Christian, but that's
never said that.
preposterous. Like the amount of
Never said
hubris
that.
you have to get up on a live stream in front of like 3,000 people and claim that the Haitian parents that have starving children aren't real Christians. If they were real Christians, then God would let their baby live. But since they're not good Christians like you, those babies got to starve.
I never said that. You're twisting the words. I only asked you who is a Christian. Tell me what a Christian is like.
You and the Haitians are Christians.
I never said that.
I said that. You and the Haitians are both Christians. A Christian
but
is a
that's
person
this is
who identifies themselves as a Christian. A Christian is a person who did Romans 10, 9, and 10. They confess with their mouth and they believe in their heart that Jesus Christ is Lord. That's what it means to be a Christian.
no, that's
97%
not
of
what
the
it means
Haitian
to be a Christian.
population have done that.
That's not what it means to be a Christian.
That's what it
Jesus,
says.
this is why I was saying Jesus said, and you caught me.
No,
Jesus,
what you're trying to do is you're trying to do a no true Scotsman on the entire population of Haiti, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing
what
that you're going to get up here and tell me that all of the Haitian population with starving children right now, the malnourished children, all of them are fake Christians. Is that your
yeah,
claim? Is your claim that every child right now in Haiti who doesn't have the food that they need, it's only happening because their parents aren't real Christians, they're only fake Christians?
my claim is everything on earth that is going on wrong, whether it's children,
I
whether
didn't
it's
ask you
adults,
that. I asked you a yes or no question. Is your claim that all the parents right now in Haiti who have starving children, that all of them, 100% of them, are not real Christians?
I didn't say that. I never said 100% of them are not real Christians.
Okay, then your position is invalid. Because Jesus' words could only be true if 100% of the starving children in Haiti had non-believing parents or fake Christian parents. But because
No,
that's not
that's
the
not what
case,
Jesus'
because we
words
do
said.
have Christian parents that are true Christians that are seeking Jesus, the fact that they have starving children means that Jesus' words are not true.
You're defining Jesus' words wrongly. That's why I asked
I
you what's a
didn't.
Christian. What's the kingdom?
I
You
didn't
are.
define Jesus' words wrongly. You already agreed with me, and now you're concussed because you want to go back on it. Unless
No,
100% of all these starving children in Haiti, unless 100% of their parents are either not Christian or fake Christians, that means that Jesus' words are not true. That's what that means.
that's not what it means.
It does. Okay, we'll read it again because I know I'm sure English is your second language. Maybe I didn't read it slow enough. Therefore, I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap or gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not more of value than they? So, should you worry about what you eat?
No.
Will God provide you what you need?
Yes.
Then why are there 3 million starving children every year? Many of them,
See,
most of them, to Christian parents.
This is where we have a misunderstanding because you have skipped a point. You asked me a question, I gave you a yes or no because you were.
He's going to go right back to them not being real Christians again.
You missed the point.
Will Jesus goes right back every time.
Will Jesus provide what we eat? Yes. Should we worry about what to eat? No. The question is, how would Jesus provide what we will eat?
It doesn't matter. He says he will. The how is irrelevant. We don't need the how because he says it's going to happen, which means the only thing you need to know is that it's going to happen, not how it's going to happen. If I told you that there's going to be rain on Thursday, you don't need to know how it's going to rain. You just need to know that it's going to rain. Jesus makes a claim that is irrelevant to how it's going to happen. The how doesn't matter. The how doesn't matter.
But he said, seek ye first the kingdom and all these things will be added.
Then it's a lie. He said something that was untrue, Gunnar, and we'll do this for the last time. I'm not going to go round and round again with you on this since it's clearly above your head. In fact, let me get it's clearly way above your head because you're literally drowning in an inch of water right now. I want to get the notepad up 1 second because you're clearly not capable of following along what's happening. So we're going to make this really linear. We're going to do this really linear, and we're going to say premise number 1 is that you're either going to agree or you're going to disagree. Premise number 1 is that 100% of the Haitian parents, that's probably not how you spell Haitian, is it for now? 100% of the Haitian parents with starving children are not Christian, yes or no?
100% of the Haitian parents with starving children are not Christian, no?
Is that yes or no?
That's a no.
Okay, so then what that means is that some Haitian parents with starving children are seeking the kingdom, right?
No, you've changed word from Christian to seeking the kingdom. You see, there are two different things. See, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You see,
Okay,
it's above
okay.
my head.
Well,
It is
and
above your head.
so you were the one saying that you're not a real Christian unless you're seeking the kingdom. So obviously you're using them synonymously, but we can just do it right from the beginning. We can just reword it right now. Yes or no? Some Haitian parents with starving children are seeking the kingdom. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then your claim is that 100% of Haitian I can't believe he's doubling down on Haitian parents with starving children are not seeking the kingdom. You agree with that? Is that your
No.
claim? 100% of them are not
No.
seeking the
Because
kingdom?
that's not my claim. Because you're not defining
Well
things
then
right. And I'm
then the
trying to
prior
explain to
claim
you.
was true. If
I'm
it's
trying to
not
explain.
100%, then that means some is
You
the
can't
answer.
use your
So that
definition of things to make it
100%
plain.
100% means 100%.
No, that's
So
not
I need
define
you
the
to
kingdom
track.
of
I need
God.
you to track for 5 seconds. 100%
You
means what?
can
Are
you
there any
track
exceptions to 100%?
can you track
Are
5
there any
seconds about
exceptions
the
to
kingdom?
100%?
Respectfully, let's
Are there
focus
any
on the
exceptions
kingdom.
to 100%?
Let's focus on the kingdom,
Are there
respectfully,
any
sir.
exceptions to 100%?
You wouldn't get the answer if you
Are there
focus on
any
100%.
exceptions to
Let's
100%,
focus on
Gooner?
the kingdom.
He
The
can't
kingdom
track
has
it
the
all.
answer to your
He
question.
can't track it all. Are there any exceptions to 100%? Yes or no?
The kingdom is the exception.
The kingdom is not the exception to the 100%. 100% is a number. Try again. When I say
You are wrong.
100% of something, does that mean all of it or some of it?
It's affected by the kingdom. Jesus
Is
said, if you
100%
seek
all
the
or
kingdom,
some?
you will
Gooner, stop
be
it.
free.
Stop it. Now I have to force you to answer yes or no questions because you're too far gone to actually use logic. So yes or no? Does 100% mean all or not all? Which one is it?
100% means all.
Okay, so 100% means all, which means in order for Jesus' words to be true, all 100% is the same thing. All of the Haitian parents with starving children are not seeking the kingdom. That's what that means. Do you follow?
But the kingdom is not just about the Haitian
Do
parents.
you
That's what I'm trying to
follow?
explain to you.
Do you follow?
But the kingdom is not all about the Haitian
It
parents.
is. It's about the Haitian
It's not.
parents.
It's not all about the kingdom of God. Is not all
The
about
Haitian
the
parents are the ones providing food for the starving children. I don't know if you know this, but your great granddaddy over here, your second cousin, your schoolmate is not providing food for your baby.
Yeah, but what you do affects what happens to someone else. That's how the kingdom works.
Also, this would be still false because you can
How so?
seek the kingdom and still not get food. If you can seek the kingdom
It's
as
not
an
true.
individual and still not get the food that you're worried about, that means Jesus's words are wrong. What you're trying to do, you're trying to weasel out of this by saying, no, it's a corporate thing because humanity
is.
at large is not. Because humanity at large isn't doing what humanity is supposed to do. That's why children are starving. But that's bullshit because that's not what Jesus's words are about. Jesus's words aren't about humanity corporately. It's about those who are seeking. Those who are seeking the kingdom will have all this added unto them. It doesn't matter if what other people are doing.
It does, because
It
seeking the
doesn't.
kingdom is a
The
corporate
cognitive
affair.
dissonance is crazy here. The fact that you
No,
have to
sir.
get on a live stream right now and literally lie, and from
No.
almost 3,000
If
people now
If you read the book, for
incredibly
instance, the
sad
book
to
of
me.
Acts. Look, I'm sorry that is that way, but I'm honest with you. If you read
You're
the book
definitely
of
not
Acts, you're
honest. You're coping is what you're doing.
No, I'm being honest with you. Read
No, you're
the book of
coping.
Acts, for instance.
You're
How
coping.
did they survive?
Why would Jesus say these words if they have no? To be sure, this will never come true, will it?
Did you read the
Will
Acts,
this ever
the
come
book
true?
of Acts?
Will this
Oh
ever
yes,
come
it did in
true?
the Book of Acts. In the
No,
Book
it
of
didn't come
Acts.
true. No, it didn't come true.
Oh, he did. He
There
said
were
they
there
lacked
were there
nothing.
were okay. So hunger was fixed in the Book of Acts.
Yes, the
When the
Bible said they lacked nothing.
no the hunger wasn't fixed. There were still starving children in the world.
Did you
There were
read where
still
he said?
starving children in Palestine. There were still starving children in Rome.
Did you
This is
read where in the Book
nonsense.
of Acts? It
Yes,
said
I've read
they
the Book of
lacked.
Acts. I know that they took up a collection for the widows and the orphans, and they're distributing them among
You
the
saw
widows
where
and
it
the
said they lacked
orphans.
nothing.
But
Good.
that
Now we're heading
doesn't
somewhere.
fix the problem. The problem is that we know that there were still starving people back then.
The in the Book of Acts where he said there was lack nothing. The apostles that were together were they seeking the kingdom? That is how to seek the kingdom. You
Yeah,
come
but
together.
again, people are seeking the kingdom right now, and they're starving to death.
But
That's why this statement
not
is
as the
patently
apostles
false,
did it.
because there are people right now that are seeking the kingdom, and they have starving children. They're dying. They're gonna die.
Not as the
They're dying
apostles
as
did
we
it.
speak.
Now we're heading somewhere. Not as the apostles did it.
No,
The
no, you don't
apostles
know
gave
that. You
everything.
certainly don't. You don't know that at all. That's the lie you have to tell yourself. You have to lie
But
to
it was
yourself and
clearly
say
written that
that
no
all
one
these
had
people
anything.
that have starving children, none of them are seeking the kingdom, and that's the embarrassing part. That's the embarrassing part, that
No.
you have to get up on a
What?
live stream and say that everyone right now that's in a third world country that have starving children, it's because they're not seeking the kingdom, or because weirdly enough somebody else in their community isn't doing it right. What a
No,
yes,
yes, that is
delusional
true.
cope. What a
No,
delusional
that is
cope
true.
that you think that
The la-
Jesus' words actually had meaning to the audience when it would literally never, it's not going to come true. Never going to come
the
true.
latter
The
thing you
Acts
said is
church
true.
was literally alive for less than a generation. The part of Jesus' words that you think came true only came true for literally one generation, and then it will never be true ever again, because Jesus' words are not true. That's why.
Jesus,
I've already
when the
demonstrated
Acts,
to you over and over again the lies that Jesus tells in the book. It's crazy that you're planting your flag in the ground on this one
I'm
bad
not.
passage from
I'm not.
Jesus, where
I'm
he's
just
clearly
explaining
talking
the
to
kingdom.
individuals, never mentions corporate, never mentions governments, never mentions people in
The
mass.
kingdom
He's
is
clearly talking
corporate.
to individuals and saying that if you as an individual seek ye the kingdom first, that you'll have everything you need. If he
Yeah,
meant
but the
here
kingdom
that
demands you
you'll
to be
only have what
corporate
you
then.
need if everybody else in society is doing what you're doing,
But the
he should have
kingdom
said that, but
demands
he
you to be
didn't say that. That's
corporate.
something you have to add into the text, because you don't actually like the words of Jesus. You hate the words of Jesus, and you have to
He said,
change the
"Seek ye the
words of
kingdom."
Jesus. In fact, he compares them to the birds of the air. Are the birds of the air taking care of each other corporately or individually?
Seek ye first the kingdom. You need
Are
to
the birds of
understand
the
the
air
kingdom.
taking care of their children corporately or individually?
He said the Father knows how he feeds them.
Are the
We're not
birds
the
of the
birds.
air taking care of their children corporately or individually?
But we're not birds. We're
Are the
not
birds of
birds.
the
You can't
air
use the birds.
taking care of their young corporately or individually?
You
I love
can't
it how
use
he
birds.
never answers a question because he knows he's cooked. His
But
example
no, but
is of the
but you're
birds.
not
He
a bird.
literally
That's just
compares
an
his example with
illustration.
humans to what's happening with the birds. He says, don't worry about it. Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, although they do actually gather. Yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not more value than they? So he's saying, look, God will literally feed these fucking birds. He'll definitely feed you because you're more valuable than them. But he didn't mean this. If Jesus actually meant that you're only valuable enough to feed if all humanity corporately is doing what I want them to,
Oh,
he should have
yes, it
said that, but
is.
he didn't say that. That's a cope that you have to add into it because
Nope.
you're experiencing Christian brain rot syndrome. You're probably at level 4 or level 5 of the Christian brain rot, and your cognitive dissonance level is like so thick that you can't even get around the plain reading of the text. You have to change Jesus' words because you hate Jesus' words. So
No,
we'll get
actually,
back
what I'm
to the
doing,
initial claim, which was, can you go into this book and demonstrate that any of it's true?
look right now. If you cut me off, I'm fine because I've demonstrated it, but you're not accepting
You
it.
didn't. You didn't demonstrate
Let's
anything.
focus. I'm
You didn't
trying to
demonstrate
show
shit
you,
yet.
but I'm trying
In
to
fact,
show you.
the one verse we just spent like the last 15 minutes on clearly isn't true, and like not even your bad coping makes it true. What part of the book of Matthew, or we're in Matthew, is true? You took me to Matthew chapter 5, and you specifically
Yes,
quoted a verse that you can't even demonstrate Jesus spoke.
Jesus said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and
And he was
everything will be added
wrong.
on to you.
And he's wrong.
But he's not wrong because you are not
He's a
seeking the
liar.
kingdom.
He is
That's not
wrong
idea.
because people are seeking
He's
the
not a
kingdom and they're
liar.
still
The reason why we're
starving to
starving
death.
is
He's
we're
a
not seeking
liar
the
and you're
kingdom.
coping.
If you refuse to trust the word of Jesus, that is why we're starving.
Why
It
should I
says, seek
trust it?
the
I don't
kingdom.
even know he spoke it, Gooner. Prove that he spoke it.
Well, the truth is, if you trust it, maybe you would know.
No, I know he
Because
didn't speak it because this book is full of lies and mythology. You have no
it's
idea
not
what he spoke. You take it by faith. You don't have any evidence. You have no reason to believe this nonsense. And when you're confronted with real, actual problems, you go into cope mode rather than being honest, which is why we say around here, without lies, Christianity dies. You can't
took you
believe
to
in
the
this
real actual
religion
problem.
and also be a truthful human being. You have to
But I
be a
took you to
lying,
actually-
coping human being in order to believe this stuff is true. And you took me to a verse that clearly is not true.
It is true because if we're seeking the kingdom,
It's not true.
we wouldn't go through what
It's
we're
not
going
true.
through. But
It's
you
not
don't even know
true.
what the kingdom
It's not
is.
true.
You don't even know. From the beginning of the conversation,
I do
we
know.
were talking about what is the kingdom then?
No, I didn't say well, I could tell you what the kingdom is. It's a fictitious kingdom. It's a bullshit concept made up by it's a bullshit concept made up by the gospel authors to make up for the fact that Jesus' actual kingdom was supposed to be a physical kingdom, and then he never was an actual king in a physical kingdom. He was a liar and a failure. He was a false messiah who has no kingdom. He's got a kingdom in the same way that Santa Claus has the kingdom, which goes back to my main point, which is if your only kingdom is a mystical, spiritual kingdom in a land far away, what that means is that you are
Jesus never said
mythology.
that.
Demonstrate that he has a kingdom.
Jesus said that the
Demonstrate that he has a kingdom.
Jesus, you need to go
demonstrate that he has a kingdom, Gooner.
If you're putting Jesus on the claim,
Gooner, demonstrate that he has a kingdom.
How do you demonstrate that you have a country?
Exactly, you can't do it. It's an unfalsifiable bullshit claim. There's no kingdom. It's something that you make up. When you're predicted, when the Bible says, the Hebrew Bible says that you're going to be a real king in a real kingdom and you're going to rule over a real geographical location, and then you don't do it, yeah, of course you're going to go back and say, oh, actually, as it turns out, my kingdom's really far away. You can't see it. It's like my Canadian girlfriend. Like, I had this supermodel girlfriend. She was in Canada. Nobody could meet her, though, because, we didn't have passports, and I ran out of nights and weekends, so we couldn't call her on the phone either. This whole bullshit apologetic about Jesus having a kingdom far away is the exact same thing as somebody walking around and saying that I've got this supermodel girlfriend, but I can't actually show her to you.
Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. It's your heart. It's how you treat people.
Luke said that.
Luke was quoting Jesus.
I disagree. I don't think Luke was quoting Jesus. He didn't know Jesus. He wasn't an eyewitness to Jesus. And again, you can't demonstrate a single quotation from Jesus actually coming from Jesus. But we have lots of good reasons to believe that these quotations don't come from Jesus. And I know for a fact that Jesus didn't fulfill the requirement of being a real king, which is what it says. It didn't say, the prophecies don't say he's a mystical king. It doesn't say he's a spiritual king in your fucking heart. It says he's going to be a king in Israel. It says, my servant David shall be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever. Did Jesus rule over the land that was given to the ancestors of Abraham?
Don't change the topic. Let's stick on the kingdom.
This is the topic. Did Jesus rule in the land that was given to Jacob? Because the promise from the prophets wasn't that he would have a spiritual, intangible kingdom. The promise from the prophets was that he would have a real fucking kingdom in the land of Israel that was promised to their forefathers. Did Jesus do that?
Oh, yes, he did. But then
show me. I'll Venmo you $100 right now if you can show me a single passage from the Bible that depicts Jesus ruling and reigning as king over the Israelites in the land.
The challenge is, what Jesus defines as rulership is not what you think rulership is. You see, this is why I say
it is. So you weren't listening. I know you weren't listening because I specifically read you the passage and asked you a question about the land. It says they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. Where's that land? Where is the land
land-
given to Jacob? What do we call it?
The land of Israel.
There we go. And is this king in Israel?
So Jesus is not.
Is this
physically
king
in Israel.
in Israel, Gooner? This is why you have to
Jesus
yell at
is-
you. This is why I yell at you and talk over you, because I ask you simple questions and you refuse to answer them. So I'll
But I
ask you
answered you.
again.
I
I
said
know you're
Jesus is not
concussed
in
and you're really
Israel.
confused about where you're at. But the question is, did Jesus rule over the land promised
Yes,
in
he
Ezekiel
did.
37? Then show me the
Yes,
verse.
he did.
Show me the verse.
Yes, he did.
Show
You
me.
see, rulership, the way Jesus sees it, is
Oh,
not
he's
how you
gonna
see
lie
it.
again. No, rulership
lying.
isn't claiming
I'll
you have
show
a
you where
kingdom
Jesus
far
talked
away.
about.
It says that he's
Jesus
going to be a
said-
king over them in the actual land. That means he's
Yes.
going to be a king in the land. He's going to be a
Yes.
physical fucking king in the land that was promised, in a physical land over the descendants. And he's not even qualified to do so. He's not from the line of David.
But-
He at best could have been maybe adopted into the family via Joseph. And both of those lineages go through people that is improper. Jeconiah was cursed. It says that none of his offspring will succeed in sitting on the throne of King David. Luke goes through Nathan, the son of David, rather than Solomon. And the promise for the Messiah was that it would go through Solomon. The other promise was that it would come from the seed of David, his physical fucking seed. And Jesus didn't come from the seed of David, which means not only was he never a king in Israel, he wasn't even qualified to be king.
Jesus was king in Israel, but he wasn't
Prove
king
it.
as the way you define kingship.
Prove it.
Jesus' king
That's
rulership.
what I
is
would
not
say.
how you
If
define
if I
rulership.
was never a real king, I'd say the same bullshit. I'm the spiritual king. I'm the king of kings. Where's my crown? Hold on. All right, now as
I'm
it
the
turns out,
spiritual
I'm
president.
the king. Oh fuck yeah! Blitz is the spiritual president. I'm the spiritual king. I'm now the king of kings. Prove me wrong, Gunnar.
Jesus doesn't define leadership the way we define
No,
leadership.
I'm the king. Prove me wrong. I'm the spiritual king.
But you're in the physical.
So what? So was Jesus when he said it.
Yeah, but that was not when he started the rulership. The rulership started
when
when he died in his
well, then he's wrong. My rulership is now while I'm alive. I'm the king right now.
You're the physical king of wherever you are, but then
I'm the physical king of the world. I'm the king of kings.
You're not the king of kings. You can't be the
Prove
king
it.
of kings.
Prove it.
I can prove it because you don't. You're
Prove
where
it.
you're not in the spirit realm. You're where you are.
I don't have to be in the spirit realm. I'm in all realms. I'm in the spirit realm and the physical realm. I'm
Plus-
transcendent. I'm the
plus-
king of kings in the physical realm and the spiritual realm. Prove me wrong. Prove that
Plus
I'm
your
not in
words-
the spirit realm right
your-
now.
Plus, your words doesn't have the power to rule. the world.
Prove that I'm not in the spirit realm right now.
Your words doesn't have the power to rule.
So
the
you
words.
can't prove it, can you? Prove that I'm not in the spirit
But-
realm right now.
I've just told you because your words doesn't have power to rule. When you're in the spirit realm, your words have
My
power.
words
Your
do have power. In fact, there are thousands of people here right now that follow me as king. Put a King Justin
you're
in the
king of
comments if I'm
1,000
your
people.
king. Everyone in the comments, and put
So
a
you're king of 1,000
put
people.
a HJ in the comments for Holy Justin if I helped you spiritually. If my words gave you spiritual edification, put it in the comments. I want to see it. I want to see some King Justins and some HJs. We got HJs, we got crowns, we got kings. My words do have spiritual force. I'm the
1,000
king.
people.
I fulfilled the prophecy.
Of 1,000 people on your TikTok, I agree.
Yeah, and I've got way more than Jesus had when he was alive.
Well, the
Jesus
truth is they
Jesus
didn't write
literally
books
had to
about
die,
you.
and they had to make up stories about him before he got a kingdom. I've got a kingdom right now with way more
didn't write
followers
books
than
about
Jesus
you.
had.
No one writes
In fact, I've
anything about you.
got 100,000 followers across platforms. I'm kicking
Jesus
Jesus'
has billions
ass.
of
In fact,
followers across
I'm
the
not even
world.
3 years into it. I'm only 2 years into my ministry, and I'm fucking Jesus up all over the place. By the end of 3 years, Jesus is not going to be able to hold a candle to my
He
ministry.
has billion followers all over the world. As a matter of fact,
Yeah, and I
he was
will
called
too in
before
2,000
his grandfather was
years.
born.
I will
He
too
was
in
called
2,000
king
years.
before-
You can't
he was
compare
called-
somebody who's been gone for 2,000 years to someone who's still alive. Jesus
You
is
can't-
dead.
you can't-
I'm alive. I'm the real king, and you're a clown.
Okay, now that's insulting to call me.
Nah, no one cares. All right. It's time to move on. We've had enough of that. Oh well. Did anyone convert to Jesus during that that showing? Anyone? Hands raised. Any converts to Jesus?
Has that ever happened?
No. No, I guess not. Oh well. I'm going to read some super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Says, can someone please tell me what wisdom or tools for living, values, or morals that JC voiced or embodied that wasn't also available in other ancient wisdom literature, traditions, and faith? Yeah, I mean, such a good point, Dr. Joe. There's really nothing. There's nothing in
I beg to
Jesus'
differ.
teaching. Oh,
Wasn't
Dr.
it
Blitz?
Jesus who said that there would be neither man nor woman?
Well, Paul said that, didn't he?
Okay, well, Paul was referring to what Jesus wanted, right? And
mean,
that's
fair enough.
pro-trans.
I mean,
There were no
that is the
pro-trans
case.
ideologies at the time.
I can certainly believe that. And also the spirit is typically feminine, right? Because of the feminine ending. But the reality is, if the spirit's feminine and God is masculine, and Jesus I guess is masculine as well, there's got to be some sort of non-binary situation with the Trinity. The Trinity can't be strictly binary.
You know, Jesus looks like the kind of guy who has a mom and a dad for parents.
I'd love to know what he actually looked like. You ever think on that? Like, because he couldn't look like the white American long-haired Jesus, right?
Let's be real. If he was like extremely attractive, they would have mentioned it.
Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, because they did all the time, even like King Saul, and Absalom, and others. When they were attractive, they weren't afraid to say it. That's a fair point. All right, let me grab a couple more super chats, friends. Canbest, thank you for the $69.99 big W, my friend. Let's get some W's for Canbest as well. It's official. Believers lie. I mean, I'm a little bit shocked. I don't know if anyone else is shocked. I am shocked. I thought Christians were all truth tellers, but you got to remember, there's no true Christian. The only true Christian is the Christian that you're talking to in that very moment. That's the only true Christian on the planet. Drew says Dorothy Gale ascended into heaven during a tornado. I guess that's a whirlwind. Wait, who's Dorothy Gale? I gotta look this up. Hold on.
I think that was from the Wizard of Oz, right?
Oh, her last name's Gale. I didn't know that.
I have no idea, but it sounds right.
Oh, yeah, Dorothy, obviously. Sorry, the last name Gale threw me off. I just assumed that it must be a real person. I think I've never heard of anyone referring to Dorothy by her first and last name.
I mean,
sorry, guys.
The wizard god? If
maybe that would be a good analogy,
heaven?
wouldn't it? I think it checks out. Yeah. Although, do you think there's a play on words with the word gale, like a gust?
It very well could be, yeah.
That would make sense. Interesting.
What does that make the Munchkins?
They have to be the cherubim or the angels, right?
Oh yeah, that checks out.
Huh.
It's like Narnia. It's all Jesus. Jesus all
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, that checks out. I mean, theoretically, we should. If somebody was carried away in a whirlwind into heaven, we should have some evidence up for it in those clouds at least. Carissa, thank you for the 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Hammond, thank you for the super chat. It says Saint Nick was what is modern day Turkey. That's what I thought, but that was before the Turks colonized Asia Minor. Oh, fair point. Most Greeks were expelled from Asia in the 1920s after several genocides. I can send more info. Yeah, Hammond, send me some info on that. I'd love to read up on some of that history. That's not the type of stuff you learn in American history class. And Dr. Joe with the additional $10 super chat, thank you, says, Goon, the witnesses. DZ, there are no witnesses, gives factual evidence. Goon, but the witnesses. DZ, presents data that the Gospels are not witnesses. Goon, but Hunter Biden's laptop. I mean, that was about it. That's about as thick as he was. I gave him a hard time. Maybe I should have been nicer to him. Drew says, so the evidence points to Mary having two different children named Jesus. The first one probably died early to fit the timeline. Oh, maybe there was two of them. And it was a secret. One of them died early.
So which one was the virgin birth?
Hmm. Well, if they're twins, I mean, theoretically, they could both be virgin births.
Why would you name twins the same name?
I mean, only if you plan to kill one of them, right?
So are we
There's
saying
no.
that Mary killed
Well,
her child?
well, George Foreman named his kids the same name, didn't he? Hold on.
Yeah, but George Foreman, I don't know if he's like the standard that we want to hold Mary to.
I don't know. Yeah, there's George Foreman 2, George Foreman 3, a lot of George Foreman. That's a good point. I don't know. To be fair, George Foreman did get punched in the head a lot, and I don't think Mary got the same treatment.
Well, I mean, we don't know. Was her husband abusive?
Maybe.
I mean, it was like ancient Judea, right? Like this is they didn't really have particularly strict rules about how husbands treat their wives.
Right. Yeah, indeed. Carlos, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 200 NX. Says, sorry, my friends, just enjoying some Camaros in my company's Christmas party. Well, hell yeah. I'll catch you later. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for Sharon. And Feliz Navidad. Well, Feliz Navidad to you, Carlos. I hope you're doing well. And it's great to hear from you. I hope you enjoy the party. And Gaio says, this is the best cooking channel on the planet. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate that. We try to keep it interesting, you know. Milf Wrangler, last super chat for now. Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I stopped being a theist altogether when I was 12, so I never had to deconstruct. Well, hell yeah. Are there any critical thought processes that I missed without deconstruction? I don't think so. Like most of what we do when we're deconstructing is catch up. Like the religious person that is deconstructing is now starting to use those critical thought processes, whereas they weren't using them before. So like if you already used those to determine that there was no God or it wasn't this God, then you're just a step ahead of us, basically. You know what I mean? That's how I'm reading it. Okay, let's get our next guest in here. We tried to get HUD in here earlier.
So Battlelogical said, "Can I come up and cook Blitz?"
No, he's a troll. He's not real.
Oh, okay.
Battlelogical. Yeah, he's not a real interlocutor. He just comes up and trolls.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah, he won't provide anything interesting. So we'll try to get HUD back in here. I can't remember what happened. I think HUD lost connection when we tried to bring HUD in last time. So we'll see if we get a better connection this time. I think he's connected. Welcome in, HUD. Are you at least 18? HUD?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Awesome. And do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
Oh, that was pretty quick. Must be pretty confident.
Yeah, I do.
Cool. And do you believe that Jesus is part history, part mythological? Or, I mean, he's just 100% history?
Jesus is a person, so people aren't myths. If they're a person, they're a person.
But we agree, and so was Saint Nicholas. He was a real person. But my claim is that they're both dead now. That's why they're analogous. It's a mythology built around a dead person.
Okay,
so
well, Santa Claus
do you
is not
have
Saint Nicholas, though.
any way to demonstrate that Jesus is still alive?
No.
Oh. Well, I guess that's the end of it then, isn't it? That was the easiest win. Okay.
If that's all you're asking for, I guess.
That was the easiest win. Thanks for trying. Didn't take very long at all. Okay. Gaius Husky. I know, right? I mean, sometimes they just concede right away. Gaius Husky says, Lamau, Reich wingers call us sensitive snowflakes, and yet they start to crash out at the first hint of anything left. What a wuss this caller is. Yeah, it's crazy that like I just mentioned something, like he doesn't know anything about my political affiliation. I just mentioned something that didn't sound right wing enough for him, and all of a sudden, he can't help himself but to make it into a political talking point. Misanthropology says the more they call you brother, the bigger the douche. You might be right, actually. I have to think on that a little bit. You might be right on that one. And Reverend Nate says, Till Answers in Genesis has posted articles. Oh, today I learned. Answers in Genesis has posted articles against flat earth claims because they are unscientific. And that level of irony nearly gave me an aneurysm, and as it should, because that is absolute fucking bonkers. And Reverend Nate says, Trophy, stop winning like it's past your bedtime. I forgot to write down some of the guests that I had on earlier. I'm going to write down Trophy. Who did I have after Trophy? I had somebody after Trophy. It was Lavi? There we go. Lavi. There we go. I got to write this down. Lavi. There we go. But yeah, Trophy needed help. Last one from the Viking Chef says, what's the difference between a silver medal and a priest? They both came in a little behind. Oh, fuck. That's something. Hold on. I got to get my sound effects open for that one. I mean, it hurts, but it's funny because it's true.
Yeah.
I wish it wasn't true. I wish it was not true. Well, let's get, I think next in line was going to be I'm Jay. And then after that is Alfie. We'll see. Welcome in, Jay. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Do you believe in God in general, or no? Are you atheist?
I'm an atheist, but it's irrelevant to tonight's topic. This topic is the same whether you're an atheist or not.
The Elliot argument, it rules over you, bro. The Elliot argument rules over you.
yeah, he
You're a
can't
joke.
stay on
You and your
topic.
friend.
Oh,
You
there he
and
goes.
you are a
He's just
joke. You and your
crashing.
boyfriend.
I want to hear somebody
You
run the
and your
Elliot argument.
boyfriend. You and your boyfriend. You guys
He
are both
doesn't
a
even know
joke.
it, I bet.
What's the Elliot argument?
You guys are a joke. You guys
I bet
are
he
a
doesn't
What's the
even
Elliot
know it.
argument?
Yes, you guys are a joke, bro.
Go and give
you guys
it.
are a
Give
joke.
the Elliot,
If
Elliot
you
argument.
if you 700 people in here don't know what the Elliot argument is, and you guys just
So
look it up.
he doesn't even know
Look it up.
it?
I'm getting.
You don't even
No,
know?
I'm new
You
to
can't
it.
even
I'm new to
recite
it.
it?
I'm new to it.
It's
I'm new to it.
crazy. But you
I'm
know
new
it's
to it.
true.
I'm new to it. You're
Okay.
a joke. You're a joke.
This explains a whole lot.
You're a walking
I just want
joke,
to hear
and
the
your whole
argument.
fucking fan base. You and your fan base are a
Can
walking
you prove
joke,
that
dude.
Jesus is real?
Shut up, bro. Shut up. You and
Can
your
you
whole
prove that
fan base
Jesus
are a
is
walking
real?
joke. You guys are a walking joke.
The
You have a
kid
loud
crashing
mouth,
out
and
on my
you're a
live stream
loser,
right
bro.
now appears to be the joke. Can you prove that Jesus
Look
is
at the
real?
wrinkles on your forehead, bro. Gosh, damn.
This happens when you get old. I don't know if you know this, but you're going to get old one day too.
Yeah, I can
Can
tell,
you prove
bro.
that
I
Jesus
can
is
tell.
real?
Of course I can. I just believe in Jesus, bro.
Oh, because so you can't
Jesus
prove
walked
that
the
Jesus
earth.
is real.
You can't prove anything in life. It's all about faith, dude.
Actually,
That's what makes you a
I
loser.
can.
That's the
read?
thing between me and you, bro.
Have you read
I have
Colossians
faith
chapter
in
3
something
before?
that's supernatural. I
Have you
have
read
faith
Colossians
in
3
something that's
before?
supernatural.
You want to
Have
read
you
the
ever
Bible
read
with
the
me?
Elliot's argument? Have
You
you
want to read
ever
the
read the
Bible with
Elliot's
me?
argument? Would
I'll
you
just
like to
read
read
the
that
Bible
with me?
with you.
The Elliot
I'll read.
argument? Okay, then
You
I'll
don't.
read the Elliot argument. Let's do
You
it.
actually don't
Let's
know
get
it,
down with it. Come
so
on.
I'll read the
Okay.
Bible for you. What it says is,
Yeah, and
we
I'll
must
read the
get
Elliot.
rid of such things: anger,
You're a
wrath,
joke.
malice, slander, and abusive language from your mouth. Do you think that you've done that?
You're a joke.
Do you think you've done that?
Oh, did I say I was Christian? Oh, did I say I was Christian?
Oh, you're not a Christian.
I just believe in the.
I'm pretty sure he said he was Christian when he came in.
I just said he walked. I just
So
said
you are a
I just said he
Christian.
walked the
Okay,
earth.
so you do believe in Jesus. Now you're
Okay.
lying. And he says, therefore, as God's chosen
Okay.
ones, holy and beloved, clothe
You're a
yourself with
joke.
compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience.
You're a
Do you think you're
joke.
doing that?
Yep.
Okay, so
You're a joke.
do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Let's talk behalf of
So you're
the
not. So you don't
Elliot
think
argument.
that you don't think that the Bible's true then?
The Elliot argument.
Do you think the Bible's true?
Do you believe it's real?
Do
Do you believe the Book of Enoch is real?
I love the
The
deflecting.
Book of
Do you think the
Enoch?
Bible's real? Do you think it's true?
Good versus evil.
Do you think the Bible's true?
Do you think your boyfriend's
Do you
gonna
think the Bible's
take
true?
you back if I speak?
I don't know why you think that
I mean,
calling
it's
him
a
my
2v1.
boyfriend's
It's
an
a 2v1.
insult. You know that like being gay isn't an insult to us, right?
I mean, you're a typical. I guarantee you're a
That's like
typical
if I
Democrat
said
that
if I
believes
said,
in-
well, what about your
I mean, come
girlfriend?
on,
It'd
bro.
be the same thing. It's not an insult to us. It's
Bro,
only
you
an
are a
insult to you
typical. You are a
incels.
typical Democrat, dude.
So
You believe
so again,
in so like.
so again, just to be clear, do you think the Bible's true or not?
Hey, your mod Ashley's a joke, by the way.
He
as
can't
well, just
answer
like
it.
you.
He's such a crybaby. He's
Actually,
really
I
up
wanna
here
know
making
about the
Jesus
Elliot
proud
argument, the Elliot
today.
argument.
Let's talk about the Elliot argument.
Yeah, go
Let's
go
do
ahead
it.
and run
the
it.
argument.
Run it.
Talk about it. What do you know about it?
You're the one giving
I
the
don't know what it
argument.
is.
I'm
I
not
wanna
making
hear
your
it.
argument for you.
I'm telling you that I'm new to it. I want to hear what you got to say about it. I would love
Well,
to
if
hear
you
what you
can't
got to
give
say
the
about it.
Yeah, if you
Look
can't
at
give
you.
the
Wow, so
argument,
you're an
you're up
atheist, but you
shit creek
don't know
without
what
a
the Elliott
paddle.
argument is?
It's
Are you
crazy
You
that
know
serious?
what
you're
it
the
is?
guy
You
claiming
guys
that
are a
it's
joke, bro. You
true.
guys are a
So
joke.
the
I'm
people
gonna
that
dip
need to
out. You
know
guys are a
the Elliott
joke.
argument are
It
the
makes
people
me
who
lose
claim that
brain
it's
cells talking to
true.
you. It
It's
makes me lose
wild to
brain cells
me.
talking to you,
It's
bro.
wild to me that he thinks he's coming up here to prove the
You're a
Elliott
joke.
argument true, and he doesn't even know the Elliott argument.
You guys need.
Oh, I've
Uh,
never heard like so. For what it's worth, I do know what the Elliot argument is, and it's like horrible. But I've never heard anybody actually run it before.
I've heard a lot of people talk about it. I've never seen somebody run it in real life. I don't think that
Yeah,
most
they never
people,
do.
yeah, can actually defend it. Oh
The
well.
thing is also like it's not something that anybody cares about at all. It's just some
Mm-mm.
random like concussed ex-football player who had enough cranial damage that he thought that he came up with something clever and wrote a book, probably with AI, and then self-published on Amazon. And then he goes on lives and rants about it. Like that's all it is.
Sounds about right. That's why his followers run around the internet just shouting that it's true and you're a clown if you don't believe it, even though they don't even know it themselves. So,
Well, yeah, because they don't want to give the guy money by buying his book.
Oh,
Either
of course
that or
not.
they don't know how to read.
Right. Maris, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin, I sent the document I wrote through Discord that mentions the other day how the nativity scene is not in the Bible. It might be a good subject for Monday's live chat. Feedback is welcome. Yeah, I mean, the nativity scene in the Bible isn't all that well described. Like personally, like I believe the nativity scene would have been surrounded by family members. Like a woman in the ancient Near East or in ancient Rome going into birth wouldn't be accompanied just by their husband. Like there's going to be family members there to help give birth. It's kind of a preposterous story to think that they're alone. But yeah, I mean, I mean, these are things that like they're not debatable points though. Like you can't win a debate on it. Like what do you? It's not. There's not enough description of it, you know. Wally Wonka says Thinker made an AI generated image of Jeebus according to the early church fathers' description, sickly and weak. She calls it Smeagol Jesus. It drives Christian up the wall, make for good crash outs. I'm ashamed that I've not seen Smeagol Jesus yet. I'm going to put this on my immediate to-do list. Thank you for informing me about this. And last super chat for now from our friend Nexus says, you are truly doing Doug's work. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Nexus. I like to think that I'm doing Doug's work, and I don't even need to like run around into other people's live streams insulting them to do it. It's weird how that works. Okay. Let's grab Warrior's Witness. I'm sure this will go well. How you doing, Warrior?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Warrior, are you
How are
at
you
least
doing, sir?
18? And do you believe
Yes,
in
I
Jesus?
am. And yes, I do.
Dope. And do you believe in the biblical version of Jesus?
Correct. I mean, it depends what you mean by biblical, but I assume that we're on the same page.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Okay, so my claim tonight is that Jesus and Santa Claus are analogous because they're both historical figures that got drastically mythologized, and they're both actually just dead right now. And some of the points of crossover are interesting. For example, both promise to come back, although I think Santa comes back more often. Both promise to give you what you ask for, and I think, again, Santa has a better track record there. Both can defy the law of physics. Both have a kingdom that's otherworldly and completely untouchable and unfalsifiable. Neither can be verified. You just have to believe in them on faith. Both are keeping a list of naughty and nice. Santa, though, is checking his twice at least. Both promise to reward good and bad behavior. With Santa, he gives you coal. With Jesus, he turns you into coal. So that's something. And both of them have magical helpers, and both of them are going to sit on a throne and judge you. And that's probably it for now. Although I would say that there is a Trinity in Christmas as well. There's a Christmas Trinity, which is the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future. So there's a lot of comparisons there. What do you think?
Some of the stuff that I could grant that I would feel like it would align with your worldview, other stuff not, but I'll try to challenge that worldview. So I would say that Jesus is not analogous to Santa Claus because I would say that we have an accurate historical reportage model to believe that Jesus is real. I think surrounding Santa Claus and The ideas around him are widely considered to be false, and tradition and culture purposely made to be as a myth. I think everyone could agree upon that. It's very easy to test, and I think that's why it's not analogous with Jesus Christ.
Okay, so can you demonstrate that Jesus isn't a myth?
Isn't a myth? Yeah. So I would
Yeah.
say Jesus is not a myth because we have a good historical reportage model throughout the Gospels that would show that Jesus is more likely to be a true person who lived and died on the cross rather than
Well,
not.
I agree he's a true person, just like Saint Nicholas was, and then he died. Now he's gone. So we
Yeah.
agree that he was a real person. What I'm saying is he's dead now.
Yeah, I would say that he's alive.
Why?
So why would you
What's
say
the evidence for
that
Jesus being alive?
The evidence for Jesus being alive is the same evidence that says that he walked and died on the cross, which is the Gospels.
Oh, so it's not good evidence, because like there are other ancient resurrection accounts too of people that really lived. You don't believe that a guy named Aristeas, who became a demigod after his resurrection, actually resurrected and became a demigod, do you?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. I couldn't say yes or no.
There's a guy named Aristeas who died in a fuller's shop, and there's tons of ancient witnesses for this event that resurrected and was appearing to people in the flesh, and people were actually recording this. Like, in fact, there was a people group that actually set up a statue next to the statue of Apollo of Aristeas, because they were now worshiping him as a god after his resurrection. You can read about this in Herodotus's history. You can read about it in Plutarch. He writes about it, and there's a few others.
All right, I have to look into that. I like I said, I couldn't say yes or no to validate if that's real or not. I haven't looked at the evidence. But as far as Jesus Christ, I feel like I have looked into it, and I could affirm that he has resurrected.
Oh, he didn't, right? Because the same evidence you have for Jesus, I have for Aristeas, and you don't believe that Aristeas rose from the dead. So by the same standard of evidence, neither one of them rose from the dead, or both of them rose from the dead.
Well, I don't think that necessarily follows. It could
does.
be possible that Jesus rose from the dead and also Aristeas.
Right, but you would
again,
need
I'm not
better
willing
evidence.
to say yes or no regarding Aristeas.
Right, but you
Okay,
would need
so-
evidence to warrant that. So, like, the Gospels aren't good evidence because they repeatedly say things that are just demonstrably untrue. And, like, literally the first page of Matthew and Mark, we find problems. In
Mhm.
Mark, it starts out, it says, the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare your way, the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his path. But as it turns out, those aren't both from Isaiah. It's a composite quote. One comes from Isaiah and another one comes from Malachi.
Okay, but how is that a contradiction?
Because both of them are said to come from Isaiah. It says, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, and then immediately quotes Malachi.
Okay, is that written in the prophet Isaiah's book, though?
It's not.
It's not? I'm pretty sure it is because I've read it in Isaiah. I could
It's
probably
not.
find the verse for you.
You won't find it. It's in Malachi chapter 3.
If I may look, I
Take your time.
Do you mind if I leave the app really quick to look?
No, it's fine. I don't know what he's looking for. He's not going to find it. He's going to find Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3, which is not what is said in verse 2. But, you know, I remember being young and thinking that the Bible couldn't be wrong, and being flabbergasted when I found things that weren't true. Oh, what are you going to do? Well, while he's doing that, let me grab. He's not going to find it, but let me grab just a couple of super chats, friends, so we don't get too far behind on that. Jay Klein says the last caller, was so lame. He probably thinks this live is about him. Don't sin, don't sin.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, welcome back.
The-
All right, do you find the verse?
The quote I found is Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3.
I predicted it, yeah. Unfortunately, Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3 doesn't say, "See, I'm sending a messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way."
And what does it say?
Not that. It says, "The voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord." I'm trying to find the quote in Isaiah that says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way," because as it turns out, it's a direct quote, not from Isaiah, but from Malachi. Which is why if you look at your...
I could grant that as an error. I'm willing to accept that as an error.
Awesome. And there are more. There's actually quite a few of these. One of my favorites is in Matthew 27.
Yeah.
When he...
just so you know, I'm not one of the Christian fundamentalists who think the Bible is inerrant. So you could show me a couple errors or contradictions, and I won't say that's completely false.
Well, my point is that they're not trustworthy. If the Gospels repeatedly say things that are untrue, then I'm certainly not going to believe it when it makes preposterous claims like somebody rose from the dead. Like, for example, in verse 9 of Matthew 27, he says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set." This isn't a quotation from Jeremiah. You'll never find that in Jeremiah. It doesn't exist because it comes from Zechariah chapter 11. So
okay. I don't. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Keep going.
Okay, but my point is this: like, if it repeatedly just says things that are demonstrably false, I don't know why I would trust it. Like, if it fails on a bunch of claims, then I don't see why I would trust it about the more lofty claims.
Sure, and I think that would just be because of your priors, not necessarily the evidence shown. You have a prior belief that miracles don't happen, so you need astronomically more evidence.
No, I mean, by definition, I mean, if it happens, it's just something that we don't know about yet. Like, a miracle is just something we don't have an explanation for. It could be something perfectly natural has happened. We just don't have an explanation for it. So my prior is not that miracles don't happen, but my prior would say that there are certain events that are drastically unlikely or near impossible. So, like, if something is near impossible, it's going to require a higher level of evidence. I'm not saying it's impossible. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that there are certain things that we just know don't happen, or they don't happen enough that they could be documented properly. So, like, we would definitely still need some high level of evidence for miracles.
Yeah, I disagree. I think it just has to do with priors. So, to my priors, I wouldn't say that there has to be more evidence to show that a miracle was likely to have happened.
No, I disagree.
I mean, this is a little unusual, right? Like, suppose that you were making the claim that, I don't know, that somebody was struck by lightning that you know, right? Mm-hmm. Now, you and I both know that getting struck by lightning is a thing that is possible. But if somebody's going to make that claim, because you and I both know that it's very unlikely, you should have, and it doesn't happen often, you should have at least pretty decent evidence that it happened. And so it's not just about your priors, like, or rather it is about your priors, but really your priors should reflect how infrequently these things happen. Now, your priors might say that miracles happen once every 100 years, whereas Justin's might be miracles happen once every never, or once every 10 million years, or whatever. But the point is these are still extraordinarily rare things. So even just saying that your priors say that, oh, they're reasonably possible, that doesn't mean that you still don't need extraordinary evidence, because even if they are possible, they're extremely rare.
So how do you determine whether something has enough evidence to consider it true?
I mean, you could run a Bayesian analysis, but that just requires doing math.
That's fair. So my point is that there's among scholarship, and most people won't deny that Jesus truly lived and died on a cross. The question is, did he really rise from the dead and perform miracles? But I'd argue the same evidence that that gives likelihood that he did walk and was crucified is the same evidence that says that he died on a cross. Why do we make that exception for Jesus? I'm sorry, resurrection. Why do we make the exception for the resurrection and the miracles, but not for him living and dying on the cross?
Because
I mean, just
those
just
two
look
claims
at
are not
like how
equivalent.
frequent. Right. I mean, look at how frequently these two things happen. Even if it's true that Jesus died and then resurrected, this happened once in recorded history, whereas 100 billion people have lived. So just the odds of somebody living is 100 billion times more likely than the odds of somebody dying and resurrecting. So you should need 100 billion times more evidence.
Okay. I just say we have to agree to disagree on this point. Maybe it's something I have to look more into, and
I
maybe
don't
I
think
could give
that's
you a better.
necessary. Okay, let me run this. Okay, let's
Sure.
imagine I wrote a play-by-play of the basketball game, right? I did a play-by-play of
Sure.
the basketball game, and I recorded the scores. I recorded how many slam dunks, and I said LeBron James had 5 slam dunks, and also LeBron James at one point did jump entirely over the backboard. He jumped so high that he stood on the backboard and then jumped off. Is my record of the 5 dunks good enough evidence for the 5 dunks and him jumping entirely over the backboard, or would that need something else?
I would say no, and I get what your point is.
Because they're
But the
different
reasoning I would
claims, they require different
yes,
evidence.
yes. The reasoning is, though, I would also have to examine the motive and the consequences of making such claims and things like that to raise the probability whether that's true or not. So, for example, I think the disciples or the authors of the Gospels who write about this, about Jesus resurrecting, they had a lot to lose by writing about it, including
No, they
Elias
didn't.
and
They didn't write anything. We don't have writings from the disciples. Like at best, you can
well,
say maybe
John
Peter
and
wrote First
Matthew.
Peter.
Oh, we'd
But
say John and Matthew.
they're anonymous, and John clearly has multiple authors. They identify themselves in chapter 21.
I'm not. I don't think I've heard a scholar that made that claim. I guess I have to look into that again. I can't say.
I don't know if you've read too many scholars. Then, if you go to the
I've-
last chapter of John, in the final paragraph of John, it literally closes with their identification. They claim that they're collecting. They claim that they're collecting testimonies, right? It says, this is a disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true. And we find something earlier in the first chapter of John. We find that they're also collecting the testimony from John the Baptist. So it says in John chapter 1 that John the Baptist is giving testimony. When it talks about his baptism, says, this is the testimony given by John when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, who are you? He confessed. He did not deny it, but confessed, I'm not the Messiah. So who's ever writing John, it's a multiple people, and they're collecting other people's testimonies supposedly as part of their letter, but there's no reason to believe that John wrote this. That's preposterous.
No, I'd be willing to say that John gathered some information and testimony from other people. I would say at the end of the day,
But
though,
John doesn't
would be the author.
John doesn't claim to author this. There are multiple authors. That's why they call themselves a we.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of fall upon church history. That kind of helps come to that claim that John wrote.
I don't care so much about church history. I care what the text
we
says.
just disagree.
Church history just means you're farming your critical thinking out to somebody else.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like as far as I know, most of the manuscripts, almost all of them, they're all attributed to John being the author for that book.
Yeah, but
like we don't
John
see other names
doesn't identify himself,
book.
and the earliest manuscripts that we have of the Gospels don't include the names. They're clearly added by church history. And it's also weird, if John is an eyewitness, why does his account contradict the other synoptics so much?
Um, I would say the fallible human beings. I think for the most part they are very accurate.
I don't think they're
But
accurate at all.
again,
Did
if you
Jesus
could
cleanse the
see,
temple once or twice?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that contradiction. Again, I'm willing to grant that there's some contradictions. I'm
Well,
saying
this is
there's
kind of
more truth
major
than there are.
because
Like
John has the
as
cleansing of the
humans, I'd
temple
expect
in
there to be
chapter
some
number
error.
2. The other synoptics have Jesus clearing the temple at the end of his ministry, right before the Olivet Discourse. So they're 3 years apart. So that's kind of a critical thing. Did Jesus cleanse the temple at the beginning of his ministry or at the ending of his ministry?
I don't
You
think
would
it's
think
as critical as you
you would
think.
think it is critical because if John is an eyewitness and so is Matthew, they shouldn't be disagreeing about when Jesus cleared the temple because they would have been there. They would have known whether it was 3 years ago or 3 years prior or 3 years they would have agreed on the rough time frame when Jesus cleansed the temple. Was it at the beginning of his ministry or the end of his ministry? That's not something you would get wrong if you were there.
Could it be they did both?
No. That's why I asked you,
again, I
do
haven't
you
looked
think
at the
he cleansed the
verse,
temple
so
twice? I think it would be preposterous to think that Jesus, at the beginning of his ministry, walked into Jerusalem, wiped out the money changers and tables, drove them all out, and then 3 years later he did it again? Like, this is why the John versus
it's
Synoptics
possible.
is so silly, because you have to think that Jesus did all kinds of shit twice. He cleansed the temple twice. He was perfumed by the woman twice. He called his disciples twice, because in the Synoptics, in Mark, he goes directly from his baptism into the wilderness for 40 days. In John, the day after his baptism, he calls his disciples. So either he called his disciples twice or there's a problem.
Yeah, I would say this kind of actually helps a little bit to the power of the testimony, because I would
It
say that
helps.
because there's some
How?
differences, it doesn't show that there's collusion and
No, they're
that the authors are
contradictions.
trying to, like, if I
They contradict each other. That's the problem. Like, giving different details is what you would expect. You'd have different details that harmonize with each other. That's not what we find. We find that the details contradict each other. That's the problem. Like, it doesn't matter if they're different. The problem is that they contradict.
Okay. I have to look into these contradictions. I'm not I haven't really looked into all the different contradictions, but I could maybe come back another time after I've looked at them.
I mean, some of them are
I'm not
pretty...
one to speak about something I don't know I'm talking about.
Fair enough. Some of
Or at
them are
least,
pretty
well,
major. Like, the day Jesus was killed, was it on Passover or the day before Passover? They don't agree. Did he get crucified at 9 or after lunchtime? They disagree. John says he was still on trial at noon, whereas the Synoptics have him already on the cross at 9 a.m. Like, these are things that are drastically unexpected if these people were actually there and they were both eyewitnesses.
Okay. I'll try to get back to you on the contradictions. Again, I haven't been well studied on them.
Fair enough.
But thank you for your time and the cordial conversation.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for stopping by.
All
Cheers, friend.
Bye.
Get wrecked, loser. Get destroyed. Cooked.
I mean, he was nice at least.
Yeah, he was super pleasant. It just felt like you gotta sometimes lay it on thick afterwards, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Oh boy. You can
Runner.
lead a horse to water, and you can literally hold his head underwater, but you still can't make him drink.
You can waterboard a horse, but you can't make him confess.
That is the case. There's a lot of reasons for that. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in line. Thank you so much for being here, friends. And also, if for some reason, I don't know, there's something wrong with you and you don't know about Dr. Blitz yet, make sure you're following Dr. Blitz's channel. We're going to be live again on Sunday morning, I presume, as well on the Unapologetic channel. So make sure you're following the Unapologetic channel. It's in my link tree as well. Zenerthren says callers proving fetal alcohol syndrome and congenital herpes are more common than I thought. I feel like that's
distasteful.
Yeah, I feel like there's something in here that's pretty harsh.
Like, that's basically calling people the Arsler.
That might
Like,
be the case.
come on.
But we love you, Zen Earthman, but you gotta be a little bit careful. Gotta be careful there, friend. Johnny Douche-Tube, interesting name change, my friend, says, in high school, a bunch of guys jumped me and robbed me. A pack of evildoers surrounded me, divided my lots. Please worship me. I know. That's the funny thing, right? If we just randomly quote Old Testament passages out of context, it could be literally about anybody. Now Johnny's the Messiah. Mo says, I've heard apologists state that since Caesar Augustus is mentioned in Luke 2, 1-3, therefore Caesar was used before 68 CE. Was Caesar a surname? I mean, initially, but then it got adopted as a title. To be sure, when it comes to like the supposed anachronisms in the New Testament, I don't put much weight on those. And the reason why I don't put much weight on them is a lot of them are arguments from silence. We're saying, listen, according to the literature, we don't see this thing happening at this time. But that's not really an argument all the time for an anachronism. I think a better anachronism is saying like something happened that couldn't have been true. So for example, in Genesis, a really good anachronism is in Genesis 14, Abraham chases the enemy's armies. It says as far as the tribe of Dan. But we know for a fact that the tribe of Dan didn't exist in Abraham's time period because they came from the 12 tribes. One of the tribes was named Dan, and they eventually moved into the upper northeast tip of Palestine. And so Abraham certainly couldn't have done that. So when I try to do anachronisms in the Bible, I try to stray away from ones that are arguments from silence and stick to the ones that are demonstrably just couldn't have been true based on what we know factually. So it's a fair question, though. Amir says, you go, Randy Wilson, 9897. Indeed, Randy Wilson been making those memberships rain, and we thank you for that, Randy. Or Kuma Magnus says, glad I escaped this cult. The indoctrination is so strong that it gets in the way of logic and reading comprehension. That's a fair point. And I think the better way to say that too is like, it's not even that, that they don't read and comprehend. I think it's that they're willingly obtuse or lying to themselves in order to avoid the contradiction. And that's the part that hurts to witness. Silotax says, Windows Apple schism alive and well. Praise Doug. Listen, that is true. There's been a Windows versus Apple schism for a long time. I do love the good old days when you could do a Hackintosh computer, but those days are gone. Most millennials don't even know about it. Sir Gamelot says the tacky Christmas sweater is outstanding. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and gay for Dalton. Well, thank you, Sir Gamelot. I appreciate that, and I do love a good Christmas sweater. I'm going to grab just 2 more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Reverend Nate says, I've got whiplash going from Trophy throwing their shit at the ceiling fan and screaming incoherently to Lavi, who makes Stephen Wright seem like a little hyper. I know. Lavi was nice, but he did sound very tired. He certainly could have used a pick-me-up. That's for sure. And Ursmont, good to see you, my friend, says, Blessed Yuletide to Justin, Sarah, all my siblings, Dr. Blitz, I would imagine as well, of Stone, and anyone who does not defend Yahweh's horrors. Indeed, Ursmont, we are with you, and we will not defend genocide, rape, murder, any of that nonsense. It's all nonsense. All right, let's grab Major Tom. And oh, sorry, we were supposed to get Alfie. I apologize. I said we were going to get Alfie a while ago. Let's grab Alfie from our YouTube queue. And we'll, they've been waiting for a while. We'll get the conversation rolling. Alfie, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
I am 18. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a person of color. And yes, I do.
Dope. And my claim tonight is essentially that Jesus and Santa are a little bit similar. They're analogous, in fact, that both of them, I believe, were mythological stories that were layered on top of a real historical person. You've been here long enough that you've already heard my points of parallel, so we'll skip right to the actual argument, which is, what would lead me to believe that Jesus is like still alive and not a mythology?
Well, one thing, you were talking about contradictions earlier, and I don't think those were contradictions. I mean,
Oh
there are
boy.
some real contradictions, but like the chronology ones, I don't know if John intends to tell things in the order they happen.
He does, because he says the next day. We know what the next day means.
Okay, well, that's early on when you were talking about the anointing story. It there's I don't is there a chronology there?
Yep. In the
There
anointing
is.
story, one says 2 days and one says 6 days.
Okay, all right. Well, I stand corrected.
Fair enough. So what would be the evidence for Jesus still like being alive and stuff?
So I so I'm supposed to explain this to you, right? And like you're supposed to get it, right?
Get what?
How Jesus is still alive, or Christianity, right? That's the
I
whole
mean,
purpose of this show, right?
I already understand the mythology. What I'm saying is that it's mythology, it's not true.
I don't I don't accept that term mythology. I mean, it's too loaded, and because when in common parlance, oh, that's just a myth. That's what people tend to think when they hear it, right?
Well, what do you think the word mythology means?
Well, I'm aware that there's a scholarly definition. There are a few definitions, um, but for me, it's just too loaded of a word in common parlance that
Yeah,
I
but that
just.
didn't answer the question. My question is,
I'm
what
sorry.
do you think mythology means?
I think mythology. It's a myth is a story that is intended to convey a deep truth about reality. It's kind of meta. Does that
They,
make sense?
but are they true? Like, is history and mythology the same thing?
No.
Gotcha. So what I'm saying is the story about Jesus is mythology. It's a story, but it's not true.
Well, it. Even if I were to accept your term mythology, it's true in a sense,
What do you mean
right?
true in a sense?
it's it's true in a meta sense. Jesus is still alive in that we remember him, we still talk about him. Mythologically, it's true. And again, I
Well,
don't like that term,
that
right?
means
But
Santa Claus is true.
well, yes. See, do you know what Sinclair's law is?
I never heard of it, but I think you're kind of missing the point. If true is just something that like has some sort of theological or like moral value, then we would use the same thing. Claiming that the story of Jesus is true is identical to claiming that the story of Saint Nick and Santa Claus are true.
Not quite. People don't die for Santa. And Sinclair's law, just so you know,
Well,
it's
somebody dying
difficult.
for it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's true.
That's true, and Nietzsche
That's
made
a
that point.
complete red herring.
You don't want to hear about Sinclair's law, do you?
You're welcome to do whatever you think Sinclair's law is going to help you with.
Sure, it's difficult to get a person to understand something when their salary or survival depends on them not understanding it.
Well, mine doesn't.
I think it kind of does.
I think it kind of doesn't. I was a pastor when I became an atheist. So try again.
And what are you doing now? What's your form of sustenance?
I'm doing the opposite now, but as it turns out, I also have a degree in engineering, which is what I was doing for the last 20 years. So I don't need this to make money. I was making decent money as an engineer prior to doing this. I do this because it's meaningful, it's helpful, and I like it. I don't have to do this. I could quit tomorrow and be fine. So try again. Or just run. That's it. That's all he had. That's the best he can do. What a clown. Okay. Well, what was his name? I better write this down. That guy's getting clipped. He's totally getting fucking clipped. You guys remember his name? What was his screen name?
You didn't. I don't think you displayed it.
It was over the YouTube. Alfie. Alfie something or another. Alfie something. Ran like a coward when argument failed hard. Fair enough. Good. All right, well, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats and we'll get hopefully our next interlocutor in here that will bring something of substance. Roman said, Justin, sorry to ask this if you've said it multiple times, but what will the main theme of your book be? Well, it's going to be on the prophecies. Volume 1 are on the prophecies as listed in the Gospels. Volume 2 will be on the prophecies listed outside of the Gospels in the rest of the New Testament. And it's gonna be pretty dope. Thank you for the question, though. Reverend Nate says,
Imagine writing a book. What a nerd.
It's so fucking true. I can't help myself, friends. I got a problem. I got an obsession. Reverend Nate says, what's the bare minimum for what makes the Messiah? I have a hypothesis that Surge System of a Down is more probable than to be our savior than Jesus. Okay, so I mean, to me, the bare minimum of being the Messiah is that you're a king. You collect the people that have been scattered, so they come back in. That's Isaiah chapter 11, Isaiah chapter 2, Ezekiel chapter 36 and 37, and like all of Isaiah. So you're a king. All the exiles come back home. The law is established, as are the Levitical sacrifices. All human beings know who Yahweh is, and world peace. Those are like the 5 criterion from the Old Testament for the Messiah, and Jesus didn't do even half of one of them. Verillion says, I like to think Doug channels through Faraday and Volta to give Justin the knowledge, and they pass it on through mewing. That might be the case. Pray to Doug for an answer. He will answer. And Side says, I'm addicted to Justin and the kittens. Well, listen, the kittens are fucking amazing. They're so cute. And I get it. Not everyone's a cat person, but come on. You have to at least like kittens. Jordan says, I know that God exists because there's no way that adorable ass cat exists outside of a goddamn miracle. Fair enough. The best argument for God to date is look at the fucking kittens. I like that. Gaius Husky says, Gitter Gotter picked a glitter bear. Who's see clitter? What's peace be upon him? Oh, hold on. There's so much happening right now. I don't know what glitter Gotter means. There's so much happening, Gaius Husky, in this super chat. I'm not sure I can make ends of it, but thank you so much. And Master Machete says, Chariot of Fire is rocket ship. Mother Trucker is in space. I agree. If Elijah didn't ascend into the heaven, that means that motherfucker's floating around in the clouds still. And Design Sonic says, witness claims aren't testimony unless they're subject to cross-examination. Produce your witness. Oh, that's a fair point, isn't it? I think that's the case. Titanium says, what do Christmas tree and a priest have in common? Their balls are just for decoration. Oh, boy. It hurts because it's true. It hurts because it's true. And Skeptic says, yeah, he definitely gonna need new underwear after this one. That is the case. I got 2 more super chats. Says, Space Lord, I've been trying to be more self-righteous. Sorry, I mean spiritual. I get those confused. Maria Bamford. Yeah, Christians do really get... we know that their reading comprehension is low, which is why they can't seem to get their act straight. And 55445 says, I am horizontal every night, so I have the strength to go vertical. Praise Doug. There is no schism. Thank you, 55. There's no schism.
Okay, so what is this about me being the cause of the schism?
Okay, now we have to have a chat. There's a hashtag that has recently started, which is Blame Blitz. And I'm hoping you can clarify. I don't know what we're supposed to be blaming you for.
I don't know. It just sounds like anti-Semitic, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just always blaming the Jews.
I think Gretchen started it, actually. If I recall. So I mean, Gretchen, we got.
Let's get some hashtag Blitz is innocent in the comments, by the way.
we do need some hashtag Blitz is innocent. Oh man, I don't know. I asked her. I didn't get an answer. I don't know what you're supposedly guilty of. So,
I think I'm supposed to be guilty of the schism.
Maybe. I thought Dalton was supposed to be blamed for the schism. That was my understanding.
I don't know. People have been blaming me in my own Discord server.
Oh well, it is what it is. Hey, guess who's back in the comments? Or not the comments in the guest box. It's fucking Christopher again. This guy's not.
Oh.
He's not. He doesn't know what's good for him. I know that much. Yeah. Well, let's get Major Tom in here. Welcome in, Major Tom. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Good evening. I'm 28. I believe in Jesus.
Awesome. And do you believe in the biblical version of Jesus?
Yes, I believe it is the testimony. When I talk about the scripture, I just want to say that the way I believe it.
We lost Tom. Tom? Hello to Major Tom. This is ground control. No?
I picked up what you put down.
Guess we lost him.
Hey, brother, I'm here. Some internet connection problem.
Yeah, well, welcome back. Okay. So you believe
sorry, brother.
in the biblical Jesus, I assume, right?
I'm sorry for mumbling. I'm here. It's pretty late here, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you do believe in the biblical Jesus. So my claim is pretty simple, which is that the biblical Jesus, like Santa Claus, is mythology that was like loosely based on a real person, but is certainly dead now. So maybe the question that I would ask is, why would I believe that Jesus is alive rather than a work of fiction in mythology?
So, do you know the claim that Muslims make about Quran?
Probably quite a few. They claim that it's perfect. They claim that like it's the most elegant Arabic writing ever invented. They all kinds of nonsense. Yeah, it was revealed by
Well,
Gabriel, the prophet,
yes,
or
Gabriel.
the
Yeah,
angel.
so the idea is that, this is the idea that Gabriel himself commanded what to write. So I would never follow a religion which would claim that God himself commanded what to write. So this basically, this book would need to be perfect in every sense, in every way. So the idea of gospels actually being imperfect is the idea of God that I have, because the God that I follow reveals himself through history.
Yeah. You ever read Exodus?
Through some of it, yeah.
God tells Moses to write in Exodus.
Yeah, this is the one example which is claimed by the Bible where God himself wrote something. They literally say that God himself wrote these tablets and gave it to Moses. So this is the one example in the Bible, but everything else is basically people speaking in the name of God, and this type of communication with God is
We agree
acceptable to me.
then. And we agree the Bible's not the word of God. Dope. We can get one talking point out already. The Bible's not the word of God, it's the word of men. So why would I believe when the word of men says that Jesus did miracles, was the Messiah, raised from the dead? Why would I believe any of that nonsense?
Why would we, I would just want to comment this idea. I heard you arguing before that Jesus brought nothing new in regards to morals, moral teaching. I would disagree with this.
Yeah, so again, the question was, why would I believe that Jesus did any of the stuff that's recorded about him?
Oh, well, like, why would you believe it? Because I don't know. I mean, I cannot give you this reason to believe. I just wanted to refer to some previous teams which you argued. I cannot make you believe. Sorry.
Well, sorry. I guess you're not going to be helpful for the discussion.
Yeah, but I had some
I'm sure
good
something
points to
tickled
make.
your ear when you were hearing it, and you wanted to come up and set the record straight. And I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would just cook me. You're the one. You're the one that's going to come up here and cook me and set me straight. But being that it's not on topic,
brother,
I guess we'll have to save that for a later date.
This is not my. No, I didn't mean to in that way.
No, you're fine. I know, no, you're not being an asshole. Don't worry. I can tell when someone's being an asshole. You're not being an asshole. You just heard some things that to you couldn't possibly be true, and you're like, oh, that can't be right, and then you joined up, and it turns out that, well, you're not gonna prove me wrong on them. They're pretty common talking points. Somebody would have proved me wrong already. El Treveso says, always curious what happened to Joseph in the New Testament. I think when they were at the temple, he stepped out for smokes and never came back. I know. Joseph is super, super missing from the New Testament, which I think it's good evidence that Joseph was a plot device, right? The Joseph of the New Testament isn't real. He was invented as a plot device to get the lineage to King David somehow. That's the only that's the only thing he does in the story. His role in the story is to get Jesus's lineage back to King David, even though he's only adopted. He certainly didn't teach Jesus how to be a good carpenter. The only time we see Jesus with wooden nails, he gets himself hung. It's a preposterous story. Iggy says, if Jesus did what King Cyrus did, maybe the Messiah. Unfortunately, a crucified Messiah is a failed Messiah. I agree. Like Deutero-Isaiah refers to Cyrus as God's Messiah because he was a real king. Until Jesus is a real king, he doesn't get to be the Messiah. And Reverend says the book wasn't written to be literature, maybe an all-timer for batshit lines. I know. Saying a book wasn't meant to be literature is a wild apologetic. Design says, I don't read the Bible. Justin, just read the Bible, Justin. Wait, who's quoting what here? Don't read the Bible, Justin. Just read the Bible. Well, I assume you're referring to that one gentleman I was talking to earlier that couldn't read the Bible. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, friend. Trey says, you're the GOAT, Justin. Keep doing Doug's work. Well, I don't know if I'm the GOAT, but thank you for supporting my work. I really appreciate that. And El Travioso come in and again says, yo, Goonie, no true Scotsman, blame the victim. Am I hearing that right? Horrible if so. That was the name of the guest I couldn't think of, was the Goonie Goon. Goonerstat. Thank you. Goonerstat. Write that down. I appreciate that. I was trying to figure out what that guest's name was so I can write him down. Aaron says, I'm a fan of pretzels, but that pretzel is too cooked for even all 100% of the Christian but not Christian starving Haitian children. That's what we're talking about. It was the starving Haitian children are not real Christians. Dope. Now we got a proper note. I appreciate that. The super chats really helped me to keep track of my own notes. And Reverend Nate says, Gooner has been getting jackhammered for a long time. I'm watching YouTube or only. Am I watching YouTube or OnlyFans? It seems like a terms of service violation. I did give him a hard time for a long time. We gave it to him long and hard for sure. And Peter says, hi, Justin, back from seeing family in, let's say Illinois. Hold on, my screen's there we go. In Illinois, I think. And happily back to watching live. I've been watching the stream I missed, and boy, there are something else. Well, thank you, Peter. Beautiful kitty cat. I'm glad you're here with us live again. Thank you for supporting the stream. And Angel says, Justin made list of stages of Christian brain rot when? Love what you're doing. Happy Christmas and simply wet for sharing. So we joke about the stages of Christian brain rot syndrome. I wanted to make it a graphic for the screen. It has like a slider, so we can like measure and vote on the guests as to what level of Christian brain rot syndrome they're suffering from. I think we need to happen. Bill says, you can't be king of kings. Triple H is king of kings. He said that at first. Fuck. I think you're right. And speaking of Dr. Blitz, blame President Blitz, is what she says.
That's so rude.
I still don't know what we're blaming him for. We're going to have some people weigh in. Aaron says, Gooner is aptly named. The man wouldn't quit beating himself off. And that is a fantastic use of words. Big W on that one. Dr. Fudge says, Gooner converted me to Confucianism, not the Chinese philosopher. My head really hurts. Yes. To be fair, he was deeply confused. Last super chat for now from X Million. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, for Doug so loved the world that he gave his begotten pebble to become lodged in my sandal to help remind me that we should perish and embrace this one life dearly. I loved you and Dr. Kip on Jeremiah. Gay for Justin, Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Xmillion. I really appreciate that. Yes, the video of me and Dr. Kip more aptly would be titled Dr. Kip Gives a Dynamite Presentation was a lot of fun. I definitely recommend going back to my main Deconstruction Donor channel and giving that a watch if you're interested in what we would call textual criticism. All right, now I believe Insomnia and Huckleberry were next, so let me get Insomnia into the conversation.
Hey.
Insomnia, welcome in. Greg, rather, is your name. Greg, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
I've been 18 more than 18 times. I think the maths on that maths.
Fair enough. Are you a Jesus believer?
Well, do I believe Jesus was a thing? Yeah, it's complicated. You know what I believe. I would like to actually challenge you, first of all, on your cooking skills. I believe you don't have the right cooking tools, and I'd also like to introduce you to one of our local Krampus type beliefs. Now, if you go and look for the correct tong to cook with, you need a donkey long tong. There is a cooking utensil called donkey long tong. You can get it on www.donkeylongtong.co.za. In fact, you can get 2 in a jack sack. Now, that is the correct way.
No free clout. Although I am going to be looking up donkey long tongue now. Long tongue or long tong?
That sounds like a position.
Yeah, and it really is. This guy's not lying. This really is a cooking utensil for people who grill. This was a free promotion for the donkey long tong, built to last, built for adventure. Shipping to US and Canada and Australia. If you need long tongs, like donkey long tongs, like Ezekiel 23:20 long tongs, apparently there's a website for that called Donkey Long Tongs. To be fair, I love the name of this product. It was aptly named. I would put that right up there with one of my second favorite business names, which is Big Ass Fans. Big Ass Fans was a genius naming tactic. It just is what it is. That's all it is. Oh, also, Cyber Deconstruction just messaged me. Cyber says, hold on, that he's got the stages of Christian brain rot syndrome for us. I didn't know they were already worked out. Holy shit. One second. Stage number 1 is innocent inheritance stage. Stage number 2 is emotional anchorage stage. Stage number 3 is verse immunization stage. And where's the fourth stage? Hold on. I need the fourth stage. Fourth stage is apologetic patchwork stage. Stage number 5 is motivated sophistication stage. Stage number 6 is epistemic double standard stage. Stage number 7 is moral reframing stage. Number 8 is mystery absolution stage. And 9 is persecution narrative stage. And last stage, 10, is the immunity lock-in stage. And this is amazing, Cyber Deconstruction. I will make this a thing. We got to do a Christian brain rot syndrome slider for the live stream so we can classify people properly. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to the community, Cyber. I really do appreciate that. Let's get Huckleberry in here. Huckleberry, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
I am at least 18. I want to answer the question, or your second half of that question is I have a hope in those things that Christians traditionally believe. However, I must say that the evidence does not, I would have to say and concede that the evidence does not point to my hope being a reality. I was raised from about the age of 8 in a Lutheran parochial school. I have, in the words of George Carlin, really tried. But I, if I can just back up real quick, Justin, as I'm a little nervous if you may not be able to tell from my breathing, I want to say thank you for what you do. Um, I always think, what if this guy just gets tired of doing this, and then what will I do? Because I watch you a lot, and I do try to take what you say as you do so constructively and try to apply that when I speak to people of different faiths and such, because I do think we lose people in debates when we become asinine and such. And unfortunately, a lot of your callers are like that. I think that you show the respect to callers that show the respect to you, and I can almost like, I can predict when you're going to call them out and put them in their place, and I think you do that very appropriately. So thank you. I do have a question for you. I could probably talk all night to you, but being respectful of the time here, I wanted to ask, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing Matt's last name right, but Delahunty, is that
Yeah.
how he said his name?
Yeah,
Okay,
you got it.
I've Zeitgeist is something that I've watched, and I'm not trying to put a plug in for them. I've also listened to Matt kind of trash that, and the thing that
Oh, the movie?
yeah,
I've
the
actually
part
never
that
seen
I'm
it, believe it or not.
well, okay, well, I'll try to frame it then without having to use the movie because I've read it elsewhere too, and that is all the different um, supposed deities throughout time, and how the similarities are to that of the Christ story. And I've been in debates with friends of mine who are ministers, and they always tend or want to be able to shout that down or shoot that down. Matt likewise had kind of said he didn't really give examples as to the of what the documentary or what other claims have made of all the different stories of deities that were aligned with like the story of Jesus and virgin birth to um, resurrection and just all these different similarities. So can you maybe answer that question for me? Um, how many of those are exactly like that of the Jesus story?
Well, there's a lot of crossover with Dionysus and Jesus. We've got a lot of dying and rising gods, even like way back when. Think of like the god Baal or Melkart from the ancient Near East. Melkart wasn't actually that far, and Baal wasn't that far from the Israelite belief. They were just like up towards Lebanese and Ugarit. So like within the region of Palestine, we already have people with this particular belief. You don't have to go over across the Mediterranean to believe in dying and rising gods. And of course, Ishtar famously was goes down to Sheol and then descends back up. So there certainly is a fascination for dying and rising gods, but I don't think any of the stories have complete overlap with Jesus. All of them is more like we would say like borrowing or hinting at. I don't think there's a direct one for one parallel. There's
Like
a
virgin births, for instance. There's
sure a lot of
several that the documentary has laid claim to that they're saying the exact same story. Even with that of like December 25th, and if you've not seen it, again, I'm not putting a plug in for it, but I'm horrible at recalling. So maybe if another time I call in, that would be something that you could address then as well, all those different points. But I mean, it's very, to me, I don't necessarily want it to be true, but on the other hand, it's like for me, it's one of those nail in the coffins, so to speak. I mean, it would really solidify my, dare I say, disbelief that or the impossibility of this all being, true. Um, like the virgin birth. Can you name different deities that had, whether it was Osiris or, just the different ones who had virgin births? Was
I know there are some. It's there's a discussion to be had on whether or not Samson actually had a virgin birth, based on the text. So if you read Samson in Judges in Hebrew, it would actually, if you're taking the words to be what they actually are, which I do, Samson basically had a virgin birth. It seems to be that the wife conceived at the moment that the angel spoke to her. That to me is the best way to interpret the Hebrew text there. Also, is interesting too, because Samson is modeled after a sun deity, a solar deity. That's a whole nother story. So Samson is one possible virgin birth from the Jewish zeitgeist. But also, like special births were a common trope in what we find in the Roman literature. So if you read Life of the 12 Caesars, you'll find that what they try to do with the Caesars is they'll try to pinpoint like there's this one really special event that happened either when the emperor was conceived or when they were born, that was symbolizing the gods, approval of them. And even in like the Enochic literature, so in the book of Enoch, I think it's the second book of Enoch, it tells about the birth of Melchizedek. You remember Melchizedek from Genesis chapter 14. And according to this, it was a miraculous birth. It wasn't a virgin birth, but it was super miraculous because um, we don't know how she conceived. It could have been a virgin birth. It could not have been. It probably was a virgin birth. It doesn't explicitly state it, but I'll tell you why I think it's probably a virgin birth. So the Nir is the guy's name, Nir, and he's married to a woman, and he's supposedly related to Noah. And so he's a priest at this time period, and he finds his wife to be pregnant. And he's like, I don't understand how she became pregnant because I didn't sleep with her. I was serving as priest. So there's this idea that, sleeping with women could make you unclean ritually for temple service. So he's like, oh my God, did one of the watchers impregnate my wife? So he doesn't know where the baby comes from. And that's why I think interpreting it as a virgin birth is okay. You can definitely do it that way. I would. But it's not. It's more implied than explicit. That being said, Melchizedek comes out and it says he was fully formed like a 3-year-old child and came out talking in full sentences. So we find these types of like real miraculous births happening within the text, and the Melchizedek birth is even more interesting because when you go to Hebrews chapter 7, the book of Hebrews chapter 7 picks up on this mythological backstory and likens it to Jesus. So it says of Melchizedek is really interesting. This Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, met Abraham as he was returning from defeating the kings and blessed him. And to him, Abraham apportioned 1/10 of everything. His name in the first place means king of righteousness. Next, he is also the king of Salem, that is, the king of peace. Without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he remains a priest forever. So this whole idea that Jesus is a pre-existent figure that has this divine virgin birth, they're likening it in Hebrews chapter 7 to the backstory of Melchizedek, who also seemed to have had this pre-existent nature, right? So certainly the narrative of Jesus seems to be modeled on stuff within the culture that already had like virgin birth. Like if it's really special, if it's really cool, you got to give them a cool birth story.
May I play proxy believer here and ask you a question in regards to like evolution and just the chicken and the egg argument with human beings? If we have been evolved, how would we have made it out of the baby phase? You know what I mean? Like, unless we are of apes, I suppose, and during that evolutionary process, but humans as we are, or even apes, how would they have made it out of a baby phase, or even in? I mean, we couldn't survive as 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, probably, unless we were, in an organic garden of sorts for a period of time. So I'll shut up and hope that you can enlighten me.
Well, I mean, my understanding is like there was a point where like the skill set we needed to survive was not like it was today. Like, so think of, for example, like kittens, right? Like I've got these two adorable kittens. They get born and then they're dependent on their mom a little bit for milk, and then they can go do cat stuff. And but the stuff that a cat needs to do isn't all that much. The stuff that modern humans do is a lot, but there was a time in our history when most likely, what we called humans or whatever our ancestor was, they were born and they didn't have to do all that much. I'm envisioning this idea of human development needing to be a longer period of time that needed lots of care as evolving itself. Where in the earliest stages, we probably didn't need all that much care. We didn't need all that involvement. But as we evolved, we became into a creature that could both give it and also, could receive it. Now, to be fair, like we've seen lots of human beings even today that have been abandoned and they were able to still survive. They
At
were
what age, though?
feral children. Well, I don't really know what age, but we see, we see it in the animal kingdom as well. There are animals that nurse their young for various periods, and like humans, you need milk at least. I mean, honestly, so in the ancient world, they used to say you would wean your children to year number 3. Now, we don't do that anymore, right? But if you're legitimately weaning your child to age 3, that's not an incredibly difficult task. There are animals that wean their children for a good amount of time. They feed their children for a good amount of time. But I'm not picturing it as a thing that like just boom, it happened that way. I'm picturing this as something that was an evolutionary process where at the earliest stages, it didn't require that much.
I'm
You know,
trying
as we
to
as we
visualize that in
became more
my.
complicated, I think we evolved the need for it.
Yeah, I would think that our diet, perhaps, yeah, would have advanced things that now we clearly would not be able to manage on our own. Even with weather not, being an issue, but rather just nutritional. Even if you remove predators and such, I don't know how we would have made it out of an infant phase, which for a longest time, and I still am stuck on it with all due respect as to, you know, that could be an argument for being created in an adult form without having to go through that process without a parent that may have abandoned us, much like a cat or something. I just don't see how, even along that continuum of our evolutionary process, whether it be from apes or whatever, sponge, how we would have survived with the brains that we have now, how we would have ever got from A to B, much less A to Z on that evolutionary continuum. So, but
Yeah, but like you got to think, we evolved from like if you go far enough back in the chain of evolution, like we evolved from animals that didn't care for their young like we do, and it was one gradual tiny little step at a time, in millions of years between those steps where at the earliest stages of development it might is basically just like fish. Like theoretically we evolved from fish that left the water, and it took billions of years. I don't know how many years for from fish to us it took actually, but it took so much time. I can't imagine that it just happened like that. One of our ancestors just popped out, needing all this extra time and attention, and survived. It really only would work out, in my view at least, if it was a gradual progression. Whereas the animals become more complex and have more needs, they would gradually get more parenting and more sheltering from the parents. But this is something that takes millions of years. There's no like switch that just got flipped that went from like point A to point Z. It was definitely point A to B and then C and then D, one step at a time.
do you believe that we came from the sea, that we did come from fish?
I think so. I think there's a lot of good evidence for it, and we do see that there are fish even today that show that characteristic. Think like the mud skipper. the lungfish as well. So there certainly are fish that are in the process of evolving to survive outside of the water, or already evolved in order to do that. So we know that it's certainly possible. And we have good evidence that we can go the other way. Like whales were at one point mammals on the earth, and that got accustomed to living in shallow water and then eventually into full water, which is why they have blowholes and they breathe air. They don't have gills. They have lungs, and even like their nostrils still have. So like science is really cool. Like we can tell, not me personally, but scientists can tell based on the makeup of your olfactory cells what chemical compound they're designed to receive. Like you have, tons and tons of olfactories in your nose, and each one of them is designed to detect a specific chemical, right? What's interesting is we can tell there's usually a huge difference between olfactories that work on land and work on sea because they've got different chemical compounds. Like we've got olfactories to smell certain things that are completely airborne that you'll never be able to smell in the water. But as it turns out, these olfactories, like a huge percentage of them we find, these airborne olfactory sensors, we find in whales and dolphins because they used to live on land, although a lot of them are now dormant or not fully functioning anymore. So I think we got a lot of good evidence for evolution, and I would definitely recommend calling in on Forrest's live stream sometime. Forrest he's a biology guy, and I think he could probably give you some really good in-depth information on some of these questions. Whereas I'm not even a novice when it comes to biology. Like I took like one class in high school, and then the rest that I've learned is just by randomly reading stuff here and there ever since.
And who is this again? Forrest, you said?
Yeah, Forrest Valkai is his name.
Valkai.
But he'll be on the line almost every Sunday night just about.
Okay. And if you got to bump me, that's fine for the next one. I don't want to take up all the time, but I do have one more if you don't mind.
Sure, we can do one more.
I have asked my pastor friend in regards to, I've kind of thrown the tornadoes argument that you make as to why God had to, or why that's even necessary and such. And he had talked about the firmament and how, and I'm paraphrasing him, that without that being taken away, that our misery would have stayed in that bubble, so to speak. And it was kind of off the wall rationale, even for me, having been raised as a Christian. But how should I approach that? And I can read, I screenshot his text to me, not to embarrass him or anything. I've encouraged him to actually come on and talk to you. He is a very genuine, good person. I think that if everyone was like him, the world would be great. Unfortunately, that can't be said of all people of religions and such. But that firmament that I bring up and that he brought up, how would you argue if I was saying to you, well, that's the reason why we have tornadoes and hurricanes is because that firmament was removed, and we know that hurricanes, for instance, the science behind it is what the quick movement of hot air to a colder, or vice versa, and so how would you tackle that?
So I think the first thing I would do is recognize that God is in control of the firmament. Whether you think there was a firmament or not, God is in control of keeping it there or taking it away. So if removing the firmament did away with the protection, well, it's still on God. Like he could have kept it there indefinitely, or he could have created another one after he destroyed the first one. Like there's so many possibilities, right? So I'm not sure that the firmament does much for the problem of evil,
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I really appreciate your taking my call tonight. So.
Sure thing. Good to hear from you, Huckleberry. Best of luck on your journey, man.
Thank you. Take care.
Cheers, friend. Big W to Huckleberry. The dude's truly trying to figure some stuff out, and I realize that there are some people that are bored when we take those calls, and you guys know I try to keep them to a minimum, but when people are truly deconstructing, like I want to help them. Like I really want to be able to work with them during the process, because like we were all there once too. Like we were there trying to figure some shit out. And sometimes you just need to ask a few questions or talk to someone who you think might not give you a bullshit answer, you know? Let me grab 2 super chats. We got one from Eddie Moore, says, I was going to jump in the TikTok live and say hello, but that's not the point of the live, so I figured I'd leave the super chat. Well, thank you, Eddie. I really do appreciate that. I'm 54. I'm an anti-theist, and you're like Santa bringing gifts of reason. Well, thank you. Those are very kind words, my friend. I appreciate you supporting the channel. And Laura, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 10-pound chat. Says, hey, Justin, as you mentioned, lightning earlier, fun family fact. My great-grandfather was struck by lightning 9 times. He died an atheist from a natural death old age.
I don't buy it.
That's so many. 9 times is so many. Is he... Holy shit.
I mean,
Laura...
it is true that it is true that the more that if you've been struck by lightning once, you're more likely to get struck by lightning again. But I think that that's a behavioral thing. Like if you're the kind of person who does that stuff that will get you struck by lightning, you're just kind of dumb enough to do it again.
I mean, that seems to be the case. Or maybe you live in a location where lightning is more likely to strike. That is crazy, though. 9 times is so fucking much. Like...
Yeah, it's a lot.
If you get struck by lightning 9 times and you survive every one of them, like those are really, like, you should be playing the lottery. Those odds are unfucking believable. That's wild. Whew. Although that was gonna be our last super chat, but Gretchen, I think, brings some clarification. Says, Blitz, it's only due to my high regard for you and your brilliance that I started the schism at your urging. I was just trying to impress you, my liege.
I'm being framed. I'm being framed. I didn't do it. It's just like the Dreyfus affair.
I don't know. Gretchen's been pretty honest. I mean, I've never heard her tell a lie.
This wouldn't be the first time that a Jewish guy was framed for not doing something.
That, I mean, yeah, that is the case. Okay, I'm gonna bring in Boom Boom because their battery is about to die. And Joe, I was gonna bring you in, but it says you're not fully connected. Joe, you're gonna have to refresh your browser and come back because it shows that your audio isn't connected properly. So go ahead and drop down and come back. We're gonna bring in Boom Boom. Oh, same thing with Boom Boom. You're not fully connected either, Boom Boom. Huh. Wonder if VDO's having some problems. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna bring in Rod next, though. I thought Rod was Muslim. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Sometimes my memory fails me. Actually, fucking a lot of times my memory fails me. Rod was in the guest box for a while too. He might not actually be available anymore. Maybe. You can do it, Rod. I believe in you. Well, unfortunately, I don't think Rob's actually in the guest box anymore. I actually think he's gone. So let me grab Joe. Joe rejoined over on Video Ninja. So we're going to bring in Joe and hopefully keep everything moving. Now it looks like you're connected there, Joe. Big W. Joe, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Also, and we talked recently, didn't we?
Yeah, we talked.
Yeah. So, what did we talk about last time? Refresh my memory so we don't double dip.
Yeah. So we were talking about the star with the 3 wise men. Oh, there's like a echo on my side. How do I stop that? Okay. All right. Does it? Oh, that muted me. Okay. And we talked about Matthew 1 with Uzziah.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, what else did we talk about?
I think that's enough. Okay, so my claim tonight is that Jesus and Santa Claus are analogous because they're both mythologies that are superimposed upon a real historical person. And so what I'm hoping somebody can do for me is to demonstrate that Jesus is not mythological and that he's actually still alive.
So I would say, yeah. Do you know how to fix the if there's an echo on my side.
Well,
Maybe
there
I have
shouldn't.
two.
There shouldn't
Oh,
be
you
an
know what?
echo.
Yeah,
But hold on a second. There wasn't an echo for anyone prior to you.
you have two open.
You might have two. Yeah, you might have two instances of the stream open, or it might be playing on something else. You might be playing my stream while also connected on Video Ninja. That happens quite a bit. Is that better?
Maybe that was it. No? Okay. That's okay. I'll try to through it. Okay, yes. So there's, besides the Bible, you have other sources that reference Jesus, like Tacitus and Josephus.
No, we
And
agree that he was a
they
real
weren't.
person. No, you don't have to prove to me he's a real person. I'm not a mythicist, but I do believe he's dead. Is what I'm saying.
Well, right, but I guess at least the point with Josephus is that he writes that Jesus came back after 3 days, that
Oh,
he
he
was
didn't
resurrected.
actually. Not even in the fraudulent one that we find in most modern copies of Josephus. That one was manufactured by Eusebius, but even in the one that was manufactured by Eusebius, he doesn't make that claim. He claims that there are some who believe he did.
I'm trying to give you the source for what I was looking at.
It's book 18, I know.
What was the name of the book?
Antiquities of the Jews, book 18.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that one. I don't know if it was that part of the book, but I guess I would assume it would be. But yeah, he said in that Jesus was resurrected after 3 days.
No, he didn't say that.
I was reading. I have too many things open here.
I mean, I can pull it up for you.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I'll try to find a way to do that.
So not only does he not really say that, this is also manufactured by Eusebius. I think there are other versions of this that are more accurate, but also he was a Jew, so he certainly didn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. But it says, now therefore, about this time, Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men, received the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ, and when Pilate, at suggestion of the principal men amongst us, had condemned him to the cross, those that loved him at first did not forsake him, for he appeared to them alive and again the third day. So
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
I'm reading this as the claim, not his claim, but also he didn't say this, which is the other problem.
I'm not familiar with.
So Josephus was a Jew.
Right. Maybe the
He
last
wasn't
one that would want to
He
say
wasn't a
that.
Christian.
Right. Oh, I've got 2 videos on here. Weird. Does the video on your side show my head like cut off?
Yeah.
My face? Okay. For some reason I have to like.
It's because your phone is vertical and my feed is set up for horizontal. Just tilt your phone to the
Maybe I'll
side.
just go further. Okay, cool. What was the last thing you were saying about it?
I said you could just tilt your phone to the side and it'll be the same orientation. There you go.
Okay, cool.
So
yeah, what was the last thing you said?
So my point is, the version of Antiquities that you're referring to is manufactured by Eusebius. We have other documents of Josephus that read drastically different, and the stylometric analysis of Josephus shows that literally none of that was original to Josephus. It uses vocabulary that he doesn't use. and it specifically uses vocabulary that Eusebius does use.
Mm.
And that's why the first time this quotation ever shows up is in Eusebius's history. And he's a Christian. He's documenting Christian history. And he obviously interpolated this passage. He was adding this to Josephus. Was there a mention of Jesus of some kind within Josephus's writing? It does seem that way. But did he say the things that Eusebius said he said? I have no reason to believe so.
Okay, so basically you're saying that he rewrote it and then he added that in.
Yeah. In fact, let me show you the Arabic version. So there was an Arabic tradition that was preserved, and it's pretty well preserved. This is the edition in Arabic. It says, "At this time there was a wise man who was called Jesus. His conduct was good, and he was known to be virtuous, and many people from among the Jews and their nations became his disciples. Pilate condemned him to be crucified and to die, but those who had become his disciples did not abandon his discipleship. They reported that he appeared to them 3 days after his crucifixion and that he was alive. Accordingly, he was perhaps the Messiah, concerning whom the prophets have recounted wonders." So the Arabic edition that wasn't preserved by the Christians, it was preserved by non-Christian groups, seemed to be a lot less biased. And it would be, I think it's preposterous to think that Josephus would speak so glowingly about Jesus being resurrected and being the Messiah if he was never a Christian, and he certainly wasn't a Christian.
Yeah, so well, also Tacitus, who is not a Christian, confirmed that Jesus' existence and crucifixion.
I know, but again,
don't know about the resurrection part though.
But we agree that he lived and died. We don't disagree there. The question is he still alive now?
So how do you answer? I think someone else mentioned this earlier, but like people, they don't die for a lie. They can die for a lie if it's maybe like through a third party or something. They believe it, like for instance with Islam. I think that that they're dying for a lie, but people directly that followed Jesus, that lived with him for 3 years, and the claim is that they saw him 3 days later and the wounds, etc.
But we don't know.
That's different.
We don't know the circumstances of their death. Like the death of the disciples are recorded hundreds of years after the fact by people that weren't there. We don't know the circumstances of their death, and we certainly don't know if they were ever given the opportunity to save their lives by recanting. What we know is that James, the son of Zebedee, according to the Bible, was rounded up and killed. We know that Paul was imprisoned, and we have the recording of First Clement that talks about Peter and Paul dying, but we have no evidence that they went to their death because they believed in Jesus. In fact, if you read the Roman writings, what we find is that the reason why the Christians kept being persecuted was because they kept breaking the law. They were holding secret assemblies. They were proclaiming that there were other kings other than the emperor, so on and so forth. And that's why they were being rounded up. It wasn't because they were being religiously persecuted. And to say that they died for a lie, I think is not a meaningful claim, because people die for a lie all the time. 916 people died for Jim Jones. Another 70 died for David Koresh. And I talked to one of the surviving members of the Waco siege on my live stream. She still believes to this day, after she watched all of her companions die in the fire, she still believes to this day that David Koresh is the Messiah.
And she was with him?
Who was the disciple that was executed for being annoying?
Annoying?
I mean,
what?
In the Bible,
or something like there was one who was executed for being boisterous or something like this.
Oh, not from the Bible, you mean?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember who it was.
I think the only one in the Bible
one of the ones that we have good confirmation of.
James from Acts. He was
Yeah.
killed by King Herod of Agrippa, or
Yeah.
Agrippa.
Yeah,
But
James.
yeah, those ones I agree are tradition. You know, it's not biblical source.
Right. But my point is, like, people do die for a lie, and the problem is they don't know it's a lie.
So
Right. So
I
like
agree.
the people that we do know were persecuted weren't the people that were there. The people that were actually there, they didn't write anything. They didn't leave any evidence for us. They didn't leave any witnesses for us. We don't really know how they died. We don't know if they had the opportunity to recant. We don't know if they died because of their testimony in Jesus or because they were breaking the law. There's a lot of things we don't know about their death, but we do know that
Okay.
people will die for their religion,
So
no matter if it's
who
true or
is?
not.
Do you remember who the first martyr was? In the first Christian martyr?
I mean, it's supposed to be Stephen, according to the book of
Yeah.
Acts, but
Right.
I mean, I'm not really sure how relevant that is.
Well, I mean, he died for his faith.
So,
So okay, let's besides the martyrdom, you know, how would you explain the explosion of the Christian faith under those circumstances? You know, being persecuted, you
there
know, in that
wasn't
area, Roman occupation.
there wasn't an explosion.
I mean, it went into Asia, Africa, obviously the Middle East.
Yeah, after the Roman Empire spread it by force. The Holy Roman Empire spread this religion by force, Joe, by the sword.
But
In fact,
they
as
didn't
early as
they moved it
Constantine,
to
they were
Asia.
forcefully baptizing Jews.
Okay,
Like
what about Asia,
they started
India
issuing
with
edicts
Thomas?
to kill heretics at the beginning.
So traditionally, Thomas went, I think, to India and spread the gospel.
Yeah, that's the mythology,
How
just
would you
like
explain that?
Jesus. It didn't happen. There's no explanation.
So there's a church there, and
So what?
it's, you know, just
There's a church in
made up.
Ethiopia that claims to have physical descendants from Solomon. Do you think that Solomon has physical descendants in Ethiopia?
I don't know what the evidence would be for that.
Yeah, there's no evidence. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because there's
Yeah,
a
I'd want to have
church
some
there,
evidence.
just because there's
I don't
Christians
believe
there,
something.
doesn't mean that it goes back to this legend.
No,
That's
I
the
agree
problem
with.
with legends
Yeah,
and
I want some
mythology is
evidence.
that they can't actually be proven to be true. They're just legends.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I want some evidence for it. I'm not just going to believe something willy nilly. You know.
So, I mean, the problem that we have, and we talked about this last time, is one, first of all, there's no evidence for the resurrection. Number two, the Gospels can't be good evidence because they repeatedly lie over and over again. And number three, I am most unwilling to believe that a guy resurrected after he lived and spent 3 years lying about being the Messiah the entire time. God's not going to choose to resurrect some dude after he spent 3 years lying on the messianic prophecies. He's a false prophet at best.
Unless he was who he claimed to be.
Except he's not, because that means God's a liar and God's not a liar.
What lie are you referring to, or lies?
He lies in Luke chapter 4 about fulfilling Isaiah chapter 61, which he clearly didn't. He lies in Matthew 27 about Psalm 110 supposedly being from the mouth of David, speaking about the Lord said to my Lord, not even remotely true. He lied about his second coming. It says in Matthew 16 and Matthew 24 and Matthew 10 that he's going to be coming back within the generation of his disciples still being alive, and then he didn't. He's a goof.
Okay.
He's not a messiah. He's a naughty boy.
There are a few things you were talking about earlier that I wanted to touch on. One of them was what morals did Jesus bring that
Nothing
weren't
new.
existing?
Nothing new. He
So
didn't do anything that wasn't already part of the movement within Judaism of his day. Most of his moralistic teachings you can find like already within the Jewish writings, and some of them even in the Hebrew Bible. They're just kind of tucked away back there.
oh, I would disagree. He actually completely did a 180 on some of them. So he said,
Well,
you've heard it
that's
said,
that's irrelevant, but they're not
those
unique to Jesus. That's my point. Jesus was
I
doing something that was already happening within Judaism in his day. there was already a movement away from the letter of the law towards the supposed spirit of the law. And like the idea that like Jesus was doing something fundamentally different just isn't true.
Was there anything about praying for your enemies? Because that's pretty radical.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's in the Hebrew Bible too. It
Praying for
says
your
if your enemy is starving, give them food to eat.
in the Old Testament?
Yeah.
Well, okay. It's a little different to pray for your enemies versus
But
give them food.
it's the same principle. The
Okay.
principle is to
What
be
about
kind to your enemies.
what about the
Whether you
ones where
pray
he's
for them
saying?
or give them food is a useless distinction.
What about the ones where he says, "You've heard it said, if you look at a woman at lust, you." Oh no.
Already in the Talmud. We already find that in Judaism. The idea that you could just merely think of these crimes, you're already guilty of them. All that's already in the Talmud. In fact, you can just get one of these. Hold on. Just go ahead. Get one of these. Get the Jewish annotated New Testament, and they'll just tell you all the shit that Jesus said isn't original. It's already in Judaism.
Okay. Well, his new covenant. He said he's basically you can summarize all of the laws with love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love
Already
your
in
neighbor as
Judaism.
yourself.
Gamliel
Is
already
that
said it before him.
who said it before?
Gamliel. I'm pretty sure it's Gamliel.
How,
It's a Jewish rabbi. It was already there. He was challenged to recite all of the Torah. And he said to love the Lord your God with all your mind, heart, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. That was his shtick. When he was charged to recite the entire Torah, he's like, here's a funny workaround. I'll just recite these two greatest laws and call it done. This was already part of Judaism. He didn't do anything new. And even
it
if he
wasn't part
had,
of
it's
Judaism.
not meaningful.
I mean, just if this rabbi was saying that doesn't mean it's part of Judaism.
Yeah, it's written in their documents. People knew about it. That's why I know about it. That's why you now know about it.
Okay, so you're saying that nothing new that wasn't talked about.
Well, I'm saying
Not that
that
it was like
Jesus didn't bring anything special to the board. He didn't do anything unique. He didn't do anything special. Most of his teachings were already a part of the Jewish movement of his day. He was just one flavor of it. And even if he did bring something unique to the table, that doesn't mean anything. Every moral teacher, like every good teacher, has some kind of unique twist. They have some kind of thing that they've taken already from the zeitgeist and kind of tweaked it a little bit. That doesn't make you a messiah. It certainly doesn't mean that you're going to get resurrected.
I'm just looking back to see where some of the things you were talking about. Oh, I don't know if you want to talk about this because we talked about it a little bit before, but as far as the genealogy, we talked about with like Uzziah and the other guy. So my understanding after looking at that a little more is that um, they kept it. They took out some generations with it, so that they had 3 sets of 14.
Except they didn't.
Um,
They miscounted.
which was it the third one? Because I counted the first two.
The third one only gets you to 13. He double counted Jeconiah.
Oh, I missed that. The one I didn't count.
Yeah.
Okay, so here it is.
And leaving out the generation so that you can get 14 doesn't make the lie go away. It's still a lie. It's still untrue. He says that there are 14 generations between this event and that event. There are not. There are 18.
Right, but the point I made on our last call was
But,
that
well, hold on. Don't move on yet. Address the
oh,
fact. He says that there are 14 generations from David to the deportation. There are not 14 generations. There are 18. That's just a bold-faced lie.
yeah, I agree that there's 18. They listed 14.
So then he's wrong. There are not 14 generations between David and the deportation. There are 18.
Well, yeah, there's a difference, and I have to double check this, but there's like a legal, it's like a legal generation. So there
No,
might be
that's a
using that as a
Covit.
reason to count these specifically.
No. He left out
So,
3 generations between Joram and Uzziah, and then he
mhm.
left out the father of Jeconiah.
Yeah, so they might not have been legally counted as a generation.
They were a generation, father and
They were a
son. In fact,
generation, but like,
it says begat. It says he begat so and so,
yeah,
which
we
is a
talked
lie.
about that.
You don't begat so and so. Like
The
this
only
is
way you can get around it
Joe.
is
I
if
just want you
you.
to pause. I want you to pause for a second. Just
Okay.
take stock of where we're at in the conversation right now. Trying to justify what Matthew did in chapter 1 is not a good look. It's not a good cope. And I know you think you're defending Matthew, but what you're really doing is showing to the audience that you're struggling with being honest. What Matthew did was a huge blunder, and he did multiple blunders. He's a goof. If you look at Matthew's gospel, nobody blunders more on what the Hebrew Bible says than Matthew. Matthew was a joke. You shouldn't be wasting your time defending Matthew.
So one of the things you're saying is that he referenced like Jeremiah, no,
That's what it
Zechariah,
said. He
when he
said that
actually said it was
Jeremiah
Jeremiah,
said,
but it was a
yeah,
combination.
he said Jeremiah said it when he didn't say it. That's
Well, he had
Matthew
said a
27:9.
portion of it.
No, he didn't.
He referenced in Jeremiah,
No.
the
Neither one of
lambs.
those. Nope. Neither one of those are in Jeremiah. It says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price on the one whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. That quotation doesn't appear in Jeremiah, none of it.
The potter's part. It's also there.
No, it's not.
I found it earlier.
No, you didn't
Not the
find
30
it.
pieces though.
Jeremiah was commissioned, exactly. Jeremiah was commissioned to buy potter's field, but not for 30 pieces of silver. So the fact
Right.
that
I agree.
the fact that the book of Jeremiah mentions a potter's field has nothing
Mhm.
to do with where this quote comes from. This quote does not come from Jeremiah. It comes from Zechariah.
I agree that the vast majority is, but yeah, the potter's field was also in Jeremiah.
Yeah, we agree there was a potter's field,
Yeah,
but that's not the quote. The quote isn't what we find in Jeremiah. In fact, even the part that you think that is about Jeremiah doesn't match. It's not about 30 pieces of silver. Again,
I agree
Matthew
with
is a
that.
goofball. He has no idea what he's doing.
So yeah, I think there can be small things, errors in the Bible, but if it's not a contradiction that has something to do with the gospel, it ultimately doesn't really matter.
No, it does matter because what it demonstrates is that the gospels shouldn't be trusted. So what you're suggesting is that we should trust the parts that don't contradict. But that's foolish. If a book is full of contradictions, I'm not going to go take it on its word that some dude who fulfilled no prophecies also happened to rise from the dead. This book, the New Testament, the Gospels, are a train wreck of nonsense, of failed prophecies, misquotations, out of context quotations, and a complete and utter lack of understanding for anything in the Hebrew Bible.
You talked earlier with, I mean, it was a guy before me or before that, I remember, and he was talking about biology, and you were saying that you're an atheist. So, you know, as far as the beginning of everything,
Yeah, I
I
would
mean,
just
how do
pivot
you?
too.
What's up?
Yeah, I would just pivot to a new topic as well.
Okay, I didn't really have more to say on that one.
The mind of the Christian is a wild place to be in mid conversation. It's like you're just jumping around from one thing to another, hoping to score a point somewhere.
I'm not trying to score a point. Genuine question. Like, how do you think all this started without a cause? You believe in the Big Bang?
It doesn't have a start. Why would I believe that there was a first cause?
How did material come to existence?
It's always been
Eternal?
same way your God has always been. The difference is I know that material exists, and you have no evidence for God.
Okay. How do you account for it existing? Like how do you start
It
with that?
always existed. There's no start.
From what?
It always existed. There is no from what when it's eternal. Asking where did the eternal matter come from is like asking where did the eternal God come from. It's nonsense.
That
Surely
doesn't.
you understand asking where the eternal universe comes from is just as dumb as me asking where did God come from. God didn't come
Yeah,
from
but
anywhere.
material and God
He has
are two
always
different things.
existed.
That's
I agree they're two different things, but the principle is still the same. If it always existed, it doesn't come from anything. It always existed.
I've
Again,
never
what
heard
would
that
be
before.
the evidence that would point towards the universe not existing?
Well, with the Big Bang, they've shown that there's been that the universe is expanding.
So what?
So if it's expanding, it came from a point at one a time.
No, it didn't come from a
That
single
doesn't follow.
point. Yeah, what it
If
means
it
is that
expanded
the current
outwards,
shape of the universe
then
that
it,
we're
if
in
you
came from a hotter, denser state at one point. It is not a comment on whether or not the stuff there pre-existed the Big Bang. For example, there's lots of models like the concyclic model of the universe that posits that there's a series of bangs and busts, or crunches, bangs and crunches. But there's all
hmm
kinds of cyclical universal models. You don't have to believe in Big Bang, Big Crunch, but the idea that the universe had to come into being because we're currently expanding is nonsense. And also, I have no reason to believe, and until Dr. Blitz corrects me, I have no reason to believe that we know for sure that our observable universe is
hmm
all of the universe. I'm certain at this point
Oh yeah, sure,
in my life that there's more out there than what we can observe.
sure. Oh yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we can only see so far out there, so yeah, that's rational.
Right. So like I have no reason to believe that there was once nothing and then something gave rise, or nothing gave rise to something. Also, even if that were the case, it still wouldn't be God. Like if we're just saying there needs to be a necessary first cause, I'm just going to say there's a naturalistic first cause and we have yet to discover it. That makes a lot more sense than believing that a God did it when the God entails all kinds of crazy contradictions, like being like you probably believe that God's like all loving and all good and all that stuff, all
Yeah,
powerful, all knowing, but then he
right.
creates earthquakes and natural disasters that kill 100,000 people a year and babies with bone cancer. And he said to be fruitful and multiply, yet like
Mm.
40% of like all conceived um, zygotes, I guess you would say, don't even make it to birth. Like a huge percentage of impregnated, or we'll say inseminated cells, eggs don't actually survive. They get flushed out. And even
Fertilized eggs?
the fallopian tube loses eggs because it doesn't
Oh, they're
actually
not
connect.
fertilized.
No, they are.
In
Yeah,
the fallopian tube?
no, no. I said a
Uh,
huge percentage of fertilized eggs just get flushed out.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm in the belief that babies, they're innocent. They haven't had gotten to the point where they can be held responsible for anything. So,
That
and that
doesn't
baby's gonna
respond
live.
to my point. My point is that it's contradictory with the God that thinks you should be fruitful and multiply.
Well, you talking about before they even born?
Yet you're still missing the point. God says, be fruitful and multiply, and then he
Yeah.
designed their bodies specifically to not be fruitful and multiply.
Oh yeah, but Justin, you're missing that after the fall, things were
I'm not
corrupted
missing
from the.
it. Nope.
Hmm?
He said, be fruitful and multiply after the fall. In fact, he says it again after the flood.
Okay, if it was true, it does. It's still
He
it's
does.
still good to be fruitful and multiply. Like I have a daughter,
Then,
and it's the
then
best thing in
he
the world.
should design the human body in a way in which it can more readily produce children that survive. Because You probably believe that all those miscarried and aborted babies are in heaven, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which means the vast majority of people that will ever be in heaven are literally just babies that were either aborted or miscarried. It's just, it can be full of it, just full of it.
I mean,
Which,
I don't
what
think
kind of
there's that
nonsense?
many miscarried babies.
There is.
There's way more that are born than miscarried.
No, that's not right at all. I'll
I mean, the
get you
last
the
100 years
percentage.
it's
Let's
definitely
see.
gone up, but
Percentage of fertilized eggs that don't implant. Between 30 and 50% of fertilized eggs implant in the uterine lining. That's it.
right.
Which means over 50% of them do not. Over 50% of fertilized eggs will not even implant themselves in the uterus. They're gone. Which means the vast majority of human beings that have ever been conceived will have never actually been born, yet you believe they're going to be in heaven, which is a preposterous thing to believe in.
Well, he knew of us before creation, so
Pivots are crazy. I'm getting whiplash over here.
that's not a pivot.
But you're struggling hard to actually follow any conversation to its logical conclusion. Like every time like your talking point fails, you just pivot to another bad talking point rather than actually concluding like with some sort of remark that lets us know that you like the information is like making some sort of like headway in your thought process. Like you're just like you're like a ball inside of a fucking, what do you call those, not ping pong or not plinko, pinball. There you go. You're like a ball in a pinball machine just flying around. You're giving everyone whiplash because you can't actually stay on topic.
Okay, I'll try to stay on topic more. I had changed topic before when it kind of hit dead end. I was just keeping the conversation moving.
Do you understand the problem with a God that causes this kind of havoc? And you can blame it on the fall, but that doesn't fix the problem. Did he cause earthquakes?
Your claim is that he causes babies
Did he cause
to not
earthquakes?
Earthquakes?
Yeah.
No, I think that's for the most part, a natural product of a fallen world.
And who created nature?
Right, but Justin.
Well, hold on. Who created nature,
everything.
Joe?
There weren't earthquakes before the fall.
Who created nature?
Got it.
Oh, there we go. Just answer the questions, Joe. I know you think these are good talking points, but I've heard them 4,000 times.
I'm sure you have.
I promise you, nothing that leaves your mouth is going to be new to me. So just try to answer the questions and stay on task. So we agree. God created nature, then Adam and Eve sinned. When Adam and Eve sinned, was God required to then make the earth so that natural disasters happen?
Yeah, it was a consequence of sin entering the world.
Nope, wrong again. It wasn't. It wasn't a consequence. It was a decision that God made. God cursed the earth, it says in Genesis chapter 3. It was a decision that God made, not an unavoidable consequence.
I disagree.
Well, then you're wrong.
Why do you think it was unavoidable? That he could keep everything the same when sin entered the world?
You said it was unavoidable, not me. Genesis 3 says that God cursed the earth. He cursed the snake. He cursed the woman's bodies, and he cursed the earth. Those are decisions that God made. They're not unintended consequences. In fact, we'll just make this easier. Could God have made it so that when Adam and Eve sinned, they still had all the same consequences, just minus natural disasters? They had no natural disasters. Could he do that?
Could he do it?
The answer is yes. He's all powerful. He designed nature. Okay, so God's just not all powerful then. So your solution to the problem of evil is that he's not all powerful. It's not. Answer the question. Could God have made the earth in a way in which after Adam and Eve sinned, there would not be natural disasters? Could he do that?
I think it's a package. It's not just Adam and Eve.
Christian brain rot syndrome's wild. I need a yes or no out of you, Joe. Could God, did he have the ability to design the earth in such a way that when Adam and Eve sinned, they were still cursed, but there were no natural disasters? The answer is yes, Joe, and you know it.
I have to look back at Genesis for this.
The answer is yes. If your God is all powerful, then yes, he could do that. Nothing's forcing his hand to create anything
There are
any
things that
particular
God
way.
can't do. Just being all powerful doesn't mean that you can do anything.
Does he have control over how he designed
Can't
the
break
earth?
logic.
It's not
What's that?
logic. There's nothing being
Oh,
broken in logic about him
no,
choosing
no,
the
no.
punishment.
I'm saying that he
He's like he's just
can't define
flailing to
logic.
easy talking points.
I'm just saying he can't do anything just because you're all powerful.
You can
To
do
make us
anything that's
worthwhile.
logically possible, which means creating the earth so that it doesn't have
Right.
natural disasters is a given, and we know that that's the case because in Revelation 21 there are no natural disasters anymore.
Okay,
So
here's
he
the
has the
fall.
ability. He has the ability to create them. He has the ability to get rid of them, which means it's a decision that he makes. It's a choice that he gets to make.
Oh yeah, but okay, looking at Genesis 3 here, when you eat of the fruit, you will surely die. So part of dying is having a world you live in
I didn't
where you
ask you
can
about
die.
dying.
I know.
I asked you about
That's a
natural
consequence.
disasters. Are you aware that people don't always die in natural disasters? Sometimes they're just vegetabilized for life. Do you know that sometimes people
That can
just lose
happen.
limbs? Like you have a building collapse in an earthquake, and now you lost one of your limbs.
Right.
We're not talking about just people dying, and also just because you're dying doesn't mean you should be tortured. There are some people that die long, painful, agonizing deaths. That's different than just dying.
And I would agree that that is horrible. I don't deny that. It's not my claim.
And God was in control of that. God could have decided to have a world where people die without natural disasters,
So
and yet he chose the one with natural
that brings
disasters, which means that he is either
Justin,
evil or he's not all powerful.
that brings up the question of free will. If God
No, it
is
doesn't.
controlling everything, if he's jumping into everything,
It
stopping
certainly
natural
does not bring
disasters,
up the question of free will at all. I didn't ask you about jumping in. I asked you about natural disasters. This is one very specific topic. If God is causing natural disasters to happen and he has the ability not to, that means he's evil.
he's not causing it.
He is. He designed the earth knowing that it would happen. He designed the earth knowing that when
His
Adam and
original
Eve
design
sinned,
wasn't for
that
that.
it was. There's no
It's
such
not that
thing
he
as
knew it was going to happen, but the
there's no
design
such thing as
wasn't for that.
original design even when you're all knowing. You can't
The
have
original
an
design was
original
perfect.
design that failed. No, it wasn't. It doesn't even say that. You can't have an original design that failed when you're all knowing. When you design something, it does exactly what you think it's going to do.
And like,
Yes,
what
and
is
he
the
had to have
claim
the
here?
tree for free
That
will.
like, what is the claim here? That like before the fall there were just no tectonic plates, and then Adam and Eve ate a fruit from a tree, and all of a sudden tectonic plates existed?
Basically.
Like what's going on?
That everything at that time was held in place. There was no tornadoes, earthquakes, any of that. There was no death.
That didn't answer the
So
question. Try
what were the
again.
tectonic plates doing? Like were they just were there just no tectonic plates? Because that's the cause of earthquakes, right? Tectonic
Right.
plates rubbing up against each other.
Everything, I'm assuming God was holding in place and keeping tectonic plates from moving. He controls
Also,
everything.
God was
So
holding
you're
them in
telling me that,
place.
and then he let
Before
go
the
because
fall.
of what Adam and Eve did?
Yes.
And then he let go. So it seems like it was his choice.
Yeah.
That was his choice.
No,
Thank you for finally
Eve's
clarifying.
choice
No, it was
taking
his
fruit of the
choice.
fruit.
No, that was his choice. So this is how. Just
It's
pay
a
attention for 5
consequence,
seconds, Joe.
Justin.
It's not a
If you
consequence. It's a choice. If my son goes to school and punches another kid in the nose, it's
yeah,
my choice if
there's a
I'm gonna ground him or if I'm gonna punch him in the nose back. One of those two decisions is good, and one of them is bad. Me punching him in the nose is bad.
if you
That's
rob a
not a
bank
good
and you get
punishment.
arrested,
Joe, stop it. Stop it. I'm still talking. There's a difference. A natural consequence is that that little boy over there might have to be separated from my son in school so they don't start fights. That's a natural consequence of his behavior. What I did to him is not a natural consequence. It's a decision that I made. If I make the decision to punish my
Okay.
child, that's a decision I made. It's not a natural consequence. So whatever you're about to say, you're about to compare a natural consequence to a decision. We're talking about decisions. If God decided to let go of the tectonic plates. That's not a natural consequence. That's a decision that he made.
Or maybe I should phrase it differently. God made the decision for there to be a punishment for disobedience, and that's what it was.
There you go. And did he decide what the punishment would be?
Yeah, death.
Okay, so what that means
And other things
is
you
that
listed.
God chose for natural disasters to happen. It's a decision, yes or no?
Yes.
There you go.
As
We
a
finally got to
consequence.
it. It's crazy that you have to literally
Justin,
pull people's teeth to get them to the
let me give you a
obvious
hypothetical.
answer. The obvious answer. No, because your hypothetical is going to be off. I guarantee it. In fact, I'll make you a deal. If you give me a hypothetical and it's not analogous, you owe me $100.
If you tell someone
He can't help
that
himself.
if they, huh?
Go ahead.
What you say?
You owe me $100 if it's not analogous, though.
I'm not
My
gonna send you $100.
PayPal Venmo is in the description.
I'll see you $100. Okay.
Okay, actually, maybe
if
I'll
you
give an analogy here that might be helpful. So
okay,
it seems like imagine that you have like a 17-year-old, right?
yeah,
And you have this your 17-year-old, and you're like, don't do drugs or I'm gonna punish you. And then they go and they smoke
right.
some drugs. I can't say specific ones on TikTok.
And they die from the
And
drugs.
Well, no, they don't die from the drugs. This is they definitely don't die from the drug. There's a particular drug that people generally don't die from. You know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
But then you catch them that they did drugs, so you go and you cut the brake lines on their car. Is that like a reasonable thing to do?
That's a perfect analogy. Spot on.
Because like you didn't have to cut the brake lines. Like nobody was making you do that. You could have just grounded them. But instead, you cut the brake lines on their car, and it something completely unrelated to what they did.
Okay, he could have destroyed everything right away in the snap of his fingers. Instead, he did something
that
less.
doesn't address his analogy. Try again.
Okay.
The point is that it seems like the punishment, or it seems like the consequence, is just
Doesn't fit,
completely
is what you're saying.
unrelated to the crime. Yeah, it's not even
it.
just like a matter of
It's-
scale. It's just like unrelated. Like why would Eve eating from a fruit mean that like tectonic plates all of a sudden start moving? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, here's the reason. Before she sinned, there was no sin. There was no death. There was no
Yeah, we know
dying.
that.
Everything was perfect.
We're all aware of this fact. Restating it
Okay.
10 times doesn't help.
Well, it seems like you missed that.
No, we didn't miss it. It's just not relevant.
Okay.
It
with
wasn't
sin,
relevant
though,
the
there's
first time.
disease,
It's not relevant
death,
the second
pain.
time.
What's up?
It's
What'd you say?
never been relevant, no matter which time you mentioned it.
The question
Okay,
is
what
not why there's disease, death, and pain. It's why this kind of disease, death, and pain.
You're saying that it should be more tame?
No, what
No.
I'm saying is that it seems arbitrary, right? Like God could have made it more tame. He could have made it so that everybody dies eventually, but we all die peacefully in our sleep. Or he could have made it that whenever you have sex with somebody, your head explodes, right? Like it's just completely arbitrary. What's the justification for why all of a sudden he made earthquakes exist?
Yeah, I don't really have a good answer other than that the world was also corrupted.
And yet
Just
that's
like
not an
humans.
answer.
It's corruption.
Not an answer.
Was perfect, now corrupted.
Still not an answer.
Or Justin, if you tell someone, if you steal from me, I'm going to call the cops. And then they steal from you, and you keep to your word. You call the cops catch them, they throw them in jail.
Not analogous.
Like-
You owe me $100 because
No, I
as it
said I
turns
want to
out,
say $100.
because in the story, the cops are the one that are going to be administering the justice and not you. When you're the one administering justice, you get to decide what the justice is, which means
Okay,
if they
I'll change it,
steal
tweak it.
and you decide to pluck out their eyeballs and then like break all their fingers, you're an evil asshole for responding that way to somebody causing theft, because punishments need to be somewhat relative to the crime. They can't be arbitrary, as Dr. Blitz says.
Well, if you're the one that is also the cop and you throw him in jail, you told him you steal from me, I'm throwing you in jail, and you do it yourself.
Yeah, the problem is
Is
Adam and
a
Eve wasn't thrown in jail. Humanity wasn't thrown in
is
jail. They're literally
yeah,
tortured to death
jail.
by natural disasters, which is why, again, it's still not analogous. Because if God has given them a fucking timeout, I would agree. Yeah, maybe it's cool that he got a timeout, but the reality is they're not getting a timeout. They're getting tortured and torn alive. Are you aware? Do you think that being swallowed up in volcanic ash, like what happened in Pompeii, was a good time?
Of course not.
There you go. The punishment has to be somewhat fitting to the crime. So if somebody
So
eats a fucking
it is.
fruit, you can't just turn up humanity and go to chaos mode and start to tear them alive.
Okay, so the whole
Also, keep in mind the punishment is supposed to go to, you're supposed to punish the people who do the crime.
Yep.
So punishing Adam and Eve may have been appropriate. Punishing their children, absolutely not.
well, their children are also going to sin against a perfect, God. Like it could be a small crime, but
They can't help it.
it's
All humans have to, Joe. We have the sin
and there's a
nature.
way out from it.
So God designed
That's the
all.
good news.
He can never stop himself. Human beings can't help but sin. There's no perfect human being, which means God is literally tearing humans alive because they're doing the thing that they can't help but do. They have to. He knows there's never going to be a perfect human being. And he said, I'm going to design humans knowing they're not going to be perfect. I know none of them will ever be perfect. And the minute one of them fucks up, I'm going to tear them completely from limb to limb with natural disasters. You think that's a reasonable response? Bro, just be honest.
Look, this.
Why do you think
Justin,
these
this
conversations go the way they go? Because I can hear your gears grinding right now because you know the honest answer. You know what we're saying is true. And you're on cope level infinity right now trying to figure out how it was appropriate that because human beings are imperfect, that God now has to torture humans with natural disasters. And even worse, even if you don't get one of the natural disasters, as long as you don't believe in this sky carcass who fulfilled no prophecies and did nothing but lie, he'll light you on fire for fucking all of eternity. So a 13-year-old girl who literally just became accountable for her sins dies only having committed one sin, which is the rejection of Jesus Christ, gets lit on fire for all of eternity. The whole theology is ridiculous.
Well, actually, I've been looking more into
it doesn't matter if you think it's
of
temporary or permanent. I don't care if you get killed at the end, if you believe in annihilation or not. Even if you're fucking lit on fire for 30 seconds, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm looking more into a form of annihilation. I'm trying to remember the term for it, but basically you are punished for a duration in hell and then annihilated.
Yeah, that's called annihilation.
I'm hearing. What's up?
Called annihilation theory. And it's horrific to think that somebody dies, have only committed one sin, and now they get lit on fire for, I don't know, however long you're in the fire for until you get completely annihilated. It's preposterous. It's the silliest doctrine ever invented.
Well,
why
our sins are against an infinitely holy God.
They're not, and that's irrelevant. If he's infinite and holy, that means there's nothing we could do that to hurt him. God is not fucking fragile. He doesn't need to be protected from us. The reality is,
protection.
God didn't have to create hell at all. Nobody ever has to go there. It's a false dichotomy.
And
well, originally it was for angels.
It doesn't really make sense,
no,
right?
It wasn't.
So God knew that he was creating imperfect beings. So, like, why would he punish them for being the way that he created them?
Because in the garden, he had to have the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
No, he didn't
to have free will.
No,
he had to have it.
No, you don't.
He had to create a way for people to have the choice to disobey. That's what the tree was all about.
That doesn't require a tree.
It didn't have to be a tree, Justin. It could be anything.
It didn't have to be anything.
He was giving them a way to have free will to obey or disobey him.
It doesn't matter.
And
that's got
disobeyed.
nothing to do with hell.
Well, the consequences of sin is death. The wages of sin is death.
And who gets to set the consequences, Joe?
God does.
There you go.
But
so
he's
he didn't have
just.
to do that. So he's not just. You're not just if you get lit on fire and then destroyed for committing one sin. The thing that you can't
No one
help but
counts
do,
just one sin.
that's fucking false. So for a fact that no human being can be sinless, which means God
Right.
created human beings and then punishes you for the way that he created you, which is immoral. If I knew for a fucking fact, if I gave birth to a child and I knew for a fact that my child was going to be missing arms, and then I punished my child because he couldn't feed himself, I'm the fucking asshole. It's the most ridiculous thing ever that God created you in a way in which you have to be. You can't help but sin at least once. And because you've sinned at least once, he literally has to light you on fire and send you through natural disasters. It's the most asinine bullshit in the world. And then on top of it, the only way to get out of this torture is to believe in a sky carcass that did nothing but lie and die. It's the most preposterous thing ever invented. It's the dumbest religion. It's almost as dumb as Mormonism.
Oh, let's not go that far. Come on.
No,
I
it's
heard your guest
literally on par with
on
Mormonism.
Wednesday. I heard you guest on Wednesday talk about it before me.
It's just as dumb.
So-
Mormons actually did a good job with their hell doctrine. The Mormons came up with a
what's
much
that?
more coherent doctrine of hell and the afterlife that gets rid of some of this nonsense stuff like God has to light you on fire for all of eternity. That's absolutely asinine. So Joe,
Yeah,
this
but
goes
they
back
traded
to
for like getting your own spaceship, right?
Well, it's
I mean,
way
that's
better
true.
than the doctrine of hell for Islam.
It's the same thing. The
Or
doctrine of
heaven.
hell in Islam is roughly the same as Christianity. The only difference is in Islam, you have a
There's no
physical
guarantee.
body while you're still in hell, and it says that your skin grows back. Your skin will regrow so that you constantly feel the pain in hell, and it says that you're going to be there forever, which is really not all that different from Christianity, because if you think about Christianity, you have to have your body in hell anyways, because in fact it says that you're going to be in agony in the flames.
Right.
And if that's true, you have to have some sensory nerves, which means it's not your spirit. Your spirit doesn't feel any pain. Your body does. So your body and your soul are both thrown into hell. Jesus said so in Matthew chapter 5. He says, don't fear the one that can kill the body, but fear the one that can kill the body and the soul in hell, which means your body gets thrown into hell as well, which means it's really not all that different from what we find in Islam. But again, it all goes back to the same point, which is this points to an entity that, if it's real, is completely fucking evil.
So, as far as like the 13-year-old girl that you're saying commit one sin, I think it's overlooked with like the 10 Commandments, if you're thinking about it from that perspective. But the way that Jesus reframed it, love the Lord your God of your heart with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, which is also in Exodus. Any time, if you're not loving him with your heart, mind, soul, and strength, you're sinning against him.
Yeah, you're making it worse then. Congratulations.
Right.
You just
So
made it worse.
it's more egregious than you think.
No, it's not more egregious than I think, because my example is still fucking spot on and it was just over your head, because you probably believe that there's an age of accountability, don't you?
Yes, I do. That's what I was saying, baby. Go to heaven.
Fantastic. Let's imagine that it's day number 1 of being 13. How about that? Day number 1 of being 13 and you die unrepentant. Your only sin is not loving the Lord your God with all your mind, heart, and soul. Do you go to heaven or hell?
Let me give you, I'm not trying to change, but let me just give you a perspective.
Sounds like you are.
Well, hear me out first, real quick. So if God knows that you're going to go on to be, a mass murderer or someone, and he ends your life early, is that mercy?
For who? The person
What if you would
that
have
he
gone on
killed,
to
or
live and got killed by an
wait,
earthquake?
the person that he killed, or for the person that
Yes.
were prevented from being killed?
The person that dies the day after accountability, as you're saying.
It's mercy for the people that. It's mercy for the people who didn't get murdered by the person that was killed by God. But again, that does nothing for what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not a 13-year-old girl goes to hell directly after she becomes accountable for her sins.
Okay, here's the point I'm making.
There's no
that girl that goes directly. This is the same example. The 13-year-old girl that goes directly to hell after the age after accountability, as you're saying. If she was going to go on and not be saved and commit many more sins and just reap up wrath against her.
And the stories you have to make up to believe this stuff. Now you're going
Okay,
to say,
it's the same.
well, God was
It's
going to
just,
send her to hell because he knew what she was going to do. So then by extension, what you mean to say then is that all people who don't die early are going to go on to believe in Jesus.
giving. Okay, so I heard this put with the flood, that it was actually a mercy for everyone to be wiped out when it did, versus waiting longer for them to have more wreath heaped
Yeah, bro,
upon them.
that's a crazy cope for a story that didn't even happen. I'm not even concerned about the flood right now. It's
Okay,
a ridiculous
linking
cope to
it.
believe that every human being.
Of
I'm
course.
sure he does. Of course he does. Do you think the Nephilim are real?
Yeah, they're real. They're in the Bible.
Yeah. You think angels came down and slept with human women and created
I think
offspring?
that was that in the Bible, or is that in
think that
the book of Enoch?
Nope. It's in
It's in
Genesis
Enoch,
chapter
I think.
6.
Isn't it in Enoch?
It's in Genesis 6. It's in Enoch. That's why the book of the Watchers got its name, man. It's also in 2nd Peter, and it's also in the book of Jude.
I guess there was more in Enoch as well, I was thinking. But yeah, I
Do you
believe him.
think the Earth is 6,000 years old?
I do. Well, I think that the Earth could have been older, created older, the appearance of age, but it's been 6,000 years since Adam.
So not
Adam
only is
Adam
God
wasn't a baby.
evil, but also
He was
he's a
created a man.
liar.
What? Adam
Not
was
only is
created
God
as a
evil
full
for the
man.
punishments he inflicts, but he's also a liar.
There's a delay. Last time I spoke, I wasn't cutting you guys off that much. It's like, say that again.
There is a delay this time. I don't know what's causing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just said that not only is God evil because of the punishments he inflicts, but he's also a deceiver. He plants false evidence that tricks us into thinking that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, despite only being 6,000 years old.
What would that have to do with anything about believing in him?
I don't think you understand the point. Listen for a
Maybe
third
I
time.
don't.
Say it again, Blitz.
Yeah. So
False
look,
evidence.
If the Earth is actually 6,000 years old, but he plants false evidence that tricks us into thinking it's 4.5 billion years old, that makes God a deceiver.
No, I give. So it's the same thing with Adam. He was made as a full man from the dust of the earth. The same thing could be done with the earth. It could be made of the appearance
That's
of an
not
older
his
age.
point. He's not saying that he couldn't do it that way. He said the fact that he did it that way is deceptive.
Why is that? Why do you think that's deceptive?
Oh my god.
There's stars that are billions of light years away.
We agree. That's part of the problem. Why would God create everything in a way in which when we examine it, it appears to be incredibly fucking old when it's not?
Until the last 100 years, I don't think anyone really cared about that. That wasn't.
They did.
This is more.
So this is a super good point, actually, because it shows that he didn't need to make it this way for humans to have any sort of productive life, because it was completely irrelevant for human flourishing up until the last 100 years. So why put that evidence there that would deceive us when we finally got the technology?
There could be good reason for having an Earth that has the age of.
Doesn't matter. He's all powerful.
I don't know. Huh?
I said, doesn't matter. It's all powerful. He can make it any way he wants it.
So I think part of it is a faith element. He doesn't have just like us being able to see up in heaven. Like, there wouldn't be faith that he exists if that was the case. There'd be no free will. We would have to accept it by saying
you
do
have
something.
yep,
I blocked him.
Justin, you have a really bad spam. Okay, good.
Yep.
What were you gonna say, Justin?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So with creation, from Romans 1:18 onwards, it's because of creation that we're without excuse, because there's divine power and eternal power and divine nature
That's
been
adorable,
clearly perceived.
But that's from someone who has no fucking idea how the world works.
Okay. I think that if you are coming up with these ideas where you think that everything came to existence from nothing and it's been eternal, that you're suppressing the truth. That's my conclusion.
That's not
In
something that we came up with.
unrighteousness.
Yes, sir. You got it.
We don't believe that. I don't believe the world came from nothing.
That's my
You
conclusion.
do. You believe that the world came from nothing.
Well, yeah, God created everything, and
Yeah.
over.
Again, we already
6
established
days.
this. I don't believe that there was ever nothing. You do, not me.
Yes, but you believe that it somehow existed without an outside force.
Why does it need an outside force?
Where did it come from? When did
It
it come
always
from?
existed.
I mean-
It didn't when or where. I cannot believe that you
I mean-
can't grasp this yet, Joe. Where did God come from?
He is eternal. He's all
There
powerful.
you
Matter is
fucking go.
not.
And
They're
so
just
is the
rocks.
universe. There you go. The universe is
Gases.
eternal.
Yeah, that's material. He's
I know.
non-material.
And why would I believe that there was once no material?
The point that I made was that the universe has been proven to be expanding over time at a certain
Again,
rate.
that doesn't answer the question, and we already addressed that. Why would I believe that there was once no material? And keep in mind,
It goes
I
back
heard
to me
everything.
saying, like,
I
how
already
did it
heard
happen?
everything you said. Like, you don't have to repeat the same bad talking point the second time. Like, I'm hoping you come up with something new this time.
I do. I am too. I'm thinking. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense
It makes
about
more.
it?
It makes more sense that an all-powerful God who's outside
No, it
of
doesn't.
time, space, and matter created time, space, and matter.
No, it doesn't. You can't create time. Time has to
Wait,
always exist
time
because
comes in
the act
existence
of
with
creation
matter
requires
and
time,
space.
which means creating time is irrelevant. You can't do it.
Time happens when matter enters space. Space and matter come into, and time happen at the
On-
exact same time.
Time is a sequence of events.
On what grounds do you have that? Like
There's no time
like,
without
this just
space or
doesn't
matter.
follow, right?
Oh,
That
sorry.
doesn't follow. You can have space time without any matter.
You can't. Okay? That one's fair, but you can't have matter without space or time.
Yeah, well, you could have matter without time. Maybe you can't
When
have
would you
matter
put
without
it?
space. It could be
If
timeless.
there's no time, then when did it happen?
It always
No,
happens.
I mean, it could be timeless, right? No, it's not even always. It's just timeless.
The irony is you can't see the problem. Like, all these questions you're asking are you have failed to apply to your God. When would you put him? Where would you put him? You have to
He's
ask
outside of
this.
them.
He's not
He's outside time, space, matter. He's
outside
immaterial.
is a spatial notion.
Yeah, it's a different dimension.
Outside is a spatial notion, which means if there's no space, there's no outside of space.
You can be outside of space.
No, you can't.
If
You
you're
need space to be
immaterial.
outside of it.
Material has to be in space. Immaterial can be outside space.
We have no evidence whatsoever that there's anything immaterial outside of space and time. That's what we refer to as non-existent. When it's something that's
This is
completely
a philosophy.
immaterial and it's outside of space and time, it doesn't exist.
This is philosophical. It's not it's not scientific.
not
There's no proving it. Philosophical.
It
Not
exists.
philosophical.
It exists nowhere and it exists no when, and yet it somehow still exists.
Yes. God is everywhere.
What's the definition of exist?
No, not everywhere.
Nowhere.
He sees everything all at the same time.
He can't see. He has no way to interact.
What is he have no way to interact? What do you mean?
If you're completely immaterial, you have no way to interact with the material world. He doesn't see anything.
Okay, so if he doesn't interact with the material world, then how does he cause the earthquakes?
He doesn't. That's the point.
Okay. So you're saying the problem is he doesn't stop earthquakes.
No, my point
No,
is
the
in
problem is he
your
doesn't exist.
worldview. Yeah, in our worldview, he doesn't cause any of that shit because he doesn't exist. In your worldview, saying that he is completely immaterial is like brain dead. You can't be completely immaterial and then somehow interact with the material world.
That doesn't follow for me.
Then show us, give us a logical argument or some reason to believe that something that's entirely immaterial can interact
Okay.
with the material world.
Jesus was conceived by the Holy Spirit.
Jesus was material.
Okay, where did he come from? How was he conceived outside of space?
That's the magic. I'm not asking you to say that
Okay,
magic exists.
that's my
I'm
point.
asking you to demonstrate how.
That is proof that it happened. If you
It's not
believe
proof
that,
of anything. Try it again. It's a story about
if
magic. I'm asking you how the magic works. So that's why we call it magic, because magic has no actual explanation for it. I'm asking you for the
it's
explanation, not
supernatural,
for the magic. That doesn't
it's
answer the
supernatural.
question. Doesn't
It
answer the
doesn't
question.
follow natural
It
physics.
doesn't answer the question.
How does it happen?
Yeah, how does an immaterial being interact with material?
Well, he came into material being during the life of
I
Jesus.
didn't ask you to say what you think he did. I'm asking how did it happen?
Okay, Justin, everything is held, every atom moves, everything in the universe is held together by Jesus or by God.
That's an
It doesn't
it's an
exist.
adorable claim, but it's not remotely true. Try again.
Nothing would function at all
Again, that's an adorable
without him moving it.
claim. Nothing would function without the life-granting unicorn. The life-granting unicorn granted all life.
You ask for answer, that's it.
It's not an answer, it's a
It holds
quote.
everything together.
Gotcha. So you got nothing then.
Why do things need to be held together? I don't understand that at all.
That's if he wasn't holding everything together, everything would just fall apart. There'd be no
Prove it.
life.
Why?
Nothing would. There's nothing to prove.
Why would things fall apart? Like, I mean, like,
No
look,
proof.
have you heard of this idea called existential inertia?
Not accident. No, I mean an inertia.
So existential inertia is an idea that kind of draws an analogy from physics, and it's basically this idea that things only change when something causes them to change. And so,
Right.
given that idea, then if you have electrons going around their central nucleus,
Mhm.
you don't need Jesus to keep them doing that. They'll do that unless something causes them to stop doing that.
How does anything have any force to begin with? So a matter in motion.
That's a really
what's the law?
It's a deep question.
For that?
But the point is if the forces are there, then those forces won't disappear unless something causes them to disappear.
So